Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome all members and guests to the January 21st, 2026 special council meeting. Quick reminder, our meetings are web streamed and televised. Please take a moment to ensure that all your devices and phones are on silent. If you are attending virtually, please mute yourself and keep your camera off unless you are speaking. Remember to turn it on, and staff use your Microsoft Teams hand raise feature to be called upon, and remove it when you're finished speaking. With that, I call the January 21st, 2026 special council meeting to order, and note that all members are present here today. We should have no changes to the agenda because we're going to recess and switch over to budget, but is there anything from council? Perfect. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? I will be declaring when we switch over to budget and get onto the police OPP section. So I'll pass the chair to the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, similar to in previous years, when we are in budget, I will declare on the communications item of corporate services.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Final call for anyone else. Seeing none. Then I would look for a mover and a seconder, please, that special council recess to sit as budget committee for budget presentations and deliberations. Moved by Councillor Huffman and seconded by Councillor Michele. All in favor? Carried. So that's a 9:35 a.m. break, and we will switch over to budget committee here. So just as a reminder for councillor and anyone curious online, that's done in an effort to streamline the budget process and expedite it. Due to the new strong mayor powers, we'll be able to switch back over to special council and pass our motions and finalize the budget. So thank you everyone for taking a minute and switching off your devices. It is now officially budget committee meeting, January 21st, 2026. All members are present today. Are there any changes to the budget agenda? Seeing none, both I've declared a conflict on police services, Councillor Duthie on customer service and communication section of the budget. Consent items. There are 3 today. Additional information on business improvement areas, community events and project support, and service downloads and legislative changes. Can I get a motion to receive all 3 of those reports as information, or does someone wish to speak to them? Councillor Columbus and Van den Driesche move that. All in favor? Carried. Deputations, we have 2 today. I would ask committee to accept the deputations for information after the speaker, and then we will consider those deputations in the applicable section on the budget. So first up is item 4.1 on your agenda, and we have Mr. Matt Bowen with us today from Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. Matt, you have 5 minutes. You know the drill. Whenever you're ready, you can take it away.
All right, good morning. Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I think we have a slideshow that's going to pop up here quickly. There it is. Thank you. We'll just move. 5 minutes goes quick, so we'll jump right into the second slide here. Just a bit of context. Earlier in the spring, our board of directors approved the addition of 2 new staff members. One, a housing support worker. The second will be primarily talking about today, a project manager. I did attend the Health and Social Services Committee in December, and unanimously the committee brought us forward here today to speak with council. So again, I want to thank you for that opportunity. I just want to acknowledge our board members that are here today, our president, Mr. Miller, and Leah Van Til, as well as Councillor Huffman. So what's changing at HNHC? Why do we need these positions? Really focusing on the project manager position, it's the exponential growth to our capital budget. You can see from the chart there that our capital budget is and has been roughly $625,000 without any additional funding, and that will be moving north of $2 million, $2.7 million in 2027. But we're going to realize that impact in 2026 and 2027. In addition to that, we have 3 new developments underway in various stages. We have a development in Dunnville, a 56-unit mixed-use, mixed-income building with a ground floor, 5,000 square foot state-of-the-art childcare facility, as well as moving forward with a 26-unit development, which was optimized in Delhi. Tomorrow, we'll be meeting the project team in Port Dover to start the feasibility work on Port Dover. So you can see our assets are climbing. When I started the organization, they're at about 95 million. We're sitting at about 112. And after the end of our regeneration strategy, we're looking at $168 million. And I think what's even more incredible about that will be the net new affordable housing that we'll be providing to the community. So if all projects go through, we'll net over 100 new additional units to HNHC, which is almost 20% of the portfolio. So that's really remarkable, and I want to thank Council. It's the decisions that you've made over the past few years that have enabled us to get to that point. Next slide, please. With new development come high-performance buildings. Our building in Dunnville is passive house technology, which is a superstructure and the highest building complexity that you can put together in North America that I'm aware of. In Dunnville, as well as Delhi, we'll have extremely high building standard systems there. So this comes with complex energy management systems and building automation systems. These are tools and services now that really change the way we deliver maintenance services. So this position will help us move towards the technical contracts that go out towards taking care of that work, as well as a lot of the other pre-planning work that needs to go into maintaining these buildings down the road. So our goal here today is to get ahead of this. These properties won't be ready for a year and 2 years in some cases, so we're trying to be progressive to move that through. One of the other drivers, and it's a good thing, has been the amalgamation of the nonprofits. We just amalgamated Port Rowan as well as Delhi in Norfolk County specifically. So, all of these things put pressure on the current staffing levels, and you can see that HNHC hasn't had a staffing increase since 2013. So in my time with you here, I've never come to council asking for any additions to staff, and I never like to do that. I understand the pressures, but we are at a pain point in our organization where after this exponential growth, we need to look ahead, and we need to ensure that the staff have the tools and resources they need to manage these buildings and the growth that we have. Next slide, please. So how this position will impact HNHC, we sort of have a series of buckets here, but all of this aligns with our strategic plan. We're looking at growth and modernization. We're looking at improving engagement and communication, better regulations and oversight and efficiency. And one of the things that's often overlooked is succession planning and resilience. Right now we have Mark Pipe, who we're really lucky to have, our Director of Development Technical Services, but he's the only individual. So that's a lot of pressure on one person, and we're looking to distribute that workload. Of course, in compliance and accountability. With these types of buildings and systems, and as you grow, regulations increase, and we just want to make sure that we're in a position to manage all that responsibly and be sustainable as an organization. Last slide. So the funding options, it was great at Health and Social Services to sort of have this discussion, but really it's up to council. One of the things I will say to Norfolk County Council today is that this is a shared responsibility. So the weight of this position isn't solely paid for by Norfolk County. It's a shared expense, and that's part of the reason we went to the Health and Social Services first. But we've identified two funding options. Of course,
just 1 minute remaining there.
Whatever council sees as best, we'll certainly support that. But option one is funding this as a new budget initiative, and that was a recommendation of the shareholder, and that's the reason why we came to present in December to that committee. The levy impacts approximately $115,000. Option two is funding this through the existing 10-year capital plan. There's a little bit of a difference in the way Haldimand County and Norfolk County does that. So the recommendation that we had initially made was to fund that through the current capital budget, so there wouldn't be a levy increase. But I know with that strategy, that takes away, there would be a slight reduction in the number of projects, so it's not ideal. But again, I see my role as bringing all the options to council so you can make the best decision. And with that, I think we're at 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Matt. I appreciate that. I'll turn it over for questions, and maybe we can get you to elaborate more if there's anything you've missed. Councillor Van Den Driesche, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, that would be the point. Is there anything else you'd like to say that would encourage us to realize that this position is very, very important?
Thank you, Councillor Vander Rishi. Through you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely. I mean, I'm here today. We are at a point in our organization where we have had exponential growth. I don't think that, the data supports that. The evidence is there to support that. And, we've managed extremely well. We've reorganized. We've realigned internally. We've redistributed positions, administrative positions. The CEO used to have an administrative support position. That position, was put into the pot to focus on continuous improvement, Lean Six Sigma, to really maximize and optimize all the resources that we have. So, I'm here today because it's a real need. It's a need that our board has identified, and, it's something critical for us to move forward.
Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Matt, with respect to the Delhi project, I know one time we were talking 16 units and then 20 and now 26. Can you share with us how the sale of those units are coming along and how it's going to be financed?
Sure, I can give a high-level overview of that. So that's the remarkable work of the team. Originally when we had that plan, and the finance team, Amy Vesperini and Amy Fanning, there was a lot of people involved in making that happen. But the optimization of that, we always had a dream that we could put more units on that site than what we had originally scaled. So through the sale of the singles and semis on Gibraltar, we were able to raise capital to finance that. And I think, one of the great stories of that was there was a multi-million-dollar ask from council for that. We've reduced, I just signed the municipal contribution agreement, just over $200,000 that the county, is contributing towards that project. So if you look at, the several million we originally asked for, we're able to reduce that through the sales of singles and semis, through grants, working with Build Canada Homes and CMHC. So, we are always looking at how we can minimize the impact on the taxpayers. And I think, the complex funding streams that are built to fund these projects are complex, but we are always looking at how we can optimize and take advantage of the grants and low interest loans that are available before we come to the municipality. I think this Delhi project is a great example of just, the level of detail, and of course the netting new of more affordable housing, which is critical.
Councillor Van Passen, then Huffman.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. A question, could you touch a little bit on, it's almost like we're stuck in that catch-22 situation, that in order to get federal and provincial funding to help build these, maintain them, they require a lot higher standard with a lot more high-tech equipment, a lot more maintenance. They don't last as long, and that also changes that need for that extra position. Could you offer an opinion to my opinion?
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen, through you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely, the level of technology, and even if you look at the abundance of upgrades that we did with the repair and renewal funding, switching to full building automation systems. Literally, we can control these buildings with an iPad. So with that, I can tell you the number of calls that we get, in individual units to have to run out to service, different tenants at different times. The level of technology has, exponentially increased. The heating systems, the cooling systems, switching from, baseboard heaters to heat pumps, they require additional maintenance. And, a lot of the things that sometimes get overlooked is with having the privilege of serving the community's most vulnerable residents, sometimes the capacity just to change a simple filter isn't there. So we're finding at some of our townhouse complexes, with the new heat pump systems, we're changing because of heavy smoking, filters twice a year as opposed to once a year. So that's more visits, more time, more money, better, sort of better outcomes and utility costs, but there's always, that shift, and it usually, results in us having more technical expertise and capabilities. Simple things like lock changes, simple things like, keyless entry and cards for tenants, having to make those cards. All of that adds up. And when you add 100 new units and, potentially 150, 200 more tenants, that's more work. And we love the work. We're here. We're proud to serve the community. We've done it for over 50 years, and we want to serve for another 50 years. It's just we need, as we modernize our capabilities, we need to strengthen our staffing force as well.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you, I don't really so much have a question, but I just want to speak on behalf of being a board member. I've been on numerous boards over the past 7 years, and no disrespect to any of the boards that I've been on, I have to say that this housing the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation runs a very tight, lean ship, and they do amazing work with what they have. And I wholeheartedly support option number 1. And I think that's what we need. We know that we need affordable housing in this community, and it's a priority, and I firmly support it. So thanks, Matt, for your great presentation.
My question, Matt, is about the 2 positions. So council will get into this later on in the budget, but you know, if you're not going to be standing here with us, so if council's looking to make a compromise, if they're looking to support one of the FTEs and not the other, like how would you prioritize and rank the request before us today? And specifically, can you tell me a bit more about the project manager? Is the project manager just solely aligned to the regeneration strategy, or is that, you know, long-term? And can you share
Sure.
more?
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you. To me, they're very difficult. They're equally important. Providing the technical services and maintaining the buildings is critically important. So to your first question, this position, the project manager position, just isn't aligned to the regeneration strategy. If we look at the increase in the operational tenders like snow removal, grass cutting, cleaning, this position, like I said, Mark currently does all of that now. We'll be looking to download the operational contracts as well. So this person would be responsible for the procurement of services, putting those tenders together, putting those contracts together, in addition to the technical service contract. So I want to be clear, we do use consulting services on the new development, but those services, they end when the buildings are built. What we're talking about here is support the long-term growth of the capital plan, which thank you to both councils for increasing that from 625 to 2.7 million. But essentially what we're doing, is tripling our capital budget with the same amount of resources. So that the project manager position will have a wide sort of range of duties and roles, and it will be to support development, but it will be to ensure that all of the operational tenders, the ongoing contracts and maintenance of those buildings, pest control, those types of things are serviced in a preventative maintenance approach, as opposed to, right now it's acute. The contracts, we have 4 contracts coming up at the end of this year. The whole team sort of works together to get that out. We want to be more preventative and more proactive moving forward, and this position will allow us to do that. The housing support worker is a position that I've been talking about for the last 4 years. I've had lots of discussions with Ms. Van Dyke about it, with Mr. Merritt, with anybody who will really listen, because when we talk about the needs of the tenants within housing, they're changing. I mean, we know that. And we, again, have the privilege every year at the annual report, I come and Louise puts up the data and we talk about the vulnerability of the residents that we're serving. We see that on the wait list. The wait list has grown exponentially, and the people on the wait list are extremely complex. Their needs have changed. The Housing Corporation doesn't have anybody that can provide that service. Right now, we're leaning into the Health and Social Services Department, working really closely with Brian and Jessica and Louise. But what we're finding is there's just a gap in service. It's not that the county can't provide, the service. It's the type of service that we need a lot of the times has changed. We're just finishing a data set on this position because I had committed to work with Heidi and the team, the new general manager, over the next several months to really put together a robust business case. But, we've made over 111 referrals, 80 are unique, so they're individuals. But the biggest challenge we have, it's when the tenant comes into crisis, we need immediate response. And the way we're set up is our staff are in office every day of the week. They're out in the community responding to those types of calls. And sometimes we can't wait a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks for a referral to be processed. We need, and there's lots of examples. We have property managers, as we see discharging happening from the hospital. They're being brought home by taxi, and property managers and the taxi driver, have helped the individual residents into their units, and there's no coordination of aftercare. So these may not be things that the county can provide through the current mandate of services. So what we need is just different. We're unique. Like I said, we're in people's homes 24 hours, 7 days a week. We're on call 365 days a year. These types of crises pop up, and they're popping up more now than they ever have. I look at when I joined HNHC in 2019. it's exponentially changed in terms of the client profile and the need of the resident. So we launched the formalized tenant engagement strategy in 2025, and we gathered a lot of data. We're working with service providers, we're working with the family health units, we're working with the community paramedicine programs, but there's a gap in terms of when there's a crisis and when our staff can respond, and this position will help support that.
Okay, so that actually is very, very helpful to me. So 2 questions to that end, and then we can dig into it a little bit later. But the first would be, is that part of the housing mandate, or is that your internal gap you're trying to fill? And the reason why I question that is because then instead of just putting that on the residential taxpayers base to fill a gap, I'm not saying it's not needed, and I know your team works really, really hard, and definitely you would want to provide those services to anyone who's residing inside the assets. However, is that a reasonable request for us to put onto the residential taxpayers? And can we be helping you better by going to the province and advocating for different supports, better funding streams, et cetera, et cetera? So first question is that a part of the Housing Corporation mandate to fill that gap with this FTE? And then the second part would be, have you gone to Haldeman? I just don't know when their budget was. Have you gone to Haldeman Budget and had discussions with them yet, or no?
So I can answer your second question first. No, we were scheduled to go last week.
Okay.
But I don't know if it was because of Roma, but I received an email from the clerk. There was a change in the council time, so we'll be there February 13th.
Okay.
So I had hoped to be there first to say, hey, Haldeman County Council fully supported this, make your job easier for you.
Made it easier.
But unfortunately, that didn't happen. So,
Okay.
But we are going. To your sec, is it our mandate? Our mandate is to support the most vulnerable people in the community. We have that, inherent mandate, if you will. We service, almost 98% of all of the people housed.
I want to correct the language I used. Legislated mandate.
Legislated mandate.
I know where you're going there. It's honorable, but.
Good correction, Madam Mayor, through you. I guess it's not legislated, but it's an inherent mandate. When you have the privilege of, like I said, 98% of the people that we house come off the centralized housing wait list. And, there's probably some housing folks that could speak to that maybe a little more eloquently than me today, but the need has significantly increased to these residents. So if I said it's not our legislation, we're not legislated to do that, we're not a supportive housing provider, I don't think I would be doing the community a service, because the reality is the people that we're serving are the most vulnerable in the community, and they do need that regular support. Like things just like budgeting, paying their rent, just the amount of N4s we're serving has increased because people aren't paying rent, or just the host of different challenges that folks are having now has significantly increased. And the wait list, I know, just because we get the Rent Cafe data, has significantly increased as well. So we want to support these people with dignity. We want to make sure that when we give them a home, our mandate is to ensure that people can live independently. The reality is a lot of people that we get, they may fill the paperwork out and say they can live independently, but they don't. And when we don't provide adequate services, the state of these units, are at risk in terms of the disrepair and the amount of work that we have to do to go into these units. So I can tell you I have the privilege of sitting at the local housing corporation's table. So quarterly I meet with all of the CEOs from a lot of the major municipalities. Our group makes up 46% of all of the community housing available in the province of Ontario. And it doesn't matter if it's City Housing Hamilton or Ottawa or London, everybody's sort of tasked with the same challenge. The difference is a lot of those housing municipalities through the municipality have a lot of supports. When I was at City Housing Hamilton, I managed a team of 5 community development coordinators and about 10 community relations workers their whole job was just to support the tenants that were housed. Same shareholders sort of set up, one municipality, not two, but again, as the complexity and the level of the residents continue to sort of increase in complexity, that puts more pressure. So we do advocate with the province. We're actually, working with Ontario Health right now at our provincial group and the Ministry of Housing to see how we understand that there's a crossover between health and housing. So having the family health units, working with Sarah, her team, we are trying to exhaust everything that the community has to offer. But the reality is there's not as much in the community as we think there is. So again, from the family health teams that are piloting in our buildings now to community paramedicine, these are micro programs. They're extremely beneficial, but it's what happens at 4:30 at night when all the staff go home, and what happens on the weekends, the social issues, some of the challenges we have that way. This is how this position will help sort of stabilize and keep people housed as opposed to working, through the eviction process as the only tool that we have.
Yep. No, I really appreciate that. I definitely know you guys work hard to do it well and do it properly, and can appreciate the request. I just was curious about the legislative requirements. It's just very hard to spread that residential tax dollar that we just came back from Roma, used to be spent on bridges and roads only, basically everywhere else. So if you ever have any information and content, regardless of what the ultimate decision is today on those resources, whether you get the FTE or not, and the volume of calls and the type of calls, I'm more than happy to always fire off letters and content to the ministry directly and support you and the team on additional funding or pilot projects.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Martin. Actually, Louise has just put together a very comprehensive data set, sort of dating back, I think 4 years or 5 years. So I would love to share that with you as well. I plan on working with Heidi and the Norfolk County team to provide that data and the new general
Come back and give us
manager.
another deputation specifically on that. That would be
Yeah,
great.
I'd love to do that.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. Is there a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Huffman, Councillor Duthie, all in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. The next deputation on the agenda is item 4.2. We have Mr. Brad Stark from Grand Erie Public Health, and all three of you are coming up. We have our Medical Officer of Health, Jason, and we have CEO Sarah Page. Welcome to the other side of the podium, Miss Page.
Good morning, and thanks for having us.
You have
through-
5 minutes, ma'am. We'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
I'll take one of that because Brad has about 4.5 of that. So we provided you a slide deck as well, and just wanted to highlight that we've been through a lot of change this year, clearly. The merger was official. We have moved the organization autonomous from the municipalities. Clearly, there's been leadership changes. We also faced a measles outbreak, a rabies exposure incident, and have done emergency exercises with all of the municipalities. We have facility master plan and a new strategic plan, both underway. And looking back, if you, flip to the third slide now. We've done a lot on the corporate side of merging the organization together. We've encouraged staff engagement throughout with surveys and town halls, and we are fulsomely working on program harmonization, so getting all the service delivery normalized and actualized between both legacy organizations. With that, I'll pass it over to our Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Jason Malenfant.
Good morning. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just looking ahead, we are looking at the launch of our new website within the next few months here. It's been a lot of work for the teams working very hard on this to, of course, update the content from former legacy websites and make sure that we are providing the most updated content for the community as well as a resource for our local healthcare providers. We are, of course, looking at full program harmonization, team integration. We're continuing advocacy to the Ministry of Health for continued supportive funding with this merger. We are working towards increased community partner collaboration through various ways. In addition, enhanced information sharing with municipal partners. We're also looking at forecasting multi-year financial budgets. Next slide, please. I will give Brad the podium in a second here, but just wanted to give an overview of sort of the base funding, the wide variety of programs and services that we, of course, deliver now as a merged public health unit, largely dictated by the Ontario Public Health Standards. Thanks.
Sorry to pause you there for a minute. That podium goes up and down if you're tight on space or crunched over.
Good, it wasn't just me. You paused the timer, right? Okay, so currently we're in year 2 of merger funding, with year 3 beginning April 2026 and lasting until March of 2027. And the next slide kind of shows the costs that are covered by that merger funding. Proceeding to the next slide, this represents the projections of the financial reality of the Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit without the merger. We're projecting modest increases to expenses of 3.7%. However, that does not translate to a similar increase in municipal funding, as the province is only contributing a 1% increase. So a 3.7% increase in expenses was going to lead to a 10.5% increase to the municipal contribution. Similarly, for 26 and 27, we're projecting modest increases to expenses of 3.4 and 4.4% respectively, but that, again, that was going to lead to an 8.8 and 11.4% increase to the municipal funding. On the next slide, you can see the result of the merger, where a consolidated Grand Erie Public Health budget was approved by our Board of Health in April of 2025, and that 10.5% increase was reduced to 7.8, which is the amount we would require in municipal funding, but not the amount we're going to request, and I'll cover that in a few slides. The next slide illustrates the change to determine the cost share for Haldeman and Norfolk. Prior to the merger, there were different methodologies used between Haldeman Norfolk and Brantford and Brant, with Haldeman Norfolk using MPAC households and Brantford and Brant using MPAC population. Grand Erie Public Health decided to use MPAC population moving forward, and this table demonstrates that that resulted in a small shift of approximately 2.1% between Haldeman and Norfolk as a result. In theory, Norfolk has a higher proportion of households than population compared to Haldeman, essentially fewer persons per household. The next slide shows the consolidated cost share between each of the 4 participating municipalities using MPAC population, with Norfolk contributing 25.47% for 2026 using the July 2025 MPAC population count. The next slide, now that we have a consistent metric to identify the split amongst municipalities, we have to find a path to ensuring that each municipality is contributing a similar amount per capita using that MPAC population. Prior to the merger, Brantford and Brant were contributing 36.31 per capita, while Haldeman and Norfolk were contributing approximately 33.40 per capita. The plan to harmonize these contributions across municipalities assumes small increases for Brantford and Brant, which are already at the target contribution, with slightly larger increases for Haldeman and Norfolk, offset through provincial funding to smooth those increases between now and 2028. For the 2028 fiscal year, the expectation is that Norfolk would be contributing the same per capita as the city of Brantford and Brant County. On the next slide, you can see the 2026 budgeted increases are as a result of changes to revenues and expenses. Small decrease in revenue as the 2025 budget included the usage of deferred revenues, and there's a reduction in user fee revenue due to a change in practice for health inspections, and that is offset by the continued 1% increase in Ministry of Health funding. Expenses are slated to increase by less than 1% in the 2026 budget, with wages and benefits going up due to collective agreements and the individual step increases of our staff, as well as benefit costs increasing, as is happening in many sectors. This offset is offset by adjustments to the budget for benefits in comparison to 2025, where Grand Erie Public Health pays a lower WSIB rate than what it was previously budgeted by the Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit, and lower rates for our insured employee benefits.
Just under a minute remaining.
Almost there. What this slide also demonstrates is that the municipal increases projected for 26 and 27, as well as what was requested for 2025, are not as a result of significant increases to health unit expenses. Rather, it is a reflection of the effect on the cost share between the province and the municipalities, when the largest funder, the province, only provides a 1% increase to funding that has an exponential impact on municipalities. And then the next slide demonstrates the side-by-side comparison of projected municipal increases year over year with and without the merger. You'll notice significant cost savings for 2025 to 2027. And it also should be noted that 2028, the first year without any merger funding, is not on this slide. And there is work to do by the time we get to 2028. We're working to find cost savings. We're advocating to the ministry to cover some extended costs of harmonization. And there are still some unknowns in terms of the changes to the Ontario Public Health Standards and Public Health Ontario's funding review, which is expected to conclude 2027-2028. Thank you.
That's great, thank you. That last slide is really telling of the benefits that so far we've secured for the taxpayer on merging. Lots of work still to be done, but that's a great breakdown, especially if you're living in Brant County and City of Brantford. Any questions for the deputation? Councillor Van Andrieschie, then Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for the presentation. It was very informative. During the transition period time, hard assets that were purchased to set up the transition or the merger, are those costs already absorbed? Have they been included, or are they on a 10-year spread, or how would that work? Because if I was going to merge with somebody, I would like to make sure that my hard assets were paid for right at the get-go. Just wondering how that works with the with our merger.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair, merger funding would have covered any hard assets that were required for the merger. So a lot of that would have been IT equipment, both for individual staff and for the organization as a whole. So the funding came from the province to purchase those assets, and then internally we would amortize those over, I think, probably 2 to 3 years, typically is our process for hardware and software.
If I may, Madam Chair, just a further question to that. Then what we see is, oh, sorry? Thank you. When we take a look at the continuance of the process, and we have made savings to date, okay? In your mind, are you feeling confident that this will continue, that those savings will be there? Or are we going to get to a point of, we've always gotten help through the province in the beginning, and then it helps for a bit of time, and then all of a sudden, bang, it hits us to home where we're at. Do you have good confidence in the fact this merger, in its time outwards, when you're looking to that 10-year forecast, was beneficial or is beneficial?
That's a good question. Through the chair, there are some risks. So one of the significant costs of merging the two health units is harmonization of wages and benefits. We've had a consultant quantify that at roughly $900,000 per year to bring the two staffing levels to the same. The province has on and off again indicated that they would cover that cost moving forward, and if they do, then I am confident. If they do not, again, we have work to do, and Sarah touched on some organizational design that we are going through, as well as harmonizing agreements across the organizations, facility planning underway to maximize the facilities we have, but also kind of keep those costs under control. So there is a fair bit of work to do, and I'm, in summary, semi-confident.
A lot of unknowns still, which, but I can assure you that Councillor Huffman, Deputy Mayor Barry, Al, and Jason and I were just before the ministry talking about certainly wage harmonization being the largest concern and largest unknown factor, and we are not alone. We are one of many merged units, and they're all advocating and lobbying for that same clarity around that. Councillor Barry.
Thanks, Mayor. For Brad, I guess. And if you said this and I missed it, I apologize, but I missed it, so I need to know. Why aren't we, over time, balancing all the per capita contributions? Like, ongoing, there's a disparity there, and I'm just wondering, is the goal eventually to align them all, and it's just not showing, okay. So do you have a sense of when that will be all balanced?
Yeah, through the chair, the one slide did kind of show a plan.
Yep.
And there is ministry funding made available to kind of minimize the impact of that. So again, Brantford and Brant are already at the target.
That's right.
Halton and Norfolk need to come up. So there's ministry funding being used in 25, 26, and 27 to offset what we would have passed on to Norfolk as like a one-time, okay, now you're there. So by 2028, using that funding and the nominal increases you see, Norfolk does get to that limit. Haldeman has a little bit more work to do.
Okay.
But the goal is by 2028, at least 3 of the 4 are there, and then there might be some more advocacy for Haldeman just to avoid a significant double-digit percentage increase in that year.
Okay, so that's what I guess my question was. So there's one more column. If there was a column that said 2028 here, that one would have Norfolk County at $40.99 as well.
Yeah, so instead
Okay.
of 5.5, it might be, I think it's like 6% in that final year to get you there.
Got it. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And again, if I missed that, I apologize. But so I guess where I'm going with that is then, like over time, how do I say this? So I see sometimes the articles getting posted and the complaints and whatever else, and I understand it that Brantford's, well, how come this and how come that? And I'm wondering, as you work towards balancing those things, is that going to be something that's reported? How are we going to tell Brantford and Brant that they're getting a good deal over time without creating acrimony along the way? Because I realize that that's a politically charged issue, and I don't necessarily, I definitely don't want to see the politics of this undermining what is otherwise a good project. And I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot, but I want to make sure that we are addressing those things ongoing, because I don't want that acrimony to waylay this.
Thank you, and through the mayor, Councillor Berry. It is a difficult situation. I think everyone wants the best for their residents and wants the best efforts and services for the money that they're putting out. What we are doing through service harmonization and program harmonization is ensuring that all the residents across Grand Erie will have access to the same services, whether that is within a half an hour or what services are available to everyone. And so we need to continue advocating to all 4 of our municipalities that A, we're finding efficiencies where we can, but B, that we're providing the best service that we can to all the residents for the same per capita cost for every individual across the region.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like I say, I just didn't want politics to sort of torpedo you guys. So thank you very much.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, I just want to pick up, I think, for Mr. Stark. On the levy harmonization slide, and Councillor Berry was starting to reference it as well. So I think you said that by 2028, 3 of the 4 municipalities would be at the same level in terms of a per capita contribution, but Haldimand would have more work to do. I'm curious what that timeline looks like for Haldimand. Do you have a projection on that?
So through the chair, the ministry has kind of indicated that although merger funding ends of March of 2027, there might be avenues to extend small components of that, with levy harmonization being one of those things that they might consider a longer time frame. So it would just be a conversation probably between us and Haldimand to see what is palatable to them in terms of an increase. For 2025, I believe they're using upwards of $200,000 of provincial funding to bridge the gap between what Brantford and Brant is paying per capita and what they are paying per capita. And some of that is as a result of that change in metric. So moving from households to population actually penalized Haldimand in terms of what they're contributing. So I think without further mechanism or intervention beyond 2027, they'd be looking at a 14% increase in 2028. So if we can mitigate that for another couple, 2-3 years, I think it's in the best interest of us to do so.
I would also just add to that there was a lot of internal discussion pre-merger, pre-business case on the per capita and the impact. I know that's a long time ago. This should be vaguely familiar to some, but that was mutually agreed upon between Haldimand, Norfolk, and Brantford. So no surprises on that front. It's just interesting to see how we realize the actuals as we progress through the merger. The other thing that staff probably don't want to comment on, but politically I will, is the public health standards were set to be reviewed a long time ago. We did see a draft that has since been paused by the government, but that's that guiding document that's going to tell Grand Erie Public Health what type of services we must provide and what we may provide, and how we go about executing them. When we have that document, we would then be able to look at the organizational structure. Maybe it means we have to increase programs and services in some areas, but maybe it means that we're able to decrease elsewhere, if that is the will of the board. So that's another avenue to realize some savings and some adjustments. We're just in limbo right now. We've taken these 4 entities, these 2 mergers, 4 municipalities, two facilities, public health units, brought them together, and we're maintaining status quo. So we haven't been given an opportunity or an avenue to really dig into that organizational structure yet, but more to come on that. Councillor Breton, I apologize, I skipped you.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. My question is, the basis of everything boiled down to population then, correct? And was that a 2016 census? How did you arrive at the figures?
So we take, sorry, through the chair, we take the MPAC population figures that are produced monthly, I believe, and each municipality provides those, and we took July 2025 for 2026, and that's going to be the typical cadences, June or July of each year. Whatever those figures are will determine the cost share for the following year.
Okay, well, I think this year, is there not a new census? Like, that gives you the actual population. And I guess what I'm trying to, I look at Brant County and the city of Brantford, they seem to be booming over there. Their populations, I assume, may change based on the 26 census, I assume. But is there any benefit in the services that you provide for people that commute? Like, there's a lot of people that commute from Simcoe into Brantford and Brant County to work. Or is it strictly, no, here's what Norfolk or Holloman have for population? Is there any benefit to people that commute in there to work, the type of services that the health department provides?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, yes. So all of our offices, so we have 5 different offices where providing services, are available to all residents within GEPH's area. So if there's a Simcoe residence that feels that they're commuting back and forth to Brantford and it's easier to come to the Brantford office for service, then we're quite willing to do that. And we have done that with several, especially dental appointments and things like that, even for scheduling reasons, for different patients going back and forth from the 2 offices.
So do you anticipate a change in population in the next year if they do another census? I would think, just looking, I'm in Brantford once a week, and I just see the populations. They seem to be expanding over there a lot quicker than they are in Norfolk.
Through the chair, yes. So clearly the census will be different. We base all of our population on the MPAC data that comes out monthly. So we're using the July of the year before to dictate the population for the following year. So we're getting an annual population
What
number.
does MPAC tell you? Like, how do they refer to population? I know they have the assessment process.
Yeah,
but
Amy Fanning can probably chime in.
Thanks, and through Mayor Martin. So MPAC, as part of its mandate, determines property assessment, but they also maintain a database of property owners and tenants, which they use to support municipal enumeration and voter lists. And so that's the data that they keep, and that's how we tap into it, and they do update it monthly, as noted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if I could just ask one kind of broad question about the budget as a whole. I'll probably direct this one to Ms. Page. Similar to Councillor Berry's comments, there's been a lot of political comments and statements made. There's been a lot of media coverage, and the reality is that Grand Erie Public Health is doing a lot of really great work, but things have come under scrutiny, such as the budget, transparency, leadership changes, assets, purchases, all of that fun stuff that comes with change. Are you able to make a comment on the reality and actual facts of a transparent, open, published public budget, and maybe delineate some of those question marks that came with the process that came with the merger and the confidentiality that came with the merger as the province dictates?
Sure, that's a lot of questions all at once, but yes, I'll do the best that I can through the mayor to council. To start, the merger budget and the merger business case were confidential, an agreement made with the province and the 2 merging health units. There was a lot of inclusions in that budget that since have become public through board meetings and things like that. So education processes, strategic planning, our change management streams, the purchase of our IT equipment, things like that, to bring the 2 organizations together as one. We Jason and I are co-leading the organization, and we are fully transparent with our budgets. They come to our board every year. They go to the ministry on a quarterly basis. And so we're quite committed to the citizens of all of GEPH to come to council, present our budgets, make sure everyone knows where their money is being spent. And we continue to honor that in the future as well.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Van Passen might have a final question for you.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Just a simple question or a very complicated one, I'm not sure, but how much did you charge us in 2025, and how much are you asking for in 2026, and how much is that up in very simple numbers?
So through the chair, I don't have slide numbers, but it is on the slide. So in 2025, what we would have required to have a balanced budget from Norfolk was 2.1 million, but what we asked for and received was 2.066 million. So the difference between the two is the provincial funding that we utilize to cover the gap to get the levy harmonization up to an equal amount. So 2025, 2,066,400. 2026, 2,170,800. That is 5.5%.
That's, when I look at the document we got from our staff, there's a line of a budget amendment, and then there's an increase for 2026. So the amount of dollars you're actually going to get is up by 5.5% from what it was that you got last year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for joining us. I appreciate all that information. Mover and a seconder, please, to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? That is carried. Staff have a note here for me to discuss a budget timeline with you all that we are already 24 minutes over and past, but I'm sure we'll make it up somewhere. Just a reminder, whatever we don't finish today, we are finishing tomorrow. With that, we are going to move on to section 1 of the budget overview. It's item 5.1 CS 26005 draft 2026 levy operating budget. And I'm going to pass it over to our treasurer for some remarks and comments, and then we will work through their presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. It's okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today as we begin our review of Norfolk County's 2026 levy operating budget. As always, this document represents far more than numbers on a page. It reflects the collective work of staff across every division in the county, the direction of council, and the voices of residents who engaged with us in record numbers this year. I want to begin by acknowledging and thanking all of you, council, staff, and community members, for your contributions. The numbers in this document will direct the services that are provided to residents throughout the coming year, whether it's clearing our roads, maintaining our parks, providing supports to our most vulnerable, or responding in emergency situations. These numbers operationalize how Norfolk will work to meet resident needs across our beautiful municipality. This year's draft budget proposes a 7.4% increase to the net levy, bringing the total to $146.6 million. After assessment growth and education tax impacts, a typical residential property valued at about $246,000 would see a 5.5% increase, about $212 per year, which is roughly $4 a week. We recognize that any increase is significant to residents, and affordability remained a central consideration throughout this process. The drivers behind the levy increase are a blend of the familiar and the strategic. We start with a base budget increase for Norfolk's core operations, which is just 1.6%. This represents inflationary and contractual pressures that affect municipalities across the province, and for us demonstrates an increase that is less than the current rate of inflation. Then we layer on a significant portion at 2.5%, which continues our commitment to long-term infrastructure funding, an area in which Norfolk simply cannot afford to underinvest. Then we have council-approved initiatives, which add another 1.1%. These represent items that have already been approved throughout the year. New budget initiatives contribute another 0.5%, which are the new initiatives brought forward by staff with business cases that will be reviewed as council works its way through the budget book today. Next, we have increased policing costs accounting for 0.9%, and other requisitions adding a further 0.8%. And we gather all that together, and that's the 7.4%. Despite these pressures, we're fortunate this year to see a meaningful increase in our provincial Ontario Municipal Partnership funding, as well as an updated cap on OPP policing costs, both of which have helped to prevent a much higher levy impact. This budget continues to move Norfolk toward long-term financial sustainability. I know this is often discussed, but what do we mean by financial sustainability? Typically, in a municipal sense, financial sustainability refers to the ability of a municipality to maintain services, infrastructure, and financial commitments needed to meet the current and future community needs without shifting an unfair cost burden to future taxpayers, compromising service, or risking financial instability. We do this by ensuring that services can be delivered consistently at the desired quality and that they can be adapted as needed by the needs of our population as they change over time. Another way we ensure financial sustainability is by ensuring that we are good stewards of our local infrastructure, maintaining and replacing assets so that they stay in the intended state of good repair, providing maximum value to residents. Finally, we must also use debt and savings like our reserves in a practical and sensible manner to avoid creating liabilities that the county cannot sustain. The forecasts in this budget are designed to do all of those things. Our assessment growth is 1.27% this year, and it is being fully applied to reduce the levy impact, rather than split with capital reserves as we have done in previous years. This decision reflects our current economic reality and our shared responsibility to remain sensitive to household budgets. As always, our responsibility doesn't end with budget approval. Staff will continue to provide council with regular variance updates, capital status reporting, and continued year-end financial results, ensuring that ongoing transparency and accountability are upheld through 2026. In closing, I want to thank you again for your thoughtful engagement, your commitment to building a financially sustainable future for Norfolk County. This budget reflects difficult choices, steady progress, and continued focus on long-term stability. We look forward to working through the details with you today, and at this point I'll hand things over to Chris Everett and Amy Vesperini, who are going to go through some further details.
Thank you, Amy, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the 2026 Levy Operating Budget Review. I promise we will try to keep this informative, clear, and only moderately number heavy. If at any point you feel overwhelmed, just remember at least this is not the rate budget. For today's roadmap, we'll walk you through internal and external factors, budget pressures, engagement results, guidance, levy requirements, major budget drivers, and more. Basically everything that leads to why the numbers are the numbers. And if you're thinking that's a lot, you're right, but we will walk you through every step of the way. So first step, as we plan for 2026, we're navigating a macroeconomic climate that's, we'll call it character building. Growth is slowing, unemployment is rising, and global trade disruptions continue to ripple into supply chains. On the other hand, inflation is easing, which is good news. CPI is up 2.2% year over year, but construction cost pressures remain stubborn, with non-residential building costs up over 4%. So what does that mean for us? Higher costs for materials. A lot of what the county procures are higher cost goods like asphalt, pipes, and other core materials, which remain more unpredictable and more heavily influenced by global supply chains and uncertain U.S. trade policies. There is uncertainty in funding from upper levels of government. As we know, programs are always changing, and even for permanent programs, we don't always get information in a timely manner, which makes planning more difficult. As well, continued challenges with labor market. This is especially true for municipalities, which are expected to drive above average wage growth in the coming years. In short, stability is improving, but we're not out of the woods yet. Before we talk about the 2026 budget, we need to acknowledge where we're coming from. Taxation and rate budgets over the last few years were significantly impacted by inflation, supply chain constraints, and some necessary corrections following a number of years of accumulated pressures. For context, the 2025 net levy increase was 6.1%, with an average residential property assessed a 4.3% increase. Water and wastewater increases have been even greater than on the levy side and are projected to continue on this trend for some time, which we're well aware places additional affordability concerns on residents and businesses. Those prior year increases have helped us stabilize our financial footing, but they also set the stage for the work we need to do in 2026. First, we want to look at how we fared in 2025. As part of the budget process, finance staff, in conjunction with department staff, completed an updated review of the actuals spent to September 30th, 2025, and projected the year-end position for the levy operating budget. The updated projected year-end position results in a projected surplus of $8.4 million. The majority of the surplus is a result of salaries and benefits, supplementary taxes, payments in lieu of taxes, and fines and penalties. This is about a 6.2% surplus on the net levy, which is considered reasonable. Within Section 5 of the budget document on page 263, a high-level county summary comparing the Q2 and Q3 projected surplus is included. As well, you will see it within each department as we work our way through the document. Overall, the 6.2% surplus is considered reasonable. The actual ending surplus amount will be recommended to be used for debt mitigation and to bolster reserves, both of which help financial sustainability for the county and taxpayer affordability into the future. Next, we have budget engagement, which was exceptional this year, and I don't say that lightly. We launched the 2026 budget engagement campaign last July, and participation increased dramatically. Highlights of this year's engagement include over 1,200 survey responses, which is a 390% increase over the prior year, 446 participants in our budget challenge activities, with the majority of those at our in-person engagement events. We conducted these at a few festivals across the county to connect with residents, and also used it as a tool to promote further engagement through the survey. We had over 3,500 website visits for the engagement page, and we also saw some very clear themes as well. Residents value core services and infrastructure renewal, but are concerned about rising costs. This year's engagement genuinely shaped decisions in the draft budget, and the volume of input also proves that people do in fact read municipal budget material, which is comforting. We're looking forward to continuing these enhanced engagement efforts in 2026 as we prepare for the 2027 budgets. Budget guidance is also a significant factor in preparing the budget. Council provided clear guidance early in the process when the guidance report was presented in July, and I'm pleased to report that we met and in some cases surpassed those targets. So guidance included targeting no more than a 7.4% average residential tax increase, using the first 1% of assessment growth to reduce the levy impact, ensuring NBIs were reviewed in detail and presented to council prior to inclusion in the budget, and maintaining all existing financial policies. As you can see, the results were that the actual median residential tax impact is proposed at 5.5%, lower than the target by nearly 2%. Assessment growth came in slightly higher than the 1%. However, the decision was made during budget development to not apply the additional 0.3% to reserves. This was a result of current affordability concerns for residents, supported by the fact that we now have a long-term strategy in place for infrastructure funding as a result of the asset management plan approval in 2025. As such, that decision helped to keep the increase below guidance. As well, we have 7 NBIs proposed and included within the document you're seeing today. They have an impact of 0.7 million, or roughly 0.5% on the levy, and all key financial policies remain in place. In short, we stayed disciplined, strategic, and policy aligned, and significant effort was made to ensure that the budget supports service delivery and sustainability. With that, I will pass things over to Amy for a bit.
Thanks, Chris. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to walk you through how we arrived at the draft budget being presented today, shortly after the 2025 budget was approved, because it is always budget season after all. Finance began a detailed review of our interdepartmental charges. This included both the methodology behind them and whether the charges themselves were still valid. You might be wondering, what exactly are interdepartmental charges and why do we have them? Interdepartmental charges, or ICs as we like to call them, help show us the true cost of operating a department when certain services are centralized. They also help us reduce the tax levy by appropriately charging costs to funded areas wherever that's allowed under funding agreements with our external partners. However, before I go any further, it's important to note that interdepartmental charges do not drive net levy changes. They only redistribute the existing costs, so they appear in the departments that actually use the services. Phase 1 of our review focused on several corporate service areas, including human resources, information technology, finance general operations, purchasing, and communications. This phase was completed in 2025. Phase 2, planned for 2026, will look at fleet, facilities, and insurance. During Phase 1, finance staff work closely with departmental teams to identify the services each area provides, determine the most appropriate methodology to allocate those costs, and decide what charges should or should not be applied. A few key impacts came out of this work. Some charges were removed, either because they didn't meet the criteria for internal services or because we didn't have a reliable or easily updatable way to allocate them. For areas that are being charged out, those budgets are now being allocated entirely to the departments that use the services. Because of this more accurate distribution, you will see significant shifts in the departmental and divisional budgets. These shifts reflect better alignment, not increases in overall spending. This work supports a more transparent and consistent budgeting process and ensures our departments reflect the full cost of the services they rely on. With all of that groundwork in mind, we've also taken the opportunity to redesign the development level budget reports to improve clarity and transparency. As you can see on this slide and throughout the full budget document, all the interdepartmental charges and recoveries are now shown separately at the bottom of each department's summary report. Here's how the layout works. First, you will see a gray subtotal that includes all the departmental budget items, excluding interdepartmental charges. This represents the department's controllable base operation costs. Below that is the new section specifically for interdepartmental allocations. If a department has recoveries or charges, you will see a separate line for each and then a subtotal for that section. And finally, at the bottom, you will see the total, the familiar black net levy requirement line that you are used to. The structure is the same. We've just tried to make the components clearer so you can easily see what's within a departmental's control and what's allocated to and from the department. We're hoping this format provides a transparent view of the departmental operations while still keeping the overall summary consistent with previous years. With that, we come to the net levy requirement in the draft 2026 budget. As Amy mentioned, we start with the 2025 net levy requirement of $136.4 million. To that, we add requisitions of $2.3 million, equivalent to a 1.7% increase. These amounts include conservation authorities, Linwood Arts, the Grand Erie Public Health, Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, the Norfolk County Public Library, and Police Services, all external partners or boards of the county. To that, we add service level charges of $5.6 million. These are broken into two pieces. The council approved initiatives throughout the year of $4.9 million, which includes the 2.5% increase for infrastructure funding, and the SLT recommended new budget initiatives of $727,300 or 0.5%. Together, they make up 4.1% of the budget increase. Lastly, we add net operational charges of $2.2 million, or the 1.6%. This reflects contractual inflationary pressures, budget reductions identified in the review, and increases in revenues and provincial funding where we've got them. Despite pressures, county staff were able to hold the base budget increase below inflation, which is a significant accomplishment. When you combine all of these items, you arrive at the net levy requirement of $146 million. And this figure does not include any discretionary items. If council wishes to add any items or any enhancements to the net levy requirement, it will increase accordingly. So as I noted, it does not include any discretionary items. However, there are a number of items that have been brought forward by the county staff and external organizations to Budget Committee in October, as well as through subsequent CIC and council meetings. These items are consolidated in the agenda item 5.2, which will be presented later in the proceedings. The report provides further details, supporting documentation, and context to help council's decision-making on each item. Should council wish to include any of these items in the 2026 budget, a motion will be required at the appropriate point in the agenda. At this time, I'm going to provide a very high-level summary of the items for consideration, simply to keep them top of mind as we move through the rest of the components already included in the budget. The Norfolk Haldeman Community Hospice has requested a $750,000 contribution from Norfolk County towards the construction of their new facility. The impact on the budget is showing as nil. Our staff are proposing a phased 2-year approach using legacy fund interest. At the September 9th Council and Committee meeting, an artificial intelligence policy was brought forth for approval and implementation. The cost for additional AI tools is $25,000. As requested, a business case has been brought forth for security options at both the County Administration Building and the Gilbertson Administration Building, with the highest costing option at $151,000. The Norfolk County Public Library presented 3 requests to Council at the October 17th Budget Committee meeting. The requests include a permanent full-time manager of programming and outreach, a permanent part-time training and development coordinator, and 4 part-time library assistants, and extending the library hours at all locations. The total ask for all of their requests is $417,000 for about 31% increase. The proposed 2026 operating budget includes a 4% increase for the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. In addition, they are requesting a project manager. It is noted that this cost would apply to funding for both Haldeman and Norfolk based on the funding agreement. It is noted that unanimous consent from both Haldeman and Norfolk councils is required for any staffing changes to be approved. And lastly, the discussion about whether to remain a member of SCORE has been raised a number of times over the past couple of years, and as Norfolk is an active member of WOW-C as well, staff have included the information on both memberships to give council the opportunity to have that discussion today, if you so wish. Both organizations require a full 1 year's notice to cease membership, and because of the notice period, the financial impact would be seen in the 2027 budget. The total net levy requirement impact of adding these initiatives is $669,700, or 0.5%. What does this actually mean for the residents of Norfolk County? To help answer that, let's look at the impact on the median residential assessed property, as this continues to be the most common and relatable metric we use when discussing the annual budget impact on homeowners. While the net levy requirement is the main driver of municipal taxes, there are a couple of other factors that influence property taxes as well, including assessment growth resulting from new or improved properties and changes in education tax rates provided by the province. For 2026, the overall assessment growth is estimated at $1.7 million, which represents an approximate 1.3% reduction to the median tax increase. As noted earlier, the Treasurer has elected to apply the growth towards the levy, mitigating this impact. The province, again, has chosen not to change education tax rates for 2026 and have remained the same since 2021, resulting in a 0.6% reduction to the overall impact as well. The province has not made any announcements regarding updates to the assessment system or when a province-wide reassessment might occur, so assessment values continue to reflect the 2026 base year. That said, even with no province-wide reassessment, the median residential assessed value for 2026 has increased slightly to $246,000. This is driven by residential renovations that have added living space or value to properties like finished basements, new garages, or other accessory buildings, and new home construction, both being assessed using the 2026 valuation metrics. New homes tend to have a higher assessment because today's builds often include more modern features, better building materials and energy efficient systems, and larger overall living space. These factors naturally lead to a slightly higher assessed value even without the general reassessment. When we pull all of this together, the levy changes, assessment growth, and education rates, the 2026 tax increase for the median residential property comes in at lower than the overall municipal increase. The impact for 2026 is 5.5%, equal to approximately $4.09 per week. We've mentioned a few times today that while the draft budget being presented is within guidance set by Council, it was certainly not an easy task. Throughout the process, our overall target was to produce a budget at or below the 8.5% projection, while still maintaining a strong focus on financial sustainability. The budget process began in earnest in June, with staff preparing budget guidelines and projected targets that were presented to Council in July. From there, departments worked through the development of the capital plan, the submission, review, and ranking of the new budget initiatives brought forth. The early development, staff were anticipating meeting the 8.5% increase through a number of strategies to ensure the target would be the highest level presented to Council. These strategies included clear communications with budget, guidelines, targets, and updates communicated clearly throughout the year. This ensured everyone had a consistent understanding of expectations, major pressures, timelines as the process unfolded. Finance staff worked closely with department leaders to review trends, validate assumptions, and make necessary refinements. This rigorous review process resulted in an overall base increase of just 1.6%, which was the huge factor in achieving the target. New budget initiative requests were thoroughly and carefully analyzed, deliberated, and ranked. Each request was evaluated based on need, impact on operations and service levels, alignment with strategic priorities, and long-term sustainability, ensuring only the most critical items were recommended for consideration. In addition, there were two significant external factors that influenced the budget before you today. As mentioned earlier, last year the OPP contract came in significantly higher for many municipalities, and the Solicitor General provided relief for 2025. On October 26, 2025, the county received a letter from the Solicitor General confirming that for 2026, there would be an 11% cap on policing costs compared to 2025. For Norfolk, this resulted in a cost increase of 1.23 million, or 0.9% of the net levy. Additionally, last year, the province announced an increase to the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund allocation beginning in 26 and beginning in 25 and continuing in 26. The funding is formula-based, considers location, property assessment levels, fiscal circumstances, and transitional assistance. For Norfolk County in 2026, it resulted in a 0.7 million increase, or a 0.5 on the net levy. This gives us a solid understanding of how we got here, the processes, the strategies, the external factors that shaped this year's draft budget. So we're going to turn our attention to the budget before us. Right now, you're probably thinking back to when Chris said, this is going to be a lot at the start of the presentation. So with that in mind, we're going to get to what's actually in the draft budget. On this slide, we'll break down the major components of the 2026 budget, highlighting the key cost drivers, representing the budgetary changes that are included in the draft budget, resulting in the net levy increase of 10.1 million, or 7.4%. 2.5%, or the 3.4 million of the expenditures provided, are related to infrastructure funding, reserve transfers, and debt payments, as approved by council. Salaries and benefit increases of 1.6 million, the result of contract merit benefit increases, as well as the impacts of staff turnover and job evaluations. Where funding is received to offset salaries and benefits, those costs have been excluded from this figure as they do not drive the levy impact. As we have all experienced, the cost of food continues to rise. Norview Lodge is facing these same pressures, with it requiring $260,800 in additional funding to maintain resident food and nutrition standards. The county has recently completed a sign reflectivity study, which identified required repairs, updates for regulatory and safety compliance. And at the same time, increased repairs are needed for our aging street lighting infrastructure. Combined, these pressures total $252,900. The county relies on a range of specialized software. Contract renewals and cost escalations across all these platforms total $325,000. As noted multiple times now, the 11% provincial cap for policing services is a $1.2 million increase. And lastly, the service changes for new budget initiatives and council-approved initiatives, excluding infrastructure funding, have a $2.2 million impact. A summary of these initiatives is provided in Section 5 of the budget package. There are also some positive impacts offsetting the overall increase. User fees approved by council in November, combined with higher volumes in certain areas, are resulting in a $354 increase in revenues, as well as the funding of $722,800. All in all, these items represent the largest changes included in the draft budget and explain how we've arrived at the overall levy impact. Now we turn our attention to the service level increases included in the 2026 budget. Senior leadership team received numerous submissions from departments totaling over $5.2 million in requests and proposing 38.9 full-time equivalent positions. SLT spent considerable time reviewing these submissions, evaluating pressure points, assessing operational risk, and working to minimize the impact on the levy while addressing the most critical needs. All of this was done keeping in mind the significant economic pressures we continue to face, the budget guidance provided by council, limited staffing and financial resources, and the county's overall strategic priorities. For 2027, there are 7 new budget initiatives that SLT is recommending for consideration. These initiatives were presented in detail at the October Budget Committee, along with comprehensive business cases outlining financial impacts, service improvements, risks, and alignment with strategic initiatives. I will give you a summary of each so that you are reminded of what we presented in the fall, and I'm presenting in the order that council has ranked these, that SLT has ranked these, excuse me. First is this risk and claims specialist. This initiative increases the staffing complement in the risk insurance area of finance from 1 to 2 FTEs. This position will reduce insurance costs, minimize the need for external adjusters, and generate new revenue through a structured cost recovery program for damage to county property. Because of the savings and recoveries are expected to fully offset the cost, this initiative will have no impact on the levy. A fleet and training compliance officer. This role supports the creation of a fleet training compliance program, ensuring that Norfolk County's fleet is operated safely in compliance with the regulatory requirements and managed in a way that reduces incidents and damage. This position is essential for operator and public safety. The levy impact is $133,900. The Stormwater Management Program is requesting operating funds to hire a consultant to conduct CCTV inspections and condition assessments of stormwater infrastructure. The benefits include identifying upgrade and replacement needs, supporting future development, and strengthening long-term capital planning. The program would operate on a 10-year cycle, assessing 1/10 of the system each year. The levy impact is $300,000. A development compliance technologist. This position enhances engineering's ability to support growth and development, particularly during the construction and assumption phases of land development. The role improves service levels for the development community, and because it is partially offset by inspection fees, the levy impact is $26,100. Service Norfolk agents at the Gilbertson Administration Building. Originally presented as customer service representatives in October, this initiative has been refined. It provides for 2 full-time Service Norfolk agents at the Gilbertson Administration Building through converting an existing 0.5 FTE and adding 0.93 FTEs, resulting in an overall 1.43 increase to the Service Norfolk complement, the equivalent to 3 part-time positions. This will allow 2 experienced full-time agents to move to GAB. The overall net levy impact will be $102,900. Adding a full-time mechanic allows more repairs to be performed in-house, which will reduce the reliance on external contractors, improves internal service responsiveness, and decreases downtime for unexpected repairs. Because the contracted service savings is expected to fully offset the position, this initiative again has no impact on the levy. The last initiative is for a bylaw enforcement officer. This position would be assigned a dedicated zone for bylaw investigations and would oversee and administer all parking enforcement activities. The levy impact includes $45,000 for a one-time cost for a vehicle and $119,400 ongoing, for a total impact of $164,400 in 2026. The detailed business cases for each of these initiatives has been included in your budget packages. You will find them within the applicable divisions following the corresponding department budgets. A summary of all the new budget initiatives is provided on page 245. The budget also includes all the service level changes that were approved by council for implementation in 2026. The complete list of those is located in your budget binder on page 246. And for ease of reference, the financial impacts of both the MBIs and CIAs are shown in your budget reports within the clearly identified columns. And now that we've explored everything in the 2026 increase, and before anyone starts pretending that they love budget math as much as I do, we're going to widen the lens, and I'm going to give it back to Chris to explain how these dollars turn into actual services for our residents.
So this slide breaks down where each tax dollar goes, a helpful reminder that municipal services are broad, diverse, and interconnected. It should be familiar to you, but we've revised some categories to better align with our new corporate structure and have noted the internal versus external services as well. It's easy to see that the largest portion of every tax dollar is allocated toward capital infrastructure. This includes debt servicing costs and transfers to reserves to fund future asset renewal and replacement, which is no surprise given our messaging in recent years and the size of our capital budget. Since this is such a large portion of each tax dollar, it is also no surprise that it's one of our major budget drivers for the overall levy increase this year. It is also important to note that the allocation of funds is generally in alignment with much of the feedback that we received through budget engagement, which indicated that infrastructure renewal was a top priority in addition to essential services like emergency response and roads. These are themes that have carried through engagement campaigns for several years. At this time, we're nearing the end of our presentation and preparing to hand the review of the document over to council. But before we do, it is important to recognize that the budget is based on best estimates available at the time of development. As information typically improves with time, perfect information is not available during the budget preparation process, and this results in a level of risk in the budget, which we should be mindful of. So a few risks to bring to council's attention. We now have an approved asset management plan, which has addressed some risks from previous years, but it does bring forward some others. Detailed asset condition data continues to be refined, and as more information becomes available, there is risk that additional financial requirements may be identified. As well, as you saw in November, with the approval of our capital plan, it has grown significantly based on the asset management plan. And that means in future years, with limited available resources, it could become difficult for the county to complete all of the work. This is something that will require continued monitoring. The last few years have seen a number of legislative changes as well. In addition to funding, programs are often changing at both levels of government. All of this can mean uncertainty for how we operate specific programs, as well as the levels of funding that we receive. As well, as I mentioned earlier, recruitment and retention of staff remains a challenge in the municipal sector in general, and this is expected to continue to be a factor in 2026. In order to reduce the risk as much as possible, a few strategies have been employed. Over the last several years, council and staff have worked hard to make improvements in budgeting processes, instituted cost control measures, and have conducted thorough reviews of each budget area to identify anomalies. Staff also plan to continue with variance reporting, as Amy mentioned earlier, so that risks and funding strategies can be identified during the year if issues arise. Last year, we also began to present a revised forecast for the levy budget at the time of the document, which was an improvement over previous years, and as I noted earlier, we have continued this for 2026. This allows for more current forecasting to accompany the budget related to decision making. Staff have also worked to identify items that pose risk to our budget as quickly as possible through regular environmental scanning and participation in user groups with our peers, such as the Ontario Regional and Single Tier Treasurers, as well as the Municipal Finance Officers Association. Continued updates to key finance policies are also a focus to ensure that we have proper checks in place to mitigate risk. It should be noted that if financial pressures from these factors continue over the long term, this may impact budgets in the future, which takes us to our last slide. Here we look beyond 2026. The forecast shows continued above inflation pressures over the next several years, largely driven by our infrastructure renewal needs and associated reserve funding. These projections emphasize the importance of staying the course on financial sustainability. The earlier choices council has made, particularly around infrastructure funding, are helping us stabilize long-term trends, but we still have work ahead. Projections shown here are very high-level estimates. They have been based on known variables like the planned 2.5% annual increase related to asset management, as well as an assumed 3% increase in most expenditure categories. Revenues have been forecasted similarly to expenditures, except for where ministry funding has remained stagnant over the last few years or where reductions are known. These estimates will be refined as we come back in the summer for budget guidance, and as well so that council is aware and of a more accurate picture of what to expect for next year. Also worth noting is that these projections are the forecasted net levy increase and not the actual impact for residential property, which also depends on education rates from the province and impacts from assessment growth. To steal a line from our friends at Grand Erie Public Health, overall, to summarize, I am semi-confident. All that being said, it's time to return our focus to 2026. So in closing, thank you for listening. I know that budgets are complex and sometimes the numbers feel relentless, but this budget reflects disciplined planning, a lot of collaboration, and a commitment to delivering services responsibly and sustainably. We will be happy to take any questions, and we will hand things back over to Mayor Martin.
Great job, finance staff. Thanks for getting us back almost on track. What I'm going to do is open it up for questions. I have Councillor Columbus first, but just as a reminder, we'll keep it specifically to the report, no specific budget items. Let's leave the NBIs alone. So if you have guidance, engagement, inflation, budget drivers, growth assessment, those types of questions, go at it now. And then specific line items we will do after we take a break. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is with respect to the new budget initiatives for 2026. Is the full amount, the whole 12 months, included in the 2026 budget? Like, for example, the fleet training compliance officer, 133,900, or is it, or have you looked at reducing it to just 9 months, and all the others the same? Because many of them start April the 1st.
Let's park that till we get to the NBI section. We'll come back to that. Councillor Breton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Martin. My question is very brief. What is 1% in dollars and cents on the net tax levy of 146,000, or 146 million, sorry. Wish it was thousands.
You and me both. Through the mayor to Councillor Breton, 1% is approximately 1.36 million.
1.36 million equals 1%. Okay, thank you.
Mine are just general on a couple thoughts I had. Coming out of Roma, we heard there's a provincial theme where I think they think municipalities are flush with reserve balances, and we can get into this in the reserves. But when you were talking about the new structure on the interdepartmental charges, could we create for future budgets the completely uncommitted amount and the complete like preferred investment on the 10-year capital for reserve balances? So when we have a readily available number that says we have $7 million in this reserve, and then the province says, great, you don't need our money, we go, actually it should be 21 million based on our capital, so pretend it's in a deficit, because that is committed dollars. Just a structural, maybe an extra column that we could include in future budgets to give council perspective and then share that provincially?
Sure, we can certainly bring that back.
Okay, and then with the NBIs, it was listed at the total amount that staff had prioritized. Is that the amount that came forward, or is that the what fully was flushed out and then staff prioritized?
Through you and to you, Madam Mayor, I think you're referring to, there was 39-ish FTEs referenced. That would have been the original list that was brought forward that SLT reviewed and reduced.
I love that. I have struggled every single year with how should staff present their NBIs to us, and the first year it came with a full list of all their requests, but we cut those off the list, and then council members started to kind of cherry pick them, and I'm torn between we should be aware of what staff are asking for, but we can't accommodate them all, and we shouldn't cherry pick off of a ranked list that staff have already deemed should not come forward to council. So maybe an extra sheet in the report moving forward that doesn't necessarily give the full nitty-gritty on what the full requests were, but the number of FTEs, you've touched on it, but just a little bit more information, the dollar value attributed to that, and then potential, service level increase here, or FTE increase here, or net neutral there, just to give council some perspective of, in your conversations, what staff are lacking in, what they're needing, because maybe we catch it the next year. Maybe it's prioritized next year, but maybe it's also not. So when we see ultimately that we only have, less than 10 FTEs, but there was a request for 39, that gives us great perspective, but it doesn't list the items for us to go, oh, a new member of this or a new member of that. So that's it's vague enough that it gives us perspective, I suppose, is what I'm getting at. I liked that. Okay, well, great job, staff. Thanks for the presentation. We clawed back some time, but we're still about 10 minutes behind. So why don't we just take a very quick break right now for a washroom coffee refill, and then we will come back and get back to work? Less than 10 minutes if we can? Okay.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety, and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small-town charm
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to pick up where we left off. I don't have many remarks prepared today for the budget. It is what it is, and as it has been for several years. The one thing I will say is that, staff, I know, worked very, very hard on preparing this budget and really had many iterations that they continued to go back to the drawing board to make sure it was affordable as possible of an increase for the taxpayers, and really it doesn't leave too much for council to go through. So while we have a lower impact than what we initially endorsed at 7.4, coming in at 5.5, including the 2.5 infrastructure commitment that this council has made, I think maybe staff did the hard work for us. So I'll be interested to see how the conversations go as we get going. I also just wanted to remind everyone on the impacts of growth for all of the heat and the flack that this council takes for growing our community and expanding our community. It's noted in our budget document, there's 467 homes contributing 1.27% of a reduction overall on the budget. So when folks want, lower property taxes, but increased services, we have to manage, there has to be a compromise somehow, and 1.27% is nil, in my opinion. So all of that to say, great work by staff. I'll be interested to see where council wants to sink their teeth into the budget, and what we'll do to make sure that it's fully flushed out before we take it to the public and to the residents. We are on section 2, which is requisitions from boards and agencies. The clerk would like a motion to receive the presentation from staff as information. Councillor Berry moves, Councillor Michele seconds. All in favor? Carried. Sorry, one moment to review my notes here. All right, boards and requisitions, section 2 of the budget package. There's a summary, and then we will move into the specifics. So I've declared on police services, let's leave that a little bit later. And start off page 47, Long Point Region Conservation Authority. Maybe the chair or vice chair want to provide some remarks. Councillor Van Passen?
I will offer up some. I did chair the Audit and Finance Committee last year, and we came in at 0, so I hope that the county council is happy with our hard work, and I don't know what more we can say, so we're doing our best. We've got a few challenges coming up in 2026 with the new proposals from the province, but we will deal with that as the year unfolds. And I'm sure our new chairman, Councillor Brunton, will take the charge on that, or the lead on that. So thank you.
Councillor Brunton, then Vanden Driesch.
Just very quickly, so our finance people, we cashed in a PPN or canceled it and bought a GIC a while back, and it's proven out very, very successful, interest-wise. So anyways, thank you.
Councillor Vanden Driesch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. The Long Point Regional Conservation Authority, you set out a budget. I'm just going to get familiarized myself and just kind of repeat things that I do know, but at the end of the day. You set out your budget, your optimism for the year, what you're planning to do, and do you ever make any significant cuts? Like if we were to say no, we will not approve the increase, what would you do, just out of curiosity? Because it is a taxpayer funded initiative as well.
I'll speak to it, and maybe Chris wants to add to it, but we are assessed separately, Norfolk, for our major structures, and that's why we get dinged a little more, if I can use that word, for our share of the costs. But overall, it's I use the word, it's very profitable. All the park systems, it's, how do I put it, a little more self-sustaining than some of the other operations we carry out, but I'm very pleased with our finance department over there. We, if you cut something out of it, I don't know, we've never had that issue to deal with as a board. People question it all the time when we're doing the budget, but I've never had anybody, we do cut things out at that time or change things around, but we've never had any opposition from any of the other municipalities that I'm aware of. So.
And thank you for that. Just for the general public realizes that you have a slim budget, you're bare bones, you're doing as much as you can do with the dollars you have. As well as, just if I could ask a forecasting question, with this initiative that the province is looking at of amalgamating, and it's a big issue, and I understand that, do you feel, I pose the question to Councillor Van Passen because he's on the Finance Committee, do you see that as something that is beneficial to the taxpayer, or do you think it's not something we're going to like too much?
That is the unknown that we're dealing with, that I think the entire board of the LPRCA supports the concept of we would like control to spend our money on the things that we believe to be important to the residents of the watershed. And we have a great fear we're going to lose that. And, you know, I keep throwing Bacchus as the one good example to, you know, we subsidize the education center at Bacchus so the school kids can go there. That's subsidized by profits that we make from our parks and events like that, and our lumber harvest and things like that. That's important to the people of the watershed. It's important to the board. And our biggest fear is that we're going to lose that if it's amalgamated into a large geographic area with no representation whatsoever from Norfolk County sitting on that new board. We don't know that yet. So that is our fear, and that's what we're trying to have some discussions with the province to try to alleviate as best we can. So,
Councilor Brown.
And just to follow up to your other question, the way that LPRCA is set up and under the Conservation Authorities Act, when the budget is approved there, it's a weighted vote. And since Norfolk County actually is more than 50% of the entire levy comes from Norfolk County, the 4 members that come from Norfolk have the ability to not approve the budget and send it back through that weighted vote process, because I think our votes count for 51% of the votes, and it needs, so if we all voted no, so your representation is there to do the benefit already of looking after Norfolk County's levy dollars. So.
Councilor Brunton, final remarks on this one?
Yeah, just briefly, I don't think a lot of people realize the impact of the Conservation Authority and the parks and their Bacchus and all the things they have for tourism here in the summer. The parks are full. You know, if it's blended with people from here to Windsor, which they're looking at tentatively, we have a lot to lose. I did have a brief discussion with Mr. McCarthy at the Roma conference, and we gave him a good package, or I gave him a good package and left him my card, and I said if there's any questions, but that came from probably 100 other municipalities at the same time. So anyways, that's where we're at, so thank you.
Your treasurer told me at Roma the LPRCA parks create $2.2 million in revenue annually for your own budget. All right, Grand River Conservation Authority, page 48. Councilor Van Passen.
Just again, some background. There's a very small portion of Norfolk County that ends up in that watershed, and Norfolk County Council delegates the position on that board to the members from Haldeman, who they look after Norfolk's interest in that small little area. So.
All right, moving along, page 49 is Linwood Arts Center. Councilor Barry.
Thanks, Mayor. So we see, you know, we know the story on the Linwood Arts Center. They're here as a deputation last meeting. I'm wondering, because I just don't know how this works. So with the potential change in the building and ownership and how this whole thing operates, is there an opportunity to put a freeze on this? Or, like, I don't want to allocate this just because we pass it today and that building, we don't know what's going to happen with the building. So that's what I don't want to do, is approve an allocation that we may not need to approve.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would answer that as follows. I think there's a lot of risks and assumptions in this budget, assuming where we're going to be in 2026. My advice to council would be to budget according to what we know today. And if council and Linwood is not in a position to revise the current agreement, this is what we're committed to do for 2026. So I would recommend we pass as recommended here, and should there be some changes to the arrangement, then there will be a budget amendment that would follow, and 2026 would be adjusted accordingly.
Good enough, thank you.
And we'll hold on to any funding until all of the existing agreements are upheld and so on? Okay. Grand Erie Public Health, page 50 in the binder. Any additional questions on that one? Okay, Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation is page 51 and 52. For clarity to finance staff, you want us to deal with the positions presently, or you've got later when you, okay, thanks. So no need to debate that, just any questions, I suppose, or operating normal budget items, I would call them, on the floor. Okay, seeing none. We have the public library for Norfolk County Public Library, page 53 through to 56. Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As council can see, one of the issues that the library is facing is that they are growing in terms of their service to the public and the number of visitors and all of the activities that they are managing and running. They have been doing that, with a request for some additional staffing to acknowledge that growth. And I just kind of want to put that in context that they have been requesting some of this additional staffing for some time. And again, they continue to grow, and I think the council may need to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Any other library question? Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you, and thank you, Councillor Michelli, for your comments. I wonder if, I'm sure we'll talk about it a little bit more later, but perhaps between now and then, could we find out how many FTEs have been added in this term of council for the library? I know that there are requests every year, as Councillor Michelli has said, and some we've granted and some we haven't. I'm just curious what we have done in this term.
Councillor Barry.
Thanks. I have a question also, for the programs, and maybe one of the library board members knows, and if not, maybe by the time we get to the MBIs, we can know as well. But I see that the total programs offered has dropped considerably, and I'm just wondering if we know why that is. It's a huge drop, 700.
Ms. Kent actually just walked in behind you, so
did she?
maybe you can repeat your question, and she could come up and answer very briefly for us.
Mind. Okay, you seem like you mind. Okay, that's right. Okay, so anyway, sorry, Mike. Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Barry, would you repeat your question?
Yeah, sorry. So just, are you set? Are you going to take questions? You ready? Okay. So my question, Julie, if you could help me here, is I'm looking at the your section of the operating budget and the requisitions there, and it says total programs offered. There's a huge spike in 2024 over 2023, and then it's gone back way back down in 2025. And I'm just wondering what that spike is, and if I just wanted to know. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question.
Sorry, if I may interrupt, staff, are you able to put the report up on the screen? That's page 53. Then Julie can see it as well. Go ahead.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes. Thank you very much for that question. From 2023 to 2024, we saw an increase in demand from the public for programs at the library at all across the system, so staff responded. And that would be the number of 1,660 in 2024. However, when we were not able to get funding for additional staffing that would help continue delivering that number and make that sustainable, we had to make a decision to cap the number of programs delivered across the system to 950 annually. Our staff were just stretched too far to deliver programs and service the community, so we had to make a decision to ensure that we could provide high quality programs but still balanced with delivering service to the community at the service point, and our staff were getting burnt out, so we made that decision.
So just so I have understanding though, so how are the programs, how is the extra 700-ish programs funded in 2024?
That's through the Chair, to the councillor, that's a very good question. We tapped our casual staff quite a bit, but we have a reduced number of casual staff right now. We had some volunteers, and our volunteer cohort has changed, and we don't have the number of volunteers that would help support the program. It's not that volunteers deliver, but they're there to support staff. We also pulled staff off of the frontline desk to deliver a program. So we stretched staff throughout that year.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks. Great timing to answer that. Any other questions on the library until we get into the positions later, which is, again, page 53 to 56? Seeing none. Great. If I could, Deputy Mayor Barry, I would pass the chair over to you for police service budget. Starts on page 57 to 59, and when you are finished with that discussion, the clerks would like to see a mover and a seconder to pass that section without me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I suppose we'll just follow the same format then. So we start, as the Mayor said, page 57. We see what's there. Are there any questions to staff? Okay, well, then seeing none, we'll ask for a motion to approve this separately from the rest, and then we'll go back to the Mayor. Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Van Adrici. Any debate? Okay, all those in favor? Thanks very much. Done.
That was efficient. Thank you. Section 3, divisional operating budgets. We will have these completed by each division. General manager presentation, hopefully 10 minutes. Questions from committee, hopefully 20 minutes. And then we'll get into the new business initiatives. So who do I have up first? 5.1.2, page by page. Corporate revenue and expenditures. I believe I'm going to pass it back over to Ms. Fanning. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, and through you. The corporate revenues and expenditures area is the section of the budget that staff use to record all revenues and expenses that do not fit into a specific operating department and have more of an overall corporate impact. Here you will find payments in lieu of taxes, supplemental property tax payments, Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund revenue, investment and interest income, reserve transfers, some debt costs, and the county's budget for DC exemptions. Prior year achievements include transitioning from a 3-year process to a 2-year process for tax sales, initiating the DC background study, which will be completed in 2026, and implementing an e-billing option for property taxes, which has resulted in 1,000 individuals being enrolled. Objectives for the coming year include finalizing the implementation of electronic tax certificates and completing the DC background study. Major budget drivers in this area include adjustments to provincial funding, salaries and benefits, financial charges, and interdepartmental charges. It's also important to note that the increase in reserve contributions reflected in the CAI column, which is part of the 2.5% increase to infrastructure funding, which Council previously approved. Specifically noted here, increases to the fleet reserve and the new incremental capital reserve. Lastly, I want to note that the reduction in transfers to operating reserves, which represents a reduction in planned transfers to the contingency reserve of $273,000 for 2026. Staff completed an analysis and determined that this reduction would not drop that reserve below the minimum target level. With that, the team and I are happy to answer any questions that Council may have.
So just for clarity, 273 is the reduction staff removed from the Council. Didn't suggest putting in. Is that what you just
through
said?
you, Madam Mayor, that is 273 is the reduction to the contingency reserve.
Oh, the contingency.
Which staff are making based on the fact that we've reviewed the target minimum balances in that reserve, and that reduction will not drop us below the target minimum.
Okay, so as I said earlier, staff have really scrubbed this budget. They've actually looked at reserve contributions, including contingency reserve, council initiative, all of those things, and already made those reductions. So again, I challenge council to see where you're going to find something, but we're on page 65 to 68. Anything from council members? Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The total tax outstanding at estimated to be the end of 2025, 14.5 million. Do we know how that figure stands up compared to other municipalities?
on a percentage-wise basis?
Through the mayor to Councillor Columbus, offhand, I don't, but I'm happy to look into that for you.
I think it would be interesting to know whether we're, way ahead in this situation, or whether we stand right in line with all the other municipalities.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you to staff, just looking at the annual investment return on the Legacy Fund, and we've been making some progress since 2023. It doesn't, I'm not a finance wizard, but I know that you can't provide an accurate year-on projection for it. And as of September 30th, we're 5.1%. I see that we would be hard-pressed in the 3 months of the end of the year to get to 11.6 that we had in 2024. Can you just speak to a little bit about that?
I can, through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Huffman. So throughout the year, we made some changes to our Legacy Fund portfolio, as Council's aware. And so I think what it's important to note is that we have changed the mix of this portfolio. And so in past, we have been invested directly into equities through the One Fund. And so through those types of investments, that portfolio was remeasured on a more consistent basis to market value. And so that's why, as we all would have noticed, any investments that you may have would have jumped up in 24 and 25 because markets were very high, and so the Legacy Fund was able to take advantage of those as well. The risk to that is that our portfolio was not principally protected, and so any drops in the market would also have directly impacted our balance. And so we've taken a bit of a review and we've de-risked that portfolio coming into an environment where interest rates and market rates are a little bit more difficult to predict. And so while we're now invested in more long-term notes, bond ladders, and PPNs, those don't get remeasured throughout the year. They get remeasured at maturity. And so you won't see those constant changes, but as those notes mature and as they grow, then you'll see the bumps. And we will report that to council as in to firm up the 2025 number when we get to our biannual investment report.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. My question, and I did have it highlighted somewhere in here, but I guess to Amy, the 146 million net levy, okay, how much of that in dollars is going into reserves? I did have a figure in here someplace I had highlighted, but my unfortunate bookkeeping couldn't find it.
Through the mayor to Councillor Breton, we're looking at approximately 45 million for 2026.
Okay, and okay, because I thought it was 46, but anyways, I guess my question is and here it is, if I said, let's cut 1.36 million and not put that in reserves, would it impact the budget or would it reduce the levy? It would be a short from what you want, but, and I'm not talking down the line, I'm just talking today, if we took it out, would it impact any of our projects or whatever?
Through Mayor Martin to Councillor Brunton, so that's an excellent question. And the short answer is yes, there would absolutely be impacts.
Where?
And so if we have approved a 2.5% increase for capital reserves in this budget, and so our forecast for our reserve forecast, the 10-year forecast that shows factors that in. So if we took that out, or any portion of that, then our infrastructure gap won't close by 2035. You'd be extending that timeline. Or we have to go back to the capital plan and remove corresponding projects out of the reserves for that value. Now, then we get to the delay where we're putting off work on capital assets and making them deteriorate further. But if we're still holding that asset but not fixing it, we're kicking the can down the road, and those reserve transfers that we'll be making will come back at some point, potentially more expensive and potentially debt funded instead.
Okay, but follow me this way. What if we said take out 1.36 million in reserves that aren't going in this year and next year we put it back in. It wouldn't impact if we had to put in 1.46, we'll say, to get to 2035, you said, is the end of the tenure. All I'm looking at is, instead of 5.5 or whatever our figure was, we'd be at 4.5, would we not? It wouldn't impact anything this year. Am I correct? You talked long-term.
Yes, so through the mayor to Councillor Brunton, there's both immediate and long-term impacts. So if we look at our reserve forecast, the amounts in those reserves are already very heavily committed to capital projects. And so if we take away the contribution, we need to also take away corresponding projects.
But you said not this year. The 46 is going into reserves to be used at a later date. Correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Brunton, so it depends on the reserve. Some of it turns over much more quickly, and some of them, wait for a project to reach substantial completion, which for some of our projects takes longer. But the fleet reserve, for example, those trucks get ordered annually and it turns over much more quickly. So the rate of reserve turnover is dependent on the reserve.
All I guess I'm looking at is the 46 of this year doesn't impact anything this year. The reserves are already in there that are coming out this year, I assume.
Through the mayor to Councillor Brunton, no, there would be impacts this year. I don't have them quantified at my fingertips, but there would be impacts this year if we don't continue to make those contributions.
Thank you.
That was our treasurer's time to shine. I'm going to pass it over to the CAO for a comment, then I'll go to Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My comment to the suggestion from the councillor is that we just need to be careful that we don't fall back into some past practices that Norfolk has been guilty of. And to be honest, it's one of the reasons why we've had the tax increases we've had over this term and the last term, as we've tried to ready the financial sort of sustainability and build a strong financial burden. Many municipalities fall into that trap where they try to artificially keep taxes a little bit lower, the tax increases a little bit lower by rating reserves or not putting appropriate amounts into the reserves. Finance has done a great job over the last year or two in terms of really identifying where that infrastructure gap is and trying to build up those reserves to the point where eventually all of the assets that Norfolk County owns will be replaced using reserve funds. The best financial practice is for us not to take on debt to repair and replace existing assets. That is a recipe for a disaster for a municipality. Best practices for municipalities is to have all of your assets identified, the replacement value of those assets identified, when those assets will come to their useful end of life, and have enough money in those reserves to replace them. Best practice for municipalities is to take on debt if they need to for new assets and the acquisitions of new assets. And so I would caution council, if you want to go down that path to try to artificially reduce the tax increase this year by either tapping into reserves or reducing the contribution to the reserves, that we will be taking a step backwards from all the good work that this council and the previous council has done to try to correct our financial positions.
I would also just encourage staff to say, I do not recommend that, period. Because you're going to have a new council soon and you're going to have to educate them on budget and processes. And like, I would come out, it's detrimental enough, and the taxpayers have spent so much money over the last few years trying to play catch up. I would suggest staff be more aggressive with a firm recommendation on that, because next year could be an 8% property tax increase. We don't know what we don't know, and then we need to add the 1% that's been deferred, or those reserve contributions. That extra column would be a perfect way to answer Councillor Brunton's question right now, the committed versus the uncommitted. And then we also don't know what the cost of debt is, what the actual 1% deferral ends up being, if it needs to be a debt issued project. So I hear what you're saying, but it's a lot of information. It might be a lot of information for a new council too. I would just come out with a recommendation. Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. When I first came on council, I look at the books from the previous terms of council as far back as I could go, found out that's maybe what they were doing, that let's keep it a little bit artificially low, keep the taxes down, keep the voters happy. And then you look at the reserve accounts in 2019, all the important reserve accounts were negative numbers, and I could never figure out how you had a piggy bank full of IOUs. That doesn't work. And since that time, the province has done something they probably should have done 150 years ago and forced municipalities to have asset management plans so that you can replace your existing facilities and equipment and infrastructure because municipalities hadn't been doing that for the longest time. And yes, we're setting 45 million over into reserves to pay for stuff like that, but if I remember correctly, and staff can help me, I think that's still 23 million short of what we should be putting in there just to maintain what we have. Forget about building new stuff, forget about that, just keep what we have. We're still 23 million short. That's why we committed to keep increasing the amount going in by 2.5% for the next 10 years to get it up where it should be. Now, we can pretend that we're great saviors and financial wizards, and we could eliminate the entire 5.5% increase by just taking it. No, don't put it in reserve, just spend it now. But for every if you take 1% off now, that means you got to put 2% back in next year just to break even, and we will end up right back in the same place we were 7 years ago. And I will take the flack for doing what's right, but I will not sit here and pretend that we're going to slash your taxes. Oh, it's an election year this year. I forgot about that one. But no, this is what we've fixed the problem, I think. We have a plan on how to get to that end result where we need to be, and I'm not going to deviate from that. We've got a few other little things that we can talk about later on. Might even add a bit more to the taxes, or might find a way to do that. I already noticed in this draft of the budget, we've already not put money into reserves by allocating the entirety of the assessment growth that normally the first million would go into offset an increase, the rest would go into reserves. We didn't do that, or the proposal is not to do that. We deviate a little bit on the new garbage system that we've always been told you've got to budget for the whole year, but I notice on our garbage, we're not budgeting for the whole year. We're only budgeting for the 3 months that it takes effect next year. So in 2027, we've already got a 2% increase built into the budget to make up for that. We already saved $5 million because through good management and prudence on everyone's behalf, we had a surplus last year, so we used $5 million of that to pay for our new garbage bins that we got. That doesn't have to be in the budget. We've got a plan. We got to stick to that plan. I came today with like less than 1 page of comments on this one. Normally I'd show up with about 5 or 6. So either I'm getting a little bit not so fussy, or staff have done a damn good job, and I would go with the latter on that one. So sorry
Ditto.
for my little rant. So.
Nope, ditto. Councillor Huffman, then Michelle.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I was just wondering on page 67 under revenues, federal and provincial grants. Could you speak a little bit to that, and where are we at? Are we receiving our fair share of grants from the province and the feds?
Through Mayor Martin to Councillor Huffman. So that line is largely the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, and so that's a formula-based program. The province did increase that one in 2025. We saw a big jump, and then another jump in 2026, and it's offset by the removal of some one-time funding that was associated with the health unit transition, but largely that's the UMP funding, and we have seen increases in 2025 and again in 2026 for that one.
Comment from our CAO to supplement that, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will say the following, and this is sort of more observational, and finance will likely have the factual data to back this up, but what I found for 2025 is that we weren't as successful in getting grants. We've done a huge number of grant applications, and we haven't been as successful as we had in the last couple of years. We can certainly speculate as to why that is. But to answer your question, Councillor Huffman, I will say that we continue to get the grants from the province that are the ones that are basically based on population and the inflationary growth, the standard ones, but those that are one-off or programs have been opened up and allowed municipalities to apply for. We've been diligently creating the business cases, diligently filling those applications forward, but we haven't been, I would say, successful in 2025, and it's disappointing.
Thank you very much for that recap. I just want to make sure that we, it's on the radar that we're maybe not getting some of those additional funds, and we need to be cognizant of that. Thank you.
And that's a great point. I think we obviously are going to accept whatever we can get, but we don't want to be treated just like every other municipality. We have a very unique situation here. We've put the hard work in on our finances. Our infrastructure is at a different level. So thanks, staff, for those applications and business cases, and let's keep our foot on the gas pedal. And thanks for raising that. Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to go back to Councillor Van Passen's comments. I also totally agree that I believe our finance staff have done a great job with this budget. And while, yes, it would be nice to be able to come up with a way to go to 4.5% or 4%, but that is, I don't see, and I also, like Councillor Van Passen, I usually have pages and pages of notes. I don't have too many for this budget, so I think hopefully that speaks to the good job that finance staff have done. And Madam Mayor, you've already stolen my phrase that I've been trying to use the last few years of keeping our foot on the pedal. We have to keep going. We are now at a stage where our reserves are looking healthy rather than empty. So let's keep our foot on that pedal. Thank you.
And over to our treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Just in light of the additional comments, I wanted to add, if I could, that we're looking to take 67 million out of reserves this year for capital needs. So 45 in, 67 out. We're still taking out more than what we're putting in.
That's a great figure. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands or any other motions. My only other comment would be under council initiatives. There are no NBIs, but page 66, you can note the reduction in both FTEs and the net levy impact because of the merger, and that's obviously specific to Norfolk and extricating from the municipality. So thank you, staff, for recognizing that and recording. And I believe the province said it would cost the municipality, it wouldn't cost the municipalities. Are we at full cost recovery from the merger's perspective?
Through you, Mayor Martin, yes, we are.
Corporately, great job, staff. Thank you. All right, let's move along to Mayor and Council Services. I'm going to pass it over to our CAO, and we start on page 67 to 74.
Chris, are we going to put the presentation on the screen? Or there isn't one for Mayor?
Yeah, there isn't one for the Mayor section.
So just very quickly, then for Mayor and Council, I'm just going to flip to the slides. You'll see on slide 70, through you, Madam Mayor, the ward map. We are anticipating that sometime in the next term of council, there will be a review of the population and the wards and see if there's a need to tweak some of our ward boundaries, but we will look at that with the next term of council. I would also like to remind council that you are the board of directors for this corporation, and we talk about the governance and your responsibility, but just for everyone listening, we are a $300 million a year corporation. That's the number that we expense on an annual basis, billions of dollars worth of assets, and this council is responsible for that. So put that into perspective in terms of the size and scope that you as mayor and council are responsible for, not only in regards to making sure that we've got accountable governance, making sure that you are the conduit in which we look at various intergovernmental affairs and different things, but you are responsible to make sure that there's a regular review of our policies, that there's accountability, that there's transparency, all of the things that you are responsible for. In regards to your increase or decrease, as it may be for 20 26. I will note for those watching, there's about a $37,000 increase in terms of salaries and benefits for mayor and council. The vast majority of that is related to the new term of council, and specifically having a couple of months in 2026 at the new compensation levels that are there. You'll recall that this council voted to adjust the salaries and benefits for this for council and the mayor effective next term of council. So you around this table will not see those increases, but for the next term of council, whoever is sitting in your respective chairs and in and governing this municipality, they will be privy to those new salary and benefit numbers. And that's basically the extent of it. We've reduced the transfer to the Council Initiatives Reserve, as you've already heard, and that is primarily to account for what we have in that reserve and what we've got forecasted to be spent in 2026. And with that, if there's any questions, Finance and myself can answer.
Do you have any additional comments? I kind of cut you off there at the first few pages, but technically speaking, you are on deck here fully through human resources.
Well, that's the next presentation.
Your
next presentation.
Okay, separate.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll just keep it to mayor and council. Any questions, comments, remarks? No NBIs. Reduction to reserves. Increase to salaries and benefits next term. Okay, great. We'll pass it back over to the CAO, and he'll dig into the specific departments that report into him.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm going to do the presentation from here, but I want to note that in the chambers with us today, we've got Aaron Anderson, our Director of HR, and John Regan, our Director of Economic Development. Just as a reminder, when we go through this presentation, if we can go to the next slide. There was a recent realignment that we did, which resulted in this organization moving from a 5 general manager organization to a 4 general manager organization. That resulted in some realignment of directors, and specifically within the CAO office, we still have economic development and HR, and the other areas that were previously direct reports to the CAO are now embedded in other areas. Once again, just wanted to remind everyone that as part of that organizational change, we also created 2 deputy CAO roles as well, as we continue to work on our succession planning and organizational review. Next slide. So just in very quick summary, the CAO's office is responsible for the overall administrative leadership and direction across the organization. Attempt to provide to the best of the ability we can in terms of executive support and guidance and recommendations to all of council, including the mayor. And what we try to do is try to provide overall coordinated effort to adopt all of the direction from council, including our annual budgets, 10-year capital forecasts, and looking at things like our master plans and creating those roadmaps to effectively deliver on the recommendations and the plan developed through the various master plans. For 2026, some of our priorities will include a continued focus on our talent management strategy. Council approved a couple of years ago a concerted program, multi-year, multi-phased, for us to look at attraction and retention strategies, looking at a pay-for-performance model, allowing us the ability to really become a little more attractive as an employer, to try to keep the staff that we have, try to identify future stars, and try to put them on a succession planning map so that Norfolk can benefit from retaining our top talent and also be on the radar for other top talent to consider Norfolk as a place where they would want to work. We continue to approve various multiple master plans over the years. We continue to stay the course as council has approved those master plans, And part of what you will see in the coming months is a continuation and rollout of those various master plans and how we are going to continue to deliver on that roadmap that Council has established for us. We continue to build on constructive relationships with the various decision makers at other levels of government. And I think that's important. For those of you, next month we'll have a report in regards to Roma. We just came back from Roma yesterday. I would characterize it as another successful opportunity for us to continue to put Norfolk on the radar of our provincial ministers and those decision makers there. We had over 10 specific delegations with various ministers and PAs and staff, and an opportunity to really coordinate and brainstorm with other peers and other municipalities, and we'll continue to do that. And one of the main drivers for 2026 will be the municipal election. That will come next October, but as you know, we are already working diligently on planning on how to staff for that election, getting the technology that's required to run that election, and everything else that comes with that, including a very robust onboarding program for the next term of council. Next slide. I will just do a quick summary of these two areas, including HR and economic development. If there are any specific questions, we will likely defer them to the individual directors that are here. But in summary, HR, as you know, is responsible for all of our employee and labor relations, training and development, and our organizational culture. They're also responsible for day-to-day things such as our payroll processing, salary and benefits administration, organizational health, safety, and wellness. Some of the successes for 2025 included the creation of performance of the newly implemented and revised performance appraisal plans for non-union staff. They successfully implemented a series of leadership sessions in partnership with Mohawk College as we continue to put an emphasis on developing our top staff. And they also implemented some PPE contract with vendor to maintain the standards and improve staff access. For 2026, some of the top priorities and objectives for HR include the next phases of our talent management strategy, a review and implementation of recommendations and strategies of an employer branding audit, and the implementation of a county-wide health and safety management system. You'll notice in terms of the HR budget that there was a reduction in that budget year over year of 100%. That doesn't mean we're getting rid of all of HR. What it rather means is, as was explained earlier from finance staff, as we continue to review the interdepartmental charges, as HR being an internal service provider, the majority of those costs get allocated to the various departments who use those services in the delivery of their specific services. Next slide, in terms of economic development. In terms of the mandate, they coordinate and act on economic development strategies and various plans. They also included in their portfolio is Ride Norfolk, and they do their best to provide a reliable and affordable transit service. And they collaborate with all the departments countywide and with various groups within the community to assist with destination marketing opportunities and do their very best to attract investment and employers, while also working diligently with our current employers in terms of keeping them in business, trying to do their very best to provide an environment where they want to expand and continue to grow here in Norfolk. Some of the successes in 2025 include increased branding through many various initiatives. They implemented a new community improvement plan, which was fully allocated, which is a huge success. And they also received a number of provincial, national, and international marketing awards throughout the year. For 2026, and you'll see that very shortly, as early as next month, they will be bringing forward some recommendations as it relates to a municipal accommodations tax. They will be bringing something forward as it relates to a municipal development corporation, and also bringing forward a very important industrial lands strategy and some recommendations around that as well. They will continue to explore innovative solutions to address and revitalize some of our downtown cores. Some of them are struggling more than others, but on their radar will be to work with those various downtown organizations and see what we can do to help them be more successful. And of course, they'll continue to look at various grant opportunities in alignment with our strategic plan. You'll see that the net levy increase for economic development is roughly $150,000. The vast majority of that is related to loss in a grant that we had related to Ride Norfolk, and a increase in the contract that we have. We have a multi-year contract with our service provider for Ride Norfolk, and a portion of that increase is related to that contractual obligation. Next slide. So just very quickly, Council had some discussion on December 9th in regards to a notice of motion that was put on the floor in regards to some questions. On this slide, you'll see some of the details as staff have put together. Basically, from a business retention and expansion effort perspective, about 272 business visits were engaged by economic development staff that went out and actually talked, visited, listened to the various business owners, about 272 of them. Roughly about 16 businesses were retained. That those 16 businesses received some in-depth support from economic development staff, and we believe some of that support resulted in them staying within Norfolk and continue to be operational here. About 39 businesses were expanded, including recipients of the CIP funding. Roughly about 30 new businesses opened up in Norfolk County in 2025. And generally, in terms of feedback from our businesses, a lot of them are showing resilience and growth. As we heard from our finance department, there's it's a very difficult business environment right now with a lot of economic uncertainty in the marketplace, driven in part by those south of the border, but also some internal challenges as well within Canada and specifically within Ontario. So we continue, economic development staff continue to work with those businesses and do the very best they can to support them where required. In terms of the next slide. So just in summary, in terms of some of the budget drivers, we continue to look at the interdepartmental charges review as finance explained. We've cleared out the first phases of that interdepartmental review, and that work will continue in 2026. In 2025, we did have the reorganization and the health unit merger, which resulted in us giving us the opportunity to do some realignment internally as well, and we are able to report that we had some savings in regards to that reorganization that we had as we moved from a 5 general manager operating model to a 4 general manager operating model. And with that, I will turn it over to council if you have any questions. And once again, John Regan and Aaron Anderson are here to answer any questions you may have specific to their areas.
Okay, questions from council. Just a quick reminder, we are about an hour behind schedule. So open it up. That's page 77 through to, I think, 91. Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Here's one of the sections where if you actually want to be serious about cutting some things out of the budget, we have our Ride Norfolk program that costs us lots of money every year. I think they actually got the cost is down around $20 per person who rides it now, that it's costing us instead of $30. We're losing the funding from the province that ran it. We've lost the funding for the connectivity. Like, it was working pretty good there last year where you could get on the bus and you could go to Brantford and you could go to Ingersoll and you could go all the way to London and back on the buses, but that funding has dried up. The funding that we use is dried up. Now more and more is coming from the levy. At what point do we say that we just can't afford to have people paying $2 to ride on a bus that costs us $20? So I don't know, we're probably locked into a contract and all the year, but I think it's something that we take a serious look at. Unless the province comes through to achieve their goal of connectivity with these cheap buses, they got to pay for it. We can't afford to do it. So how do we get that message out, and where do we go from here?
Yeah, I was thinking the same not the same, but I was thinking about this Ride Norfolk in general, and I think we're due for, maybe Mr. Regan could bring us a comprehensive staff report with comments included from SCORE and Western Wardens Caucus and their advocacy on funding and where we're at and what the cost is and all of that. I think it's timely. We kind of discuss it year over year as just piecemeal in the budget, but it would be nice to get the update on when the Brantford service stopped and what the visits are and all of that. So we can have some more conversation on it, but maybe that's some direction that we'll provide today and get, do you have a comment for that? Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and to Councillor Van Passen's comments, it's certainly something that council would consider. We do have a contract with the service provider, but we do have a notice provision that we can adjust those service levels when council deems appropriate. I do like the idea of coming back with a comprehensive sort of update in terms of where we're at. When you look at page 87 of your budget binder and we look at our ridership numbers, you can see there are some adjustments and some downward revisions to the current ridership numbers that are being forecasted. A lot of that driven by the reduction in international students in Norfolk for sure. I would only say the following, that while we could certainly look at some service adjustments and that might provide some cost savings to the levy, I would just say that as we look at our affordability strategy and look at where we're at, one of the components of that affordability strategy includes providing some transit options for those who can't afford a car, those who need to get to school, those who need to get to work. And so I'd be hesitant to take a step back on transit, although I understand where council has some concerns, and this might be an opportunity for you to look at what those service levels look like. But I would hope we can look at it holistically as part of an integrated approach to help those who are most in need in terms of not being able to afford a car, not being able to afford some different things, but that's a council decision.
Let's circle back to the report and the discussion and the contents of it after, but I have Councillor Barry, Huffman, and Brunton in the queue.
So I have two things. They're different subjects. Like I want to say something about Ride Norfolk, and then I want to say something about community improvement. So can you Ride Norfolk
and then pause?
And then come back? Okay. So with Ride Norfolk, if we're going to do a look at that, which is, yes, it's a good idea. I'm wondering if we can look at it through another lens as well and ask for an economic development focus on that, which is, what if we realign that service to work around some of the larger employment schedules and really had a bus that was focused on getting people to and from employment, and then had the service benefit other people around that schedule, as opposed to trying to wedge people trying to get to work into what we're already doing. So I don't know what the major employers are, pick some, but I do know anecdotally in Port Dover that there are people that need people to work. There are businesses that need people to work. I know in other communities there are people looking for work but don't have transportation. And I've asked about this before with John and with Blair. Can we start looking at routes that travel to get people to work? And that's the focus. So if we're going to do a comprehensive look, I'd like to include that we realign, maybe not 100% of Ride Norfolk to employment, but a good chunk of that strategy to focusing on employment and see if we get the ridership up that way.
Councillor Huffman, are you Ride Norfolk specific?
Yes, I am.
Go for it.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say that I know every year this kind of comes up on the radar. I will always continue to be a advocate for this service. It's needed desperately in our community, but I was going to say I would like some updated information, so I'm glad that was suggested. I think it is time and I think Councillor Very had some really good points there, but it is something that we need to provide in our community and continue to look for additional funding and, revamp it maybe. But I'll always be a proponent for this service, and hopefully we can find a good working relationship with Ride Norfolk and our community members who need it.
Councillor Brunton and Van Adrishi, are you both Ride Norfolk or other topics? Councillor Barry.
They can go ahead. I just spoke, so please go ahead. No,
okay,
just
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. My question is, I caught the 30 new businesses in Norfolk, was it? A list. I'd like to see the list and how many people were employed with those 30 new businesses. perhaps the rest of the council would like to see him too. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. Regan's nodding his head. Councillor Banadrishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you as well, the 30 new businesses. I'm very, very pleased to see that. But the continuance for the 26, what are we anticipating? Like, are we going to continue to visit these businesses to look and see if there's opportunity for these businesses to expand? Or are there opportunities for, are you looking at new businesses as well, trying to work with those coming in? Because there's a lot of spin-off that could happen here if we played our cards right.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, yes, 2026, we plan on continuing with our BR&E program specifically. In general, BR&Es are the best return on our investment from an economic development perspective. And this past year, so as you know, in 2024, we soft launched it. 2025 was full blown. We were very successful with a ROD grant, or at that time was a RED grant, that allowed us to hit those 250 some odd businesses. This year, without that resource, I don't think we'll hit those same numbers, but we do plan on being a lot more targeted. We also have significant follow-up still to do from the surveys that we've put out, so those folks are in the queue to have those one-on-ones. So yes, we're looking at new, existing, and anything we can do to help our businesses grow.
Apologies, absolutely. We need to expand that base. It's what's going to save us in this area, is having more development, and that brings on residential. After you have a job, you need someplace to live. So that's really good, and I too would like to see the list of the new businesses and maybe continuing conversation with them to see if there's even further spin-offs. So I appreciate everything you do. Very important.
Quick comment from our CAO. John, just hold on a minute. I think we'll have more. Sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to say that I think we can never underestimate the importance of economic development and bringing in new employers. When you look comparatively at our municipality versus others, the portion of the tax assessment that comes from residential versus employment, like industrial, commercial, it is, I'm just going to use this word, I'm sorry, but embarrassingly low. And that puts a disproportionate pressure on the residential taxpayers to pay more. And so when we talk about long-term strategies that can help affordability here, that includes bringing as many employers as we can to this municipality, because it will have a direct impact on our tax assessment and provide some level of relief for our residential taxpayers. So we can't emphasize how important that is.
Okay, Councillor Very.
Thanks, Mayor. So I have a question sort of to John, but also to Ms. Fanning there. So John, you know, earlier I asked you about, I'm talking about the community improvement program now, the CIP. You know, I get the questions every once in a while from people that say, well, why should my tax dollars go to a business to update their building? Fair. When I tell them that it's to get their assessment up, which will benefit you many times over in the long run, they go, oh, that makes sense. So I don't know if people necessarily understand that, but that is the intention of the community improvement program, is that improvements to those commercial buildings enhances assessment, it benefits everybody. That's why we do it. It's a seed to grow, blah, 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 blah. So, John, I asked you earlier about, do we know what the assessment is on, the increase is on the community improvement? And that's why I'm going to throw it to Amy after you give the answer.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Very. So we don't actually, because our community improvement plan is fairly new. We have a brand new staff. Everyone is less than 2.5 years. So as we're tracking now, we would need to tie it back to the old assessments of those properties and then what those new assessments would look like. And then we'd have to really determine that sign, that the improved sign or that improved facade or the other work that was done to that business impacted that assessment by how much. So there would be some work to do it. But what I can say that we do track is that of the money that goes out, it leverages other dollars. So for example, of the $138,000 for CIP, we had over almost $400,000 request and only $138,000. So of that $138,000, based on all the projects that were submitted and what the companies or businesses paid out, we leveraged around an additional $680,000 that was spent on those properties. So.
Okay, so then thank you very much, John. My follow-up then would be to Amy there. So how, understanding there's work and you're busy, I understand all that, but how could you do this? Like, would this be, if John were to provide you, and I don't want to do it publicly, but I'm asking, you know, if we had John provide you some of the addresses of these properties, program he's doing, but also we had a CIP under the former councils as well. So if we had some of that historical, I know that we're waiting for MPAC, but they should still have been reassessed if there were substantial changes based on the 2016 amount, correct?
Through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Very, yes, that's something that we could look into. What we wouldn't necessarily know is if changes outside of the CIP program were also made. So let's say we gave them, you know, a certain amount of money and they spent that on a facade, but then they also invested their own capital in a roof and an expansion and a patio. I don't know that I'll know exactly, looking backwards, how much of that assessment increase I can 100% attribute to the CIP program, but we can look into the details and see what we can get out of that.
Yeah, I guess where I'm going with this is I would just like, if possible, reasonably amount of effort, if we could have some kind of tracking that shows we put out, sorry, what was 138,000 and the assessment went up over 5 years by X, then we can start to tell our community, well, this is actually a really good investment and a smart move and all these other things. So that's what I'm trying to get at here is just not say it's a good thing, but be able to show it. So if that's doable, that'd be great. And just while I have the floor, just really quickly, we did meet with the Minister of Economic Development yesterday, or over the weekend. I relayed a lot of these things that we are doing to him and some other opportunities, so that'll come forward in our Roma report, but I just wanted you to know and everyone else to know that you know, it went well, and so our progress on economic development is being reported to the province as well.
Yeah, thanks for that. And just as a reminder, I'm not sure how much the specifics of CIP, but it will only be included in the new MPAC if they had to get a building permit. So we might miss some of it, but I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, all I was getting at is something that shows the public and shows staff and council over time what we're doing was better than hope.
Yes, agreed. And to Mr. Regan, thank you for the correspondence on the ROD, but we had already met with the minister the day prior, so I didn't get the opportunity to raise it, but good to know anyways. Anyone else? Have I missed someone in the queue? No. I did have a question. I can't remember it right now. No NBIs, there are no council approved initiatives. Okay, ready to move along. Pose the question to council, would you like a lunch and bathroom break or would you prefer to go on to the next? Yeah, we are. Yeah. 20 minutes, not bad. So open to your suggestion if you would like to take the break. Okay, let's just try to aim for 30 minutes. I know we're never on schedule, but 30-minute break.
Meets farm fresh flavor. Ontario's Garden. It's time you came home to it.
Hey Norfolk County, I'm Chris, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes to show you how Norfolk County manages stormwater in our towns and communities. Stormwater isn't just rain or melted snow. It's any excess water that runs off hard surfaces like roads, driveways, and rooftops. But where does that water go? And why is managing it important? Norfolk's stormwater systems include pipes, ditches, catch basins, and ponds that work together to manage this runoff. Stormwater systems like ponds slow the flow and allow dirt and pollutants to settle and release cleaner water into the environment. Without proper management, stormwater can flood basements, damage roads, and carry contaminants like oil, garbage, and salt into our rivers and lakes. That's why Norfolk County created a dedicated stormwater team in 2024 to better understand and maintain what we already have while planning for the future. This stormwater pond in Port Dover helps to reduce flooding and improve water quality. Over time, sediment and pollutants build up within storm ponds, limiting their ability to hold water. This creates an ideal environment for algae and invasive plants like Phragmites to flourish. This fast-growing species can block out the flow of water and crowd out native vegetation, reducing the habitat that local wildlife depends on. To restore this pond, we're removing the excess sediment and transporting it to a licensed site. We're also clearing invasive plants, reshaping the pond's banks, and upgrading the outlet that controls the flow of water. This work will improve water quality, allow the pond to hold more water, reduce flooding risks, and provide a healthier habitat for plants and wildlife. Stormwater management isn't just about what you see on the surface. It's also about the infrastructure underground. We use special tools to locate, map, and inspect the pipes and infrastructure that connect the ponds to the wider stormwater system. This helps us to understand how water moves through our communities and identify issues that need our attention. It's likely that you or someone that you know has been impacted by flooding, erosion, or drainage issues. All of that connects back to stormwater. Stormwater management isn't just about pipes and ponds. It's about protecting the communities and the nature that surrounds us. As Norfolk County grows, so does our responsibility to manage stormwater, and that's our job. With smart planning, hard work, and community support, we're building a cleaner, safer, and more resilient future together.
Welcome to Norfolk County, where land meets lake and opportunity grows deep and wide. Located on the north shore of Lake Erie, in the heart of southwestern Ontario, Norfolk spans 1,600 square kilometers, making us one of Ontario's largest single-tier municipalities. Our roots run deep in agriculture, food production, and advanced manufacturing, industries that shaped our past and are powering Ontario's future economy. Home to over 70,000, we are bold, diverse, and fiercely local. From Port Dover to Long Point, our folks are putting down roots, sometimes in sand, sometimes in soil, but always in a place they're proud to call home. Big land, big vision, unmatched potential. That's Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County. Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County. Hey, Norfolk County.
My name is Bowden Winicki.
My name is Lindsay Kalyakoski.
My name is Alex Ryan. I work as a park student.
I work as an economic development coordinator.
I work on the roads department in Delhi.
I work as a supervisor for waste management.
I work as a committee coordinator in the clerk's department.
Okay, what's the first question? What I love about my job is the people.
All right, what do I love about my job?
It's really the community. No day is the same.
It is because I get to work with a bunch of great guys.
It directly impacts really positively the residents of Norfolk County.
I love the people that I get a chance to work with.
Every day is different. The mix of things is what makes me happy and keeps me going.
First and foremost, the community. The people of this community are so welcoming. Is the amazing team I get to work with every day here at Norfolk County.
Opportunity to help people, to help my community.
One of the things I love the most about my job is my team. I love who I work with and what I do while I'm here.
I get to work on projects and in programs that support our community, that help make lives better for the people who live here, who work here, and who come here to visit.
Every day you feel like you've accomplished something on the way home, and you're working with a bunch of great people who are equally as committed to the community and serving our communities.
The pace here is very good and great work-life balance.
They put wellness on the forefront, so I'm part of the Apple Committee, and there's lots of opportunity at Norfolk County.
Flexible work hours, great work-life balance, great staff, great friends, and of course, what's not to love about Norfolk County? We're Ontario's garden.
I love helping people, I love helping residents, and that's what makes Norfolk County a great place to come to work.
I chose to work for Norfolk County because I grew up in Delhi, so it's close to home, and I've enjoyed working for my community and my friends and family.
Definitely 100% the people. There are lots of community champions, and everyone's been so kind and welcoming.
Because I was born and raised here and I wanted to help give back to my community.
I love giving back to a community that I grew up in. I love my team, and I love that I can leave a legacy here in the communities.
When I had the opportunity to come home and serve the public, I jumped at that opportunity.
I started my career as an area planner for this place. It's interesting that at the end of my career, this opportunity came up to come back and make Norfolk a better place.
Is being able to live and work in the community that we're a part of
I did choose to work for Norfolk because I'm an engineer by trade and I like to solve problems.
And realized how rewarding it was to be able to contribute to initiatives within the area that I've always called home. I love it here. You should consider joining the public sector, joining the municipality, because it's so diverse. There's something for everyone. Local government is the closest to the people. We get to work with our residents day in and day out, and there is something for you in every department for Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk Transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scott Lynn and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scott Lynn is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's 2 entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have 3 main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to Council Chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path, and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to Council Chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to Council Chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for Council to call your name when it's time to present. When Council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons, and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, "Through the mayor," or "Through the chair" to councilor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind the scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is Okay, let's jump back into it. Before we move on to the next section though, let's formalize our request for more information on Ride Norfolk. So we'll put forward a motion, if someone would be so kind to move and second, and feel free to add to it. But what I jotted down from our conversation was for staff to report back to us. I'm going to go with ASAP because Q1, we've deployed the funds if we haven't removed them, on a fulsome Ride Norfolk report that should include details about transitioning the plan to an employment scheduled realignment or a percentage of that, full costs associated with the program, historic funding models and current funding models, and a section on the work, advocacy, and applications that not only our in-house staff have done for grants and opportunities, but Western Ontario Wardens Caucus and SCORE, so that we're not doubling down, reinventing the wheel, or maybe there's funding coming from one of those entities. Is there anything else I've missed that you want to touch on? Okay, Councillor Brunton?
Yeah, I'm asking, do I need a motion on the other one for asking for all the businesses and employment records?
Okay, nope. Staff will, as direction, follow up on that. Councillor Van Passen will move. Councillor Huffman will second. Final call. Anything else you'd like to see? Do you think we've missed anything? You got the gist of it. You can add to it. Okay. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Next, we are on to Community and Development Services. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Cridlin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to fellow county councillors. I'd like to thank Council for this opportunity to introduce and talk a little bit about the newly formed Community and Development Services Department. I will refer to it as CDS going forward. I will start by introducing some of the CDS team that is here in attendance today for this budget session. To my right, we have Mr. Brian Gertz, the Director of Parks, Rec, and Culture. Alicia Call is the Manager and Acting Director of Planning and Realty. Next is Mr. Fritz Enslin. He's the Director of Building and Bylaw, and with Fritz today is Mr. Jim Milson, the Manager of Bylaw. Jim is here to answer any questions you may have on the MBI of the new bylaw officer coming up at the end of this presentation. Michael Simons is here, Director of Fleet and Facilities, and with Michael is Jordan Gallant, the Manager of Fleet. Jordan is present to address any questions you may have on 2 of the Fleet NBIs being requested. The first one being the training officer, or training and compliant officer, and the other ask is for an additional mechanic. I must take this time to mention there are a number of staff watching us remotely, and as I have their attention, I'd like to thank them for the hard work they do each and every day for the CDS department. They truly make Norfolk the great place it is to live and work. With that, I think for the CDS group, as the CAO had mentioned, we went from a 5 general manager structure to a 4, and with that, the CDS group, I think we combined the old community development group as well as the operations group. We're in a new building, so this group's had a lot on the go this year. Sometimes very nervous going to report to another building, reporting to a new GM, reporting to a new department, but I'm glad to say I think things are flowing quite well. So with that, I will go to the first slide, or the slide that's up here. I'll start with a brief organization of the CDS department. As you can see, we have 4 main departments within the division: Fleet and Facilities, Park, Recreation, and Culture, Building and Bylaw, and Planning and Realty. In addition, CDS has an admin group that supplies admin services for all 4 divisions. CDS has a total FTE count of close to 160 employees, and a total budget ask for 2026 of just over $27 million to complete the good work we do for Norfolk. Next slide. Next slide shows a snapshot of the summary of the admin section responsibilities. 2025 successes and 2026 priorities. The group consists of 4 employees, 3 admin staff, and a general manager. This group is very busy this year with key hires in 2025 and the creation of the new processes and admin updates for the new structure. 2026, the hard work will continue with the management of the Forestry Farm gas well, as well as providing admin support to the newly formed CSD team. And a lot of work will go towards the Parks, Rec, and Culture group, as this is new with new employees, and there are a lot of processes to set up with that. Next slide. This slide highlights the Fleet and Facilities group. This group consists of 20 FTEs and has a $9.8 million ask for budget in 2026. The group is tasked with managing and maintaining most of the county buildings and all of the fleet resources, as well as managing the fuel system. The facilities group was extremely busy in 2025 with the purchase of the Gilbertson Administration Building, and this included renovations, which are still ongoing, and the relocation of staff. As to date, I'm happy to announce that all staff are relocated with the exception of HR, who should be there in Q1. Recent building condition assessments and asset management legislation have added millions of dollars to their 10-year capital budget for facilities, and which translates into hundreds of new projects to the group's workload. This group is also busy with an ongoing fleet or facilities review. Security and energy savings of Norfolk County-owned buildings are also a growing element of their work. I will touch base not right now, I'll keep talking, sorry. The fleet side maintains over 500 pieces of county-owned vehicle snowplows. By working with purchasing, Jordan was successful with saving approximately $40,000 per truck through the budget, and we also had delivery of these units about 16 months earlier than if we would have went the traditional way. So this group is always looking at ways to save money and better the service they offer. With that, I will just touch base on the NBIs briefly from a GM introduction, and there'll be more talk after. The first NBI is for additional fleet mechanic. Presently, Norfolk County has 5 mechanics and 1 mechanic helper. Industry standards suggest that Norfolk, with the size of fleet it has, should have an additional 10 to 13 mechanics on staff to properly maintain the fleet. Obviously, we don't have the room for these mechanics or the money at this point. So Norfolk County in 2025 is estimated to contract out approximately $720,000 to help fix our equipment, as we only have the 5 mechanics. and this number tends to be growing each year with costs as well as needs. Financial analysis calculations that hiring one additional mechanic at approximately $123,000. I need to note that this is not just the wage for the mechanic, this is a total compensation package, including material, supplies, computers, plus the salary, will translate into equivalent amount of savings from the contract service budget line, creating a net zero impact on the budget. For further questions in this NBI, as mentioned, we'll turn it over to Jordan and Michael at the end of my presentation. The second MBI with our fleet department is the need for a fleet and training compliance officer. Many municipalities the size of Norfolk, some smaller, have such a position. The benefits of this position are many, and I will just list a few. From a financial standpoint, this position will help adhere to preventative maintenance programs, avoidance of fines and penalties under the Highway Traffic Act and CVOR, possibly lower insurance premiums, and I'm careful with that word because with that phrase, because we never know where the insurance rates are going to go, and it doesn't take too many severe accidents to put our rates up. So with this program, though, there is a good chance that we will lower our industry premiums that we pay. There will definitely be a decreased operational downtime, reduce accidents, and savings in fuel consumption. From an organizational staffing standpoint, there are also other benefits. The HR department presently maintains some driver documents as well as the fleet staff maintain others. Standard practice for risk reduction is to have the files all under one department. There's also a health and safety component of having the documents in the same place for follow-up and tracking. This position, staff feel, is a key this recommendation is a key recommendation from the mock MTO audit that staff had completed, and this was done by retired MTO officers who have a business. They come in, they treat it like a real audit, they go through our paperwork, they go through our equipment, and I think we told council about a year ago we failed miserably. So the compliance officer was highly recommended to pull some of this together. Any further questions you may have in the NBI at the end, we do have Jordan and Michael here, as well as Aaron from HR, I believe, is still here, and Ryan from Risk will be online as well. Next slide. This slide highlights the new Parks, Recreation, and Culture Department. This department consists of 96 FTEs, and it has an ask of $14.9 million from the 2026 levy budget. It's a very large and busy department responsible for operation and programming of, it's a long list here, of Norfolk County municipal swimming pools, hockey arenas, senior centers, community centers, soccer fields, baseball diamonds, day camps, museums, marinas, archives, woodlots, trails, parks. If I forgot any, I do apologize to staff. But it shows how busy this department is and how we are netted into the community that we all live and work. This group works very close also with numerous volunteer groups, local sports associations, school boards, and service club. They also do some of the capital projects on sports fields and facilities. The workforce relies heavily on seasonal, student, and casual workers to also carry out the programs they offer. HIDA this year was creating the new department and hiring key positions, which I'm happy to say that all positions in this department are in place presently, and 2026 will be a very busy year fine-tuning the departmental operations. Next slide. Make sure I'm online here. This slide highlights the building and bylaw department. This group consists of 24 FTEs and a budget ask of approximately $1 million to operate in 2026. Highlights of 225 were the training of all building staff to be current on any changes to the Ontario Building Code as of 225. And also our bylaw folks were very busy with another year of successful management of the annual paid parking program. Objectives in 226 are to further advance customer service level and completion of a review and development of a comprehensive updated parking bylaw, which I know many of you councillors are looking forward to. This group also has a request for an MBI. The request is for one additional bylaw officer. The request will have the benefit of additional year-round enforcement for parking bylaws. With additional enforcement, there will be an increase in fine revenue with additional fine will be realized as well, and the public will also be better served. I know I made the comment last time in council when we talked about this position. You know when our students show up in May because people come to me and say, your students must be in place. I'm actually getting ticketed where I'm not. So I think that shows there is a need for more parking enforcement. We can restrict all we want, but without enforcement, it's kind of mean. It doesn't have the impact we want. Also, this additional officer will act as mentoring and oversight of some of the students in the summertime. One thing we found is you take a student out of university, comes in to be a bylaw officer, not everybody's happy when they get parking tickets. So there's times where Mr. Milson and his staff have to sit with these students and kind of tell them it's not their fault, they're just doing their job. So this will be a big part of that. Mr. Enslin, Mr. Nelson will be here to talk about that. MBI shortly after my presentation, which I am almost done. The last slide that I want to speak about is this highlights our planning and realty services group. This group has a staffing complement of 14 FTEs and a 2026 budget of ask of 1.1 million. I think the greatest success this group had in 2025 was hiring, this is a long list, a director of the group, a manager of planning, a project lead planning, a junior planning, and a realty services generalist. So hats off to this group. There will only be great things that will come from this group in 2026 as the very large vacancy level that existed in this group has been corrected. This group is still in the need of one planning coordinator. I'll just add that, and staff are working to fill that in Q1 of 2026. That includes my summary of the new CDS group. With that, I will turn it over to County Council for any questions they may have, and we'll rely on folks to the right of me here to help as well. And we've decided they will come to the podium to speak when the questions come up. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks for the overview. I'll turn it over to Council. Councillor Columbus, you had NBI questions earlier. Do you want to kick it off?
That's right. If I could get a reply with respect to my thoughts. In our 2026 budget, is it the full 12 months that are allocated for the new NBI positions, the development compliance technologist and the mechanic and the bylaw officer, or have you prorated it to 9 months? Because most of them start April the 1st.
I think finance will chime in for you.
Certainly, through the mayor to Councillor Columbus, yes, we've included the full annualized cost for each NBI.
So with that, can we cut something there? The 3 months, January, February, March, being that we're only starting April 1st?
Through the mayor, my caution there would be it's not our standard practice, as it will build in an increase for 2027 to get up to the full year of funding. And just to give some context, I believe from 2025's NBIs, there were several that were filled within like February to March.
Any other questions? You want to break it down by section, or we can start on page 92 and go through? Councillor Huffman, then Breton and Duthie.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I don't have a question. I just wanted to add to Mr. Cridland's, to his staff, who one of their successes, I think, in 2025 was the overseeing of the renovation of the Waterford Library. We worked very closely with your staff, and they did a phenomenal job. So I just want to make sure that they get the recognition for that project.
Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I have a couple of questions, really. I'll start with the mechanic work, and I support the mechanic. It doesn't cost any money the way I read it, but my question to Bill, do you still have student kids that are involved with automotive work at high school that come in and do like a 6-month work term, part of their programming? Do you do that? They gain their experience?
Yeah, through the mayor to council. That's a great question. We were a number of years without that. So I'll turn it over to Jordan, who's had some success going to some trade shows and brought a few students in. And then also our HR department, if I'm not sure if Aaron wants to speak, we are looking at more of a student thing with internships and more students to get folks in the trade. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jordan because he has had some success bringing students in the door.
Thanks, Bill. Through the mayor to Councillor Brunton. Recently, we have had 2 co-op students the past 2 years. There was a vacancy where we didn't do it for a while, but we were approached by a couple high schools and through HR brought them back on.
Good, good. That's great. Okay, my other question is in parks. On page 111, minor capital, it's about halfway down the page. It's gone from 185,000 up to 473,000. Can you tell me what's in that part of the budget? Parks and Rec?
You know what, let's, I'm gonna clean this up just so that we don't bounce around so much. I will come back to you on that. Let's, I wanna do an overview and give council a chance to work on pages 93 through to 97. Are there any general questions, line items, reserve contributions that you want to talk about? If not, we're going to flip past that and move in order. All right, page 90. Councillor Duffy.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. There's just a comment actually on the bottom of page 95 in terms of the challenges. It talks about changing workplace dynamics. Just curious what that actually means.
Through the mayor, I can take a stab at that, and I think this is open to interpretation. I think what we're finding are a number of things. We're finding we have a lot of, if I get my generations right here, Generation X, we're still a few of us around, and we're hiring younger folks in their early 20s, and expectations of reward within a workplace or what these folks look at do vary. So there are changes in that, just adapting how we carry out our work. I think municipalities have been maybe slow to change, and certain standards stand still or have been present for a long time. So we're working on that to make municipal work more attractive to the younger folks, and also with our performance management group or programs that HR is working on, there is more of a reward system and different rewards going forward. I think with that, there's also, I think, municipal work. We all know social media. There's a lot of folks out there that, a lot of comments on how we do our business, a lot of questions, that sort of thing. And I think that impacts our staff as well at all levels. So that's what we mean by dynamics. Nothing, one particular thing, just we have involved over the last 20 years. Norfolk County working here is not the same as it was 20 years ago.
Thank you. That makes sense. If I could just ask a question somewhat of fleet. In the past, and my apologies if it's in here and I've missed it, I know we've had rental vehicles for various divisions across the corporation. Do we still do that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Duffy, yes, we do. Just short term though, over the summer student months. So we get them roughly end of April, beginning of May, and hold them till about the end of August.
Okay. And are there any vehicles in our own fleet that are unassigned?
Currently, no, but through recent industry trends, our vehicle surplus has kind of boosted, not surplus, but supply. We are seeing that our vehicles are showing up a lot quicker after ordering them. So in turn, we're not running our older vehicles as long. So we are able to build a bit of a back up of pool vehicles. And this year we have the 2 that we're keeping as to minimize 2 more rentals this year.
So potentially we don't need to include the new vehicle for the bylaw officer in the FTE? Just use the spare vehicle?
There is a potential that working with the OPP through grant money, we will be receiving 2 more vehicles from them, and one of those vehicles could be allocated to the bylaw officer.
Thank you.
Perfect. Let's stay on top of fleet and facilities. So page 99 to 102, specifically in the budget, Councillor Columbus, and then
yes, Madam Mayor, with respect to fleet vehicle, we allocated an electric vehicle, I think, in the last budget. Just wonder, will we be getting a report on that? Because I've got some citizens that continue to query me with respect to that vehicle.
I think I can answer that, Jordan. Through the mayor, that's a great question, Councillor. And yes, we will look at Sydney Clearacy through her energy conservation side of her job, and we will throw together a brief report. As of now, the truck has been used by numerous departments. I myself have driven it, so Sydney is tracking everything from breakdowns, which I'm happy to say we've had none, maintenance costs, amount of fuel saved, that sort of thing. So we can bring that report forward probably Q2 of this year. Michael, not putting words in Sydney's mouth, but we'll put it on and get it here in Q2 if possible.
Thank you.
Was that always part of the plan with that, to report back to us?
Through the mayor, I believe it was, because when we first brought, this is the first and only electric vehicle we have in fleet, and I think it was part of the talk that before we go out and get more of these, that we would like to see what benefits they do bring forward. We would like to have more electric vehicles in the fleet, but I think we do need to prove that the technology works, and that it may not be a pickup truck in the future. We may go back to a smaller car, admin car, which might make a little more sense.
No, that's fine. I just was trying to determine if we should provide direction or with a motion or not, but if that was always a part of the plan, we'll leave it. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I want to go back to the mechanic position, and I know I've talked about this before, that...
Sorry, one moment. Final call on pages up to 102. Then we will move into the new budgets, and just to keep it orderly, fleet training and compliance officer up first.
I'll go on that one too then. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think this is one of those positions we need. I recently saw an insurance report. There's been a big increase in the number of vehicle problems we've had, the compliant, the new litigious society we have. If you have a compliance officer in place and you have all that information in place, you're a lot more defensible on any situation comes in. So fully support this addition, even though it's going to cost more money. So.
Any other questions on fleet training and compliance officer? Go ahead. Nope. So let's then pass some direction and formalize this. As someone want to put that forward to approve the new budget initiative for this? Do you want to do it by consensus? It's in unless you take it out?
Aren't these all in the budget right now unless we make a
However you
motion
wanna
to
do
take
it.
it out? Okay. So.
Consensus? So we'll just, okay. Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to state they're in the budget, so we would just need a motion if it was to remove.
Okay, fair enough. That's the time to do it is now if you are interested. Councillor Berry, can I pass the chair over to you?
Yep.
I would like to remove this position. I recall talking about it earlier. It's not to say that it's not needed and not warranted, but there are a few other NBIs before council, including one that specifically would work with insurance matters. And I haven't seen the business case as to why bringing it in-house is necessarily the best way to go as opposed to hiring a company to do the training. I'm not opposed to the work and doing it and investing, but I'm not convinced yet. So I'll put the motion forward to eliminate this from the budget.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Huffman. Any debate, discussion or debate? Did you want to speak to it, or? You don't have to, I was just making
Yeah.
sure. Okay, good. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I will support the motion to remove it. I will say this was one I was waffling a little bit on, but I think in the current economic climate, we need to be very efficient, and I realize it's not a whole lot of money and potentially could save us money, but I don't know that right now we're there just yet. So I'm going to keep it with that.
Councillor Michele, and then Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Yes, I concur with Councillor Duthie's remarks. Also, I do think that this is the kind of thing that we can satisfy the requirements that Councillor Van Passen mentioned for these other peripheral issues with some kind of contracted out situation, at least for the time being. Again, I also waffled on this, but I think that that might be a good way to go for this year.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I hate to use the word waffle again, but I was back and forth with this one. I see the nuts and bolts of it and the tangible kind of outcome, but I don't think at this time, with the budget that we're looking at, it's something that I want to support. So I think that we should remove it from the MBIs.
Okay, any other, Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I would not support it in the sense that I want to make sure that because of what we've seen, that it is important to have that training officer out there for our drivers and our fleet and everything like that. It's just important to be able to do that. If we're going to say we'll turn around and contract it out, there's a fair cost to that as well. So when you look at contracting out versus in-house, we have sat around this table here and brought many things back in-house to save money. So I would caution your choices here, because this has long-term effects, and we've seen it for insurance, what's happening, and I think it's really important to have this position myself. There's many others that are out there that we're looking for that maybe aren't necessary, but this one I think is.
Thank you. Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Very. I don't entirely disagree with that, but I do recall asking staff to bring us the information on what considerations and what the cost could be if it was contracted out, and there's not enough of a business case for me to make a judgment call on it. So until I have the fulsome information, I'm sticking to the decision to remove it. If we had more of a plan and we knew that there was less of an ROI on a contracted service versus the number of staff that need to have this training done, that might be a different situation for me. So I don't disagree with what you're saying. It's just an unknown for me.
Okay, any additional debate?
Broken tail light can be fixed and ready to go before the operator shows up the next morning. So is there any thought with the ending up with 6 mechanics that you sort of split the shifts around a little bit?
Through the mayor to the councillor, and I'll ask for Jordan to step up here. We have kind of did a hybrid, and when I say that, the winter months are the big months for timely breakdowns. Obviously, there can be timely breakdowns that need immediate attention in the summer, but the winter with winter control, this is the winter we've had it. What Jordan has did is we do have our mechanics, the majority start at 6 a.m. and can be earlier, but what that does, that allows anything that breaks down the night before. Mechanic is generally in there before 7 a.m. with our road staff. So I would say kind of a hybrid, and I'll turn it over to Jordan to just see on the shop floor what his thoughts would be to do appear, 3 mechanics in the day versus 2 in an afternoon.
Thanks, Bill. Through the mayor to Councillor Van Passen. With our current staffing levels, we don't have enough with training and absenteeism to split the 2 shifts apart right now. With the addition, we can look at kind of splitting out our hybrid model right now and going to a later start to take care of that stuff. But currently, right now, with just ongoing training and sick time and vacations, we don't have enough to staff a shop by themselves on afternoon shift.
Yeah, I don't think I was sort of talking about 2 complete shifts, but a little bit. Bunch of overlap in the middle of the day, but a couple or half of them come in that hour early, but there'd also be a few that stay a couple hours late. They come in a couple hours late, and might be a little bit more, make our staff a little happier that have the flexibility to stay in bed a little longer, a couple of days a week or a month, because they can rotate around. So
the question
I'll
is,
leave
would
it
that
with you.
change the FTE impact? That's an operational matter, how you schedule, but would it change any element of the requirement for a new mechanic?
Through the mayor, I would say no. I'll leave to Jordan. I think he's shaking his head as well. I think what we find is when industry-wide we're to have 13 mechanics, and I think that still is outsourcing 20% of our stuff. We are under gun there, and I think this mechanic is needed regardless. We could look at fine-tuning where some would maybe perhaps start at 9 o'clock in the morning and then finish at 5. That is an option as well. We'll work with HR and the collective agreement to see how setting shifts like that works. So.
Okay, just a reminder, it is 0 on the net levy, and 100% of the costs are anticipated to be recuperated on this one. Councillor Berry.
Yes, excuse me, thanks, Mayor. To Bill, I do have a question about that exact thing. So it's cost neutral, I understand that. Is there any opportunity here to gain back? Like, I mean, I understand that, okay, so we're not spending the money on the external repairs. It just is really the benefit. I guess my question is this: if there's no financial gain, why are we doing it? And I guess the answer is higher quality of service and some internal knowledge. But is there a financial actual benefit to it?
Through the mayor, I think there could be. I think the biggest thing we look at getting this in would be when you're in-house, you have a little more control over your program. So you hit the head on the nail on the head. It would be customer service, where if with our roads department comes to mind this winter, we have the availability to control that. Sometimes outside shops, they are good, but they get busy as well, and we sometimes become a number there. So customer service would be our big thing. I think the other thing too would be when you look at outside shop rates, I think there is the availability once we get this going through. We're predicting revenue neutral right now. We could probably report back next year at this time, and we could be looking at actually savings.
That's what I would. Yeah. That's where I was going. Is that I'd really like to see if this decision does actually gain, because that makes it even better argument to add potentially another mechanic down the road. If we're actually coming out even $1 ahead, then we're ahead. That's what I'm kind of getting at. I don't want to work towards zero. I would like to work towards a savings.
It's a strong possibility, and finance staff, I know when they crunch the numbers on this, it takes it into consideration that the mechanic is allowed so many holidays, so many training days, that sort of thing, and it still come out as revenue neutral. So with any luck, I don't think we were brave enough to come here and say we could save $40,000 or $50,000 in our operations. We're conservative at this point.
Okay, fair enough. Let us know then, I guess, or whoever's left. Let us know. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands, and again, net neutral, so can we move along from that one? It stays included. We'll go over to Parks and Rec, starting on page 109. I think Councillor Brunton, I cut you off in a Park and Rec question earlier.
Yeah, I'm on page 111 of...
Yep, floor is yours.
Okay. I guess, who's on deck? Brian or Chris?
Yep.
Okay. I'm looking at the minor capital on page 11, and it's jumped up a bit. What's in minor capital?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Brunton, that category does fluctuate a bit from year to year, but it typically includes things that are smaller projects at our different facilities, usually our equipment purchases. So some of what's driving that increase this year is some projects at the halls and community centers, so like painting projects. I know one of them had a replacement of the bar area. There's some improvements at Oakwood Cemetery, the main gate at the Port Dover Harbor Marina, and some systems and door replacements at some of the arenas as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Parks, Recreation, and Culture. Council approved initiatives are already included. They're on 110. Okay, page 113, Building and Bylaw Services, which is actually 113 to 115, and then we'll jump into the new budget initiative separately. Any general questions? All right, page 117 has the Bylaw Enforcement Officer as the NBI. Any questions or direction or motions? Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. When I look at the budget for this on page 121, we've got the $45,000 for the vehicle, and I think it's been touched on already that do we need to buy a new vehicle for this specific position, and what kind of vehicle? Because I know like you can get a nice little car for a whole lot less than $45,000, but I wonder whether we should just remove that line out of the budget, approve the position without that, and let our staff juggle the existing vehicles we have. And if we run into a problem, we run into a problem, but I'd like to try getting into that problem first. So.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Berry, debate and discussion. Councillor Van Andriesch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be fully supporting that. I think we better first get the individual and then look for a vehicle. And I think listening from what was said just a few moments ago, I think there will be availability of a vehicle for them. So I will be supporting that motion.
Does anyone want to hear from Mr. Milson on potential vehicle with OPP? I might be putting you on the spot, but does anyone want to hear about that before I call the question? Or you're feeling like your mind's made up anyways? Okay. All right, so the motion would be moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Very, to move ahead with the NBI less the 45,000 in the capital expense line.
I think it's actually the 51.5,
Sorry.
because we'd also
You're right.
eliminate that ongoing.
Thank you. Less 51.5, finance.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Martin, the $6,500 is actually reserve transfers for eventual replacement of that vehicle. Even if we don't have the capital cost up front, we will have ongoing staffing needs. We'll still have to replace that vehicle at some point, so we'd like to keep the reserve transfer in for eventual replacement of that vehicle.
Sorry, he's wanting to not get the vehicle at all.
But we'll still have to replace that vehicle again, even if we're not buying a new vehicle, we're repurposing another one. I don't know if it's coming in from the OPP. We haven't been forecasting for replacement of that vehicle eventually.
Even a partnership vehicle, that's what you're speaking about. Okay, so are you okay with 45 then? Less 45, we keep the 6,500 for a reserve transfer in case there's funding needed for a partnership vehicle. Hopefully there isn't, but it's there if we need it. All in favor? Carried unanimously, thank you. Okay, Councillor Very and then Brunton.
Thank you. I was either too slow or you were too fast on the, no, it's me. Page 113, I just had a question for Jim, I think, just, philosophically. At the bottom, on the challenges, emerging trends, and service issues, it says enforcement regarding encampments is particularly challenging and sensitive. Can we just get a bit of an update on what that means? And I guess my real question is it challenging and sensitive how? Is it legally or is it a politically thing, or like what does that mean?
If you could just refer to it again. Sir.
Sure, yeah. You know what? There you go, right at the bottom.
I guess in relation to the extra work that we do to help support the housing, the health department and housing, and parks and trails, and we're often dealing with marginalized individuals from our community, and frequently bylaw is the front piece to that. And meeting them the first time, arranging for them to seek assistance and services with either health and social services or through the OPP, sometimes transporting them and helping them out that way as well. So there's a sensitivity to dealing with more marginalized people in the community. I think that's the way that was designed. So.
Okay, so my question is that there was or is, and I know that there's some talk at the province about changing how those issues are enforced. And so what I'm trying to get at is when you say there's sensitivity and challenges, is it related to the legality of dealing with those things or policy related to doing those things? Or is it something that as council we can step up and provide more resources as long as we're willing to take that step, or not resources, but support or direction? I guess what I'm getting at is, are we doing everything we can as a council to address those problems through bylaw and other things, but are we doing everything we can, and we're strung up by the province or other legal issues, or are we not doing everything we could do to support it? That's what I'm trying to get at.
From a high level, I think you are doing enough.
Okay.
To your ability. This is a much broader piece to deal with housing for individuals that are marginalized, and that's at a much higher level to be able to provide that. Obviously, the municipality isn't able to provide all the housing that's needed at this point, and I can't speak for social services, but there is a challenge on their part in obtaining that through the community as well, even on a temporary basis. So hooking them up with services, hooking these folks up with services is a challenge, and I don't think it's something that council is able to deal with directly.
What it is I want to be able to tell residents that we're doing everything we can, and I want it to be the truth, and that's where I'm going. So
I believe that's the truth, yes.
Page 123, Councillor Brunton.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can I just go back to 113 for 2 seconds on the building department? And I know Fritz is sitting there probably twiddling his thumbs, but my question, We have about 1,000 units you show here, Fritz. Can you tell me, is there any breakdown like rural versus urban on that? Are they all houses, or are some of these like somebody's deck? Because I mean, the market out there don't look too busy, in my opinion, but.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Brunton. The situation is that the number of permits that you're referring to, the 1,012, that's what we've recorded for 2015. That includes everything from septic systems to decks to new homes, new construction, barns, farm buildings, renovations, everything.
They're separate.
Yeah, the number of dwelling units that were created in 2025 totals 143.
143.
Yep.
Can you tell me how many of them are urban versus rural?
We can find that information for you. We do track what the where the developments are occurring, whether it's which ward, which form municipality. So we can break that down to your area.
Yeah, it's a very interesting stat, I think. But the other question I have on that, we got 200 units going up by Zellers here. Are they classed as one unit for you, like as a building permit?
It's under one building permit, but the number of units is calculated as individual units. So that was recorded in the 2024 numbers, because that's when the permits were issued for 2024.
Okay, so it's nothing to really do with actual numbers when we look at this figure?
Not for 2025. That was under the 2024 stats.
Thank you.
Before you head out, just really quickly off the top of your head, community improvement grants. Are most of those items are they required to get a building permit, like new signage, deck? We had a conversation earlier. So just what percentage of those receive building permits, in your opinion?
I don't have, through Madam Mayor, I don't have the actual numbers, but a lot of our community improvement programs, plans, projects do go through a building permit process.
That'll capture it. Okay, Councillor Duthie? Okay. Anything else while we have Mr. Enslin standing up here? All right.
Thank you.
Which page is that? NBI. We don't have
117.
Sorry?
117.
117. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you. If I could just maybe ask of Mr. Milson. So I'm assuming that this position is likely to be a unionized role.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, it will be. It's another bylaw position, the same as the others.
Falls in line with the rest of your, okay.
Yes.
So I guess I'm just a little curious. So part of the work of this role is then to work on some of the seasonal issues. So with that in mind, is there any potential challenges that we may need to think about ahead of time to ensure that we can actually do some of the seasonal enforcement that sometimes takes place after hours that may not fall in line with collective agreements within that department?
Yes, the position was somewhat designed as a dual position. As you know, we have students for the summertime. They deal with almost all the parking situations for 4 months in the summer. And the position was sort of created to, or designed to cover parking issues through the winter time. And then sort of be a mentor position for the summertime when the students are here, and also to backfill for officers that are on vacation and things like that. So it does allow us the ability to provide that extra to the community that we aren't able to now, just because of the numbers that we have. So.
And if I may, just one more. I think last year around this time we talked about related to that department succession planning. And how that may be a challenge based on sort of what that looks like moving forward for your division. So is there any sort of impact that we can, or thought process behind this role that may lend to solving some of the succession planning challenges you face?
Very much. We are probably losing one in the next year or two to retirement, and beyond that, 2 or 3 years for the other two that are seniors. So out of the 5 people we have now, 3 are going to be gone within the next few years. I also came on later in life as well, as you know. So there is the need to have that ability to learn the craft, to learn the community, and to be in place for succession planning.
Perfect. Thank you. I actually support this one. I generally don't like adding new staff, but I think, every month we pass new bylaws. We can't not staff the department accordingly.
So if I may, just to expedite this, I thought we were done with that NBI. So is there anyone who, you do have two more questions, Mr. Milson, sorry. Is there anyone who wants to remove the NBI? Because if not, then we can just move right past it. And but do you want to remove it, or it's pending your question? I thought we were past that. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Banadrishi, then Michelle, and then we'll move along.
Beings that we're looking at having, it's not going to be, well, if it is or isn't, whatever. The position itself, what I'm looking at, and where the problems have always lied, is we don't have bylaw in the off hours. So with this new position, is there any opportunity to have someone available or to arrange staffing so that it is off hours or weekends? Because that's where the problems lie.
Sorry, I'll just interject for a minute. That is a possibility that was addressed in the collective agreement through Mr. Milson, but some of it was done in closed session. So we do have the flexibility for Mr. Milson to deploy on weekends and evenings as needed. So that's covered.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quick question for staff to Mr. Milson. Jim, this new position, we've discussed a lot about how it will, enhance parking and all the parking related aspects, but just for clarity, this will also enhance the ability to do regular bylaw enforcement in, the far reaches of our county.
Very much, through the chair, very much, Councillor, it would. It is a fully functioning bylaw officer position. They'll be fully trained in all facets of bylaw enforcement. As I mentioned earlier, even through the summer when we have people away, it allows us to have sort of seamless coverage. And instead of one officer now having to handle two very large zones geographically, now we've got that extra body in place to ensure that that's all covered all summer long, which is our busiest time of year. And then through the winter time, I don't imagine, I can't envision that parking will be so prevalent, this need to be so prevalent that they won't be doing other work as well. And so one of the things that I envisioned with the position was to help out with the ice and snow on sidewalk clearing, and also with some of the enforcement for some of the vehicles that are parked on the roadway interfering with our snow removal efforts. So there is the opportunity to leverage that position to be much more valuable to the frontline officers as well and to the community.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Milson. Okay, we'll move along. Great questions, great conversation, not pressuring you, just making you aware. We're 45 minutes off of our schedule now. I'll turn it over to Ms. Van Dyke for corporate services presentation, and then we'll dig into that section.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Council, it's my pleasure to present to you the 2026 Corporate Services Division budget. The next slide, please. The Corporate Services Division includes the Departments of Finance, Legislative Services, Customer Service and Communications, and Information Technology. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the Corporate Services staff for their amazing work this year. Today, I am joined by the Corporate Services Leadership Team, who is available to assist with questions after the presentation. It is my pleasure to work with this strong, hardworking team, including Amy Fanning, our Director of Finance and Treasurer, Bill Tigert, Director of Legislative Services and County Clerk, Catherine McCurdy, Director of Customer Service and Communications, David Hill, Director of Information Technology, and Angela Butcher, our Division Coordinator. I would also like to note that we are very fortunate today that we have joining us Rachel Rohrer. Rachel is a student in the School of Business at Conestoga College who is currently completing her field placement with us. So it's a great opportunity that today happens to be her placement day on budget day. Next slide, please. Corporate Services Administration supports the division with strategic leadership and planning. We provide both internal and community-facing customer service and administer the legal services request process. A number of strategic plans were completed in 2025 in corporate services. These important documents will guide our work in the years ahead. Corporate services was and continues to be very involved in the health unit merger from both financial and county operations perspectives. Looking ahead for this year, two big projects are the planning and delivery of the 2026 municipal election and the procurement of a new enterprise resource management or ERM program. Next slide, please. The Finance Department includes financial management and reporting, accounting, revenue services, including property tax, provincial offenses, risk management and insurance, and purchasing. One of the key achievements in 2025 was the planning and delivery of the community engagement process for this year's budget, which you heard about earlier today. This engagement was extremely successful and gave residents a number of opportunities, including in person, to share their thoughts and ideas about the budget process and priorities. Looking ahead for this year, the department is looking to update a number of key policies and studies that will come forward to council. Next slide. Legislated services include clerks, privacy and freedom of information requests, records management, municipal elections, and other legislative services. A key achievement in 2025 was the work completed to better inform the public about how to engage with council as a deputation. The request for deputation has been added as a service type in the online self-service portal, and an introductory video was completed and posted on the county website, and this was caught the attention of a television producer who was doing some work on best practices for municipalities to engage with the public. And so we're very proud of that. A key priority for legislative services this year will obviously be the planning and delivery of the 2026 municipal election, with planning well underway at this moment. Next slide, please. The Customer Service and Communications Department includes our community-facing Service Norfolk team, accessibility and special events, and our internal and external communications. A key achievement for 2025 was the launching of the new county website with enhanced design and user experience. And one of those examples are the time-stamped YouTube videos that you see now as people follow along with our council meetings. This year's priorities include implementation of the customer experience and communication strategies and the update of Norfolk's accessibility policy. There were two requests for additional information from this department in the December motion. One was for the communications team and one was for customer service. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So starting with communications, this slide outlines how Norfolk County has invested in communications and advertising over the last 4 years. The chart shows spending across all major channels from 2022 through to November 2025. Because communications has been centralized, all corporate advertising and messaging flows through the communications team, with the exception of our economic development department. Overall, this slide shows how the communications investments have evolved and how we've been using different channels to reach the community. And I will just note, because this was a term that was new to me, an out-of-home way of advertising is something that is external to us, like a billboard, for example, a public billboard. The next slide, please. And related to Service Norfolk, this slide provides an overview of how residents have interacted with Service Norfolk throughout 2025. It shows the total volume of in-person visits, phone calls, emails, and online service requests. You will see that telephone calls remain the most common way that people connect with us, with more than 39,000 calls received in 2025, which equates to approximately 157 calls per day. In total, 26,000 service requests were created last year, with a 96% completion rate at year end. Those requests that remain open are the types of operational work that are either completed by an external service contractor, such as a street light repair, or are not completed during the winter season, such as things like forestry or some of our road work. The average time to close the top 10 service request types was about 28 hours, so just more than one day. This slide shows how Service Norfolk is the primary intake point for residents, providing the first layer of service and, wherever possible, completing the service request at the first point of contact. So next slide, please. The Information Technology, or IT department, provides IT infrastructure, support, cybersecurity, and also, as a result of our corporate realignment, includes our Geographic Information Services team, or GIS. In 2025, the team has successfully updated or replaced critical IT infrastructure and has provided high levels of internal customer service during a time of restructuring and rebuilding the team through the recruitment of vacant positions. This year, in this year ahead, the team will focus on modernizing our processes and will be key in the implementation of the new ERM system with finance, as well as the implementation of the county's new AI, or artificial intelligence policy. Next slide. This is so we'll move on to the NBIs. This slide shows the first of two requests for new budget initiatives. So the Claims and Risk Specialist is a new request for the Finance Department. This position will be able to adjust claims in-house that fall below the deductible limit and reduce the costs associated with outsourcing claims adjusting services. The county will also be able to increase policy deductibles and handle additional claims in-house, which will provide further savings, or could provide further savings on annual insurance costs. Additionally, this role would initiate a property damage cost recovery program to recover funds owed to the county from responsible parties. There are several instances each year where county-owned property is damaged by other parties. So, for example, a vehicle loses control on the road and damages a county asset, such as a traffic light. These damage costs are recoverable under the county's user fee bylaw from the party responsible, and the role being proposed through this NBI will be responsible for administering this program, resulting in damage cost recoveries each year. It is expected that this new initiative would be full cost recovery with no net tax levy impact. Next slide. The second new budget initiative is a request for part-time Service Norfolk agents to allow for a full customer service counter at the Gilbertson Administration Building. This NBI was revised after the last budget committee meeting as a result of the feedback received from council that a full Service Norfolk counter should be located at the Gilbertson Administration Building rather than continuing with the customer service representatives. The request is for part-time Service Norfolk agents to provide adequate coverage for all three service counters. That is Gilbertson, the County Admin Building, so this building, and Delhi, in order to maintain our current service levels. This model ensures that residents who attend the Gilbertson Administration Building can complete all of their transactions in one place and be connected quickly with the technical staff who work at GAB, including planning, building, public works, and social services and housing. Next slide. And finally, this slide shows the major budget drivers for corporate services. Council will see how phase one of the interdepartmental charge review is reflected in the full charge out of some of the corporate services areas, those that are listed along on the slide, along with our other major budget drivers. And with that, Madam Mayor, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Let's break this down into the corporate service general budget from page 129 to 123 to 125, I think. Let me double check. Councillor Brunton?
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Martin.
It's pages 129 to 133.
I'm not sure where my request comes from within this budget. I say I'm not sure where my request comes from within this budget. I have a question for Heidi. It's a revenue source. I don't know where it is in here. That's
Sure, which department? Legislative Services,
well,
Finance?
I assume it's in
General?
finance, and I'll tell you what it is. It's all the billboards we own and rent out.
So
who looks after that?
Communications, customer service?
I
Is
don't
that
know.
billboard specifically, or?
Who looks after?
or advertise on? You mean own the
Yeah, well,
billboard?
like for years, we own one of the flashy ones or digital ones on the corner of 3 and 24. Those kind of billboards. We have several around. We have at least
the one by Park Road.
Well, there was one, couple right on the Queensway, one on the 24 North. They're big, you know, Pattison would paint them up with their appropriate sign.
Yeah.
And we would get the rent out of it. And I know it was $16,000 a few years ago. Like, who looks after it now? That's my question. And I assume there's a fair number within Norfolk County.
I didn't think that we owned them. I thought maybe we owned the Park Road one, which was economic development. Bill, Mr. Cridlin, perfect.
Through the mayor, I'm not sure if I'll help. I'm going to contact some staff because I do know when I started in community services, the one at 3 and 24 were under community services. You are right, there was a company called Patterson, and we had 2 or 3 that we rented, and it wasn't big dollars, but I think it was $10,000 to $16,000, as you say. So I think they're still in place and going to revenue, but I will check with some of my staff that have been around and get an answer for that.
Well, there's also one up across from the vet on the Queensway. There's several around that we've had. There was one out east of Simcoe.
Sounds like it might be economic development.
Well, I'm just saying there was a lot of revenue back in the day. I don't know where it's gone. So.
Maybe a follow-up to, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we will get that information for you. I believe it's economic development that manages the sign, but we will get that information for you.
Okay. Councilor Michelli, anything on pages 129 to 133?
Not specifically, Madam Mayor, and that's where I'm wondering if I'm allowed to ask a question about the slideshow.
Oh, go ahead, sure.
And it will be referring to an NBI, but I'm not specifically speaking to the NBI. I just noticed, I believe, and maybe I've missed some other ones on previous slideshows, there's a slight difference in the way that this one was presented, and it has a ranking in brackets beside the NBI. Is that ranking number, I think one was 19 and one was 25, is that ranking number, is that a rank from that original big SLT list from previous to the way that we got here? Is that correct?
Answer that for you.
Through the chair, Councilor Michelli, it is correct. Those are the rankings that SLT had ranked the positions. They are on all of the slides that council will be presenting.
Are they? Okay, I'm sorry if I missed them on the previous slides. I just don't
That's
recall
okay. His
seeing
question is that the rank, or is that the fulsome list that was cut down? That's the...
No, that is the list that was cut down. Those are the ones that came forward.
Okay.
It's not... It's the ranking. So when SLT went through all of the positions, the ones that they prioritized, they went through and ranked them based on the criteria we provided back in October in the meeting, and that was the total value that position got as the ranking.
Okay, so the number is a ranking on a list, or is it a ranking on a scale?
It's a ranking on a scale.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, final call on just those general line items under the full corporate services, then we'll dig into, start with finance, page 135 through to 137. Up for grabs, that includes the new business initiative of claims and risk specialists. So maybe start with the presentation details, council approved initiatives, or the operating budget page. Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair Martin. I just wanted to clarify something. I think I'm understanding this right. The budget impact from the insurance position, the claims. Sorry, I'm going to sneeze. The reason that there's no cost to that is that we will be increasing our deductibles on our policies and using that money for this position, correct?
Through Mayor Martin, yes, that's partly the case, and the other part is that we'll be recovering costs through billing out for roadside damage.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Councillor Michelli, then Vandendrishi on the NBI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just with that same thought in mind as Councillor Huffman, on the slide, I think it said that there would be measurable cost savings, but in the actual report that we have in our binder, it says that there will be anticipated cost savings. So I guess what I'm wondering is, maybe unlike some of the other NBIs, we don't have an actual dollar figure there. It certainly sounds like this is going to be able to recover all the costs of this and then some, I would guess. But I'm just wondering if this gets approved, will there be like periodic updates or information for council to maybe kind of see how that's going on rather than, at the end when it's kind of too late to know?
Through you, Mayor Martin, yes, that's correct. So we didn't want to bring this forward and be overconfident that we could make significant financial gains, and we know that roadside damage recoveries will fluctuate depending on how many of those incidents occur through the year. And we've also didn't want to bring it forward until we had done a couple. And so we were able to, with existing staff complement, get a couple of billings out so that we could at least test the process and ensure that we have all the pieces in place to make it work. So now that we've done that, we're confident we can be a zero net levy. But yeah, we will report back to council periodically to let you know how that initiative is working.
Very good. Thank you, Amy.
Councillor Van den Drieschie?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. With this, where you're anticipating savings is you want to have higher deductibles, right? That's not a savings because that higher deductible takes away from what we would have been paid for. We have to pay it now ourselves. And then you're going to, so that you can claim if someone does do damage to a light poster or whatever, and it's a higher deductible, now it's on the taxpayer to pay that.
Through Mayor Martin to Councillor Van den Drieschie, so yes, but a part of what this position is going to do is to handle more claims in-house. So this position will build in staff capacity to deal with some of those claims in-house, so we won't be reporting them, we'll be handling them internally, and so that will bring our claims number down.
Yes, it will be, but when you give a higher deductible, you are at a loss. Am I not correct in saying that? Because I know I try to reduce my costs of insurance, so I increase my deductible. But being this is a municipality, it operates a little bit differently in the sense that if I damage something from the municipality, now the taxpayer's paying it out of his pocket rather than the insurance paying it because you lifted your deductible.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Through Mayor Martin to Councillor Van den Drieschie. So with the taking on higher deductibles, as Amy mentioned, we will be able to handle more claims internally ourselves. We have factored in the increased cost into our budget of having a higher deductible and taking on a little bit more risk. That is factored into our calculations. With respect to the cost recoveries for the property damage, that is something that would be a bit of a new initiative for us where we have the user fee available in our user fee bylaw, and we would then be looking to collect those costs from parties that damage our property. It really doesn't have anything to do with the deductibles. It would be a new initiative that this position would take on to make sure that we're adequately recovering those fees as we should be, given that they are in our user fee bylaw.
Okay, net levy impact of zero. Staff will report back on the progress of the position. Can we move forward, or does someone want to remove that? Needing a motion if that's your plan. Seeing none, legislative services starts on page 143. There's been many departments also. I haven't identified them as we've gone, but the council approved initiative has been the health unit merger, and it's identified the savings each and every time, which is great. Thank you, staff. So starting on 143 all the way through to 145. Was that Councillor Van den Drieschie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the budget initiative, which is the... Sorry? Oh, okay. It's the Service Norfolk rank for the Gilbertson Administration Building. It's to increase 0.93 this time here. So what you're saying is I wanted to know what the numbers were. When I look at service and customer service and communication, I have 16 staffs in there. What is specific to not the communications end of it, but the Service Norfolk end of it.
I'm going to pause right there. Anything else on legislative services, page 145 to 143 before customer services?
Oh, my apologies.
Okay, no, that's fine. Councillor Van Andrieschi's question stands because we are now 145 through to 154. So, Ms. Van Dyke, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to Councillor Van Andrieschi, there are 9 frontline Service Norfolk agents and 1 Service Norfolk supervisor.
So 10 together. And when we're looking at the initiative here for the .93, what would that entail? Would they just be part of the full 10, like they just get incorporated, so now you're 10.93? Is that what you're saying?
So, Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Van Andrieschi, no, this is an additional .93 FTE that would be part-time positions in order to allow us to take on the additional customer service counter at the Gilbertson Administration Building.
So right now at Gilbertson, there isn't a position there?
There are no Service Norfolk agents there. There are temporary, sorry, Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Van Andrieschi, my apologies. There are no Service Norfolk agents there. They are temporary customer service representatives that have been at the counter using corporate gapping dollars in order to fill that gap until we could come to budget. Of the 2 FTEs, my apologies, 1.5 of them are temporary. A 0.5 customer service rep is social services specific that is left over from the health unit merger.
Right, right. So you don't feel that for what we have that we're sufficient in the fact that we could employ the 10? And is there any cross-training involved in any of that? So that if someone is short in one spot, that you cross-train with anyone else from corporate services?
So, Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Van Andrieschi, all of our Service Norfolk agents are trained on all aspect of the work of the team, including frontline, telephones, emails, the online service portal, and they can work at, right now we have customer service counters at the County Admin Building and in Delhi. All of our agents rotate between those 2 locations, and they rotate between all forms of customer service that we can provide. Staff have done a full analysis of our current service levels, and we were able to get the NBI down to 0.93 FTEs as part-time. If that is the minimum of what we need to be able to have a full-time customer service counter at Gilbertson and maintain our current service level standards.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask staff maybe a bit more history, because if my memory is correct, which is not usually correct, but the request, like we had staff at a counter at Gilbertson, and the request from staff was from Health and Social Services, because there was inquiries there quite often, and it was Health and Social Services that made a request for a full-time counter person. And when we discussed it, I do believe council's suggestion was, rather than add another part-time, part person, part FTE under Health and Social Services, plus a part FTE under the administration, why not just make it a Service Norfolk counter? So this is just filling in what council directed a few months ago, is that correct, or am I missing something?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Van Passen, when we first discussed this at Budget Committee, the request was to add 1.5 customer service representatives and have them fall within the corporate services division. The customer service representatives would provide greeting to customers, would provide reception, and would connect staff to connect the customer to technical staff in the building. When it was discussed at Budget Committee, there was feedback received from some members of council that because there were going to be so many departments working in the Gilbertson Administration Building, and so that customers were not passed back and forth between buildings, that instead of having customer service representatives, that it was council's wish to have a full customer service counter at Gilbertson, staffed by Service Norfolk. So staff took that away, reworked the NBI to be Service Norfolk agents, looked at our current service levels and our current staffing to find whatever efficiencies that we could. And so instead of coming back with an ask for 1.5, we are here asking for 0.93. And instead of customer service reps, we are asking for Service Norfolk agents.
Anything else on the NBI? Okay. Information technology starts on page 155. A couple of council-approved initiatives are noted there with savings on both, which is great. Takes us through to emergency social services. So 155 to 157. Any questions? Yep.
I don't jump around here, but did we do realty and planning services in this budget?
Yes.
There was no questions, I take then, because I know I didn't fall asleep, so.
No, correct.
All right, thank
There was
you.
no new budget initiative associated with it.
I realize that, but we never even discussed it, that I recall.
No, but I've gone page by page.
Okay.
Is there something you want to go back to? Is it pressing? Okay. All right. We will move along then. That brings us to the next entire section, which is emergency and social services. Page 159, and we'll start with the presentation from Mr. Nolan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, for the opportunity to present the Emergency and Social Services budget. First of all, I'd like to go to the organizational chart slide, please. And I'll introduce over in the far corner, Chief Stillwell, Chief Hobson, and also Brian Davis, the Acting Director of Housing and Social Services. I would also like to thank the entire team because it has been a very good process to go through, and they have worked very hard on multiple levels to make sure that we've met all of our clients' needs. So the Emergency and Social Services Division came together as a new division in 2025, as most of you are aware from discussions earlier this morning. This division supports the community of Norfolk County through emergency responses, long-term care, as well as for both Norfolk and Haldeman counties for housing and social services to support and ensure resident, client safety and well-being. Next slide. Moving into the administration overview. The Administration of Emergency and Social Services is working together to align service delivery and create efficiencies when providing quality services to the residents of Norfolk County and Haldeman County. Some of the, well, we'll go through one of the successes highlighted. Continue to meet all provincial ministry requirements while ensuring compliance with evolving regulations and standards. As well as one of the identified priorities for 2026, continue to build strong collaborative relationships with our community housing providers while offering steadfast support to our housing services team. Next slide, please. Speaking into fire services. Fire services for Norfolk County includes the areas of focus that we're responsible for public safety and emergency preparedness, education, fire code enforcement, and fire protection and rescue services. Next slide, please. Thank you. One of the recognized successes is a full implementation of a records management system whose major function includes inventory tracking, report writing, code enforcement, public education tracking, property file tracking, etc. One of the identified priorities or objectives for 2026 is implementation of a decontamination program departmental-wide to mitigate carcinogen exposure. Next slide, please. Going into paramedic services. The paramedic services for Norfolk County provides support to both life-threatening and non-life-threatening emergencies, including transportation, coordination and assistance of disasters and casualty events, and disease management, as well as education to Norfolk County residents. Thank you. One of the highlighted successes that you'll see in front of you is full implementation of a records. Yes, nope, sorry, I think I went back one, my apologies. Implemented 24/7 superintendent support enforcing frontline paramedic guidance and operational oversight. One of the highlighted 2026 objectives is strengthening operational readiness for high-impact emergency events through planning, training, and strategic resource alignment. Next slide, please. Bear with me for 1 second. Leading into homelessness and housing and homelessness overview. Housing and Homelessness Services is responsible for providing oversight and support for housing and homelessness services in both Haldeman and Norfolk, for Haldeman and Norfolk County residents in both counties. Thank you. Identifying one of the successes, in the previous fiscal year, 42% of people in the emergency housing program were rehoused, which is a very good highlight, considering some of the discussions we even had this morning. A priority for 2026 is complete new service agreements for all nonprofit housing providers reaching their mortgage end. Next slide, please. Leading into Ontario Works. Ontario Works program provides financial assistance to people in need while reviewing stabilization reports to assist individuals towards financial independence. Thank you. One of the identified successes in the slides with you, despite retention and recruitment challenges, we were able to reach full complement of trained staff by October 1st of 2025, which was a very, very hard endeavor, a good endeavor and hard work for a lot of the staff to make there, as well as HR. One of the identified priorities is continuation of collaborative appointments between Ontario Works and Employment Ontario sites. Next slide, please. Leading into Children's Services. Children's Services is responsible for ensuring that quality and safety standards are met for local, early year, and child care providers in Haldeman and Norfolk counties. This is done through overseeing the planning, funding, capacity assessments, administration, and operation of local, early year, and licensed child care services. Thank you. One of the highlighted successes are we launched an infant and early years mental health community of practice in partnership with affiliated services for children and youth. One of the highlighted priorities is year one implementation of year-end cost-based funding reconciliations. Next slide, please. Leading the Norview Lodge. Norview Lodge is a long-term care home dedicated to providing 24-hour individualized quality care and nursing services to all 179 residents. Norview embodies a multidisciplinary approach to resident care and strives to provide an environment that excels in teamwork and personal growth while recognizing the value of family, volunteers, and community partnerships. One of the highlighted successes for Norview implemented an all-encompassing nursing team comprising a medical director, attending physicians, and occupational therapist. With our medical team, this was the first time in Norview's history where we've actually been able to recruit 3 physicians to the home. One of the highlighted priorities are focusing on enhanced resident-centered care through clinical pathways involving residents and their families from admission through assessment with continuous care throughout their stay. With that, with the team present, if there's any questions that council or the mayor would have, we would be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, I'll turn it over to our CAO briefly.
Through you, Madam Mayor, before we get started with questions, I just wanted to recognize the efforts and commitment of Bill Nolan over the last year or so as our acting general manager. As you know, We've got a new general manager starting in a couple of weeks. But I want to say thank you very much to Bill Nolan for stepping in. And we joke that he's got Norfolk blood running through him, and he really does. He's shown an unwavering commitment to this organization, and I want to personally thank him for his dedication and stepping in when we most needed him. Thank you, Bill.
Agreed. Okay, let's open this whole section up because there aren't any NBIs. There's lots of council-approved initiatives with recorded savings, obviously, in this section because of Grand Erie Public Health, which is great. So lots of recoveries there, but that is 161 through to 189, fully open. Councillor Van Passen, then Van den Drieschie.
Thanks, Madam Chair. On page 169, I think it is. The interdepartmental allocations for the fire department. It's like almost $5 million, right? What is a breakdown of that?
Chief Stillwell or Finance, whoever.
Through the mayor to council, we can certainly get a breakdown if you like, but just to give high level, a large proportion in this area would be for fleet services to support fire, as well as the fire protection charge from the rate budget.
Pages 161 through to 189. Oh, sorry, Councillor Van den Drieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I'm looking at Norview Lodge, and I'm looking at the costing, and it continuously goes up, obviously, and that's not without standing, everything goes up. But if I look at the revenues, the fees and service charges, how often do you look at reviewing the fee and increasing that? Because we're offering quite a lovely service there. And if you take a look at what's out there in the public sector, I think the fees are they're not as, maybe should be, review should be done.
You're referencing page 188, the resident fees, 189, okay, yep.
So through the mayor to Councilor Van den Drieschie, if I understand the question correctly, the fees that any long-term care home in Ontario can charge are set by the province. So we have no negotiation. We have a review sent to us by the province every June, and that's what we charge for the room, whether it's basic or private. They set the parameters, so we're not allowed to increase or decrease. They're a mandated provincial number.
So the province actually sets the cost to the individuals?
That's correct.
Okay, so, all right. But what about the extra costs that are there? There's nothing that can be recouped?
No, there's no revenue generation, and there can't be in that aspect from the resident stay, if that's what you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, there cannot be.
Councillor Duthie, then Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, if I may ask of Chief Hobson, I think, two questions. And the first is maybe a little bit historical, because I seem to think at this time last year we added 4 new positions to your department. So I wonder if you could just maybe give us a very brief synopsis of how that's impacted you and the success, but then also if you could just talk to me a little bit about the decrease in municipal recoveries from cross-border billing. I think I know what that means, but I would like you to explain it.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Duthie. So the superintendents, we rolled those out in July. We opened it up as a temporary position so people could feel what the position was like before making a commitment. We just posted those as permanent and are in the process of filling those right now. As for the successes with this, the survey went out to the paramedics, and 93.3% of respondents found that the superintendent position was either positive or neutral in relation to their daily work. So a huge success. They've also attended 117 calls. They performed 1,458 evaluations of the paramedics as well. So they've been very busy in the last 6 months. To your next question about the recoveries. So this section here was the rollout of MPDS that happened November the 5th, going through the new dispatching algorithm. Now, so previous to that, the paramedics had to respond to the closest call, whether it was outside of county or not. With MPDS, it's now only the highest priority of calls that they would respond to outside of county. So an agreement was made basically to reassess this at the time because nobody knows what this is looking like. So all recoveries with neighboring municipalities in the region are no longer billing each other for their services.
Councillor Columbus, is that a hand?
Yes, to paramedics, the response times, can you make comment with respect to how we're doing?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Columbus. So the response times this year, we have met all of the provincial mandates, and we are now responding to calls in 8 minutes and 33 seconds. That was looking at the entire year. Moving forward with MPDS, we do expect the lower acuity calls to take longer to get to. So we classify this as the Canadian Triage Acuity Scale. So CTAS 3, 4s, and 5s are deemed to be non-life-threatening and are able to actually wait for service. And this is again back to the MPDS rollout, ensuring that we do have available ambulances to those that need it most.
And what is the limit that the province gives us for response time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Columbus. So there is no set time. Basically, through the MPDS program, they can have calls holding 4 hours is what the province has set forward. So somebody could call 911 and take 4 hours to get there. We haven't seen these times in our local area. But this is something that we're monitoring, and again, those are deemed for those that are low acuity, like sore throat for 2 days, those types of calls.
Thank you.
Thanks for those direct and concise answers. Anyone else? Councillor Van Passen? Go
ahead. Read through this whole section, and I think it's a section that might want a little bit better transparency to the public. Like we get a nice chart that shows, a pie chart of where your tax levy dollars are spent. Now, I go through this kind of section here. This is the one area where we actually do get a bunch of support from higher levels of government. Like there's a little note in here, Norview's 179 beds. On average, its levy dollars, $38,000 per bed. That's doing pretty good under the standards of care we have. But the actual cost of that is about $150,000 per bed. And then the public wonders where all our budget money goes. Well, we get it in from the province, we pay it back out. Paramedics, it's about 50-50. We get reimbursed half of the cost. So that's why, our budget is not that big. That's why we still have that many paramedics running around, because we're getting half of it back. Health and social services and housing, levy dollars about 1.9 million, but the budget's actually closer to 9 million, because that's another section where, like, we get $4 million for housing and homelessness, and that's across Haldimand and Norfolk. So I wonder if staff could, develop a pie chart, think specifically for this one thing about where all the money goes, not just where the levy dollar goes. Is that possible?
Through the mayor, certainly we can look at bringing that back.
And I do have one other item, if I could.
Go ahead, and then Councillor Brown.
And it's to do with health and social services. Back when Norfolk County was created and Haldimand County was created, and we were the Board of Health, well, maybe it made some sense that we also were the in charge of health and social services across both counties. But now that the Board of Health has been merged and it's no longer part of our duties, and maybe Haldimand's grown up enough and they are big enough that they can handle it themselves, is it time we entered into some discussions with Haldimand whether we want to just split that and let Haldimand look after their own issues in that area and Norfolk its own, or whether there's any cost savings to do it that way? But at least, should we start the conversation with that?
Let's pass it over to our CAO for comment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think the councillor is reading our mind. Such an analysis is forming part of our 2026 work plan, and headed up by Heidi Van Dyke and Angela McMillan, our new GM for this area. That is on their work plan for 2026 to do some analysis, some recommendations, and bring it back to council for consideration, working with some Haldimand staff as well.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. My question is pretty straightforward. I guess I apologize you sat down, but don't get up. You're good there. My question is, when you get a call, say, out at the West End, you go, I assume you go to Tilsonburg Hospital. You don't come all the way back into Simcoe. Is that correct?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Breton. So generally speaking, if it's a CTAS 1 and 2, everything is based on these CTAS guidelines. So if it's a CTAS 1 and 2, it's the closest hospital. If it's a CTAS 3, 4, or 5, we're able to go to any of the hospitals that are most appropriate for that patient, whether they have the services that they need at that location or not. Where this falls into being specific is, if they had recent surgery at Norfolk General, even though they live in the West End, we would try to get them back to Norfolk General, pending we have availability of resources.
Same on the east side, Haldeman Hospital?
Yeah, so the east side, we would be going to West Haldeman, and same with the North Waterford area. We would be going up to Brantford General for those ones.
Okay, and but you have that as that's registered as a call for you, I guess, in your statistics here.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Brunton, the calls that we look at are the calls that are in Norfolk County, so everything, and all the response times, that's what I'm looking at, is those specific to Norfolk County itself. But I'm able to also pull all of the data that our units went to outside of Norfolk County. So we have all of that access, and that's through the provincial system.
Okay, and the other question, I notice when you're in Simcoe here, there seems to be a police officer that is there all the time following or whatever. I often see at least 2 officers there. And I'm wondering, like, when you go to Tilsonburg or Haldeman, do you get the same assistance, or I don't even know why they're with you, but maybe you could clarify that.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Brunton. So the police will follow the ambulance with a police officer in the back, depending on what the call is. So due to safety reasons for the paramedics, for many reasons, or investigations that are open, the paramedic will have a police officer attend in the back of the ambulance with them, with another one following behind, because if the patient is handcuffed, then we do have to have an officer with them.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, final call on pages up to 189. Great. Seeing no hands, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's keep the camera rolling. I don't want to go off air. Less than 5 minutes if possible. Go to the washroom, get a coffee or a beverage, and we're going to come back with Public Works ASAP. All right, thanks everyone. Public Works, over to Mr. Grice for his presentation.
All right, thank you, and thank you, members of council. Mayor Martin, happy to present the Public Works levy budget. Due to the restructuring, we are now last on the docket, so hopefully you didn't save all your tough questions with our new name. You can go to the next slide. So this is the services within the Public Works team. So as part of the restructuring in June of last year, we now have 4 departments or 4 buckets of work within the Public Works team. We have our roads department looked after by Devin Hunter. We have our environmental services team with Stephanie Davis. Our engineering and asset management program led by Darnell Lambert. And finally, our water and wastewater capital team led by Mariana Balaban. We did deal with the water and wastewater assets later in the year and later in 2025, but the remaining services do fall within the Public Works levy realm. Next slide. As an administration, our highlights are really contained within the departmental section, so I will skip over this. The only thing I do want to highlight is that in 2026, our team will have a continued focus on defining clear roles and responsibilities for work, as well as advancing our journey to document processes and leverage technology. So hopefully at some point in the near future, we can move away from paper. Next slide. Within our roads team, they look after over 4,200 lane kilometers of road. That is quite significant when you consider all the day-to-day tasks, as well as responding to tough winter conditions like we're already seeing early this year, and even so just this morning was quite a substantial storm. I know we've all been sitting in here most of the day, but the roads are not great out there, and Devin's team's hard at work looking after that. In 2025, the group implemented a GPS software system called Mesh. This allows our staff to capture deficiencies in the field, create work orders, track our progress, and it satisfies our reporting requirements for our minimum maintenance standards. And this is really a big step in our journey to get away from paper and use technology, and Devin's done a great job with that, and lots more to do, but that's a great first step. Also, as part of their day-to-day activities, we've corrected 341 potholes and attended over 500 work orders for debris management. As we move into 2026, you'll see our next day in the life video highlight our road operations team. I think when many people think about what road operators do, they envision snow plowing and potholes, but there's a lot of activity that this group does, and we want to share that with the community. Shouldering, line painting, brushing, ditching, catch basin work, small paving, concrete, sidewalk work, sign replacements. These are all activities that our road team does on a daily basis. And we'll also look at digital tools and hopefully pilot some AI technology. This will allow us to capture our road patrol activities while our staff are doing other critical work in the background. Next slide. For our environmental services team, much efforts in the levy world have centered around our solid waste program and our stormwater program. In the stormwater world, the team continues sadly to find new assets, correct deficiencies, and disentangle the municipal drains and urban stormwater issues that we face. You got a glimpse of that at the most recent council workshop where we tried to provide some insight into some of the challenges that team faces. For the solid waste program, we procured a new collection contract that is set to launch in September of 2026. And I do think it's worthy of taking the opportunity to clarify this contract during the budget discussions because there seems to be a lot of confusion and misinformation floating around about this. So we procured this contract in a very unique manner. I had experience with this with my previous employer, but it was a first for Norfolk County. We did an open tender, allowed us to look at long-term operating costs as well as capital costs over the lifespan of the contract, so we could compare apples and oranges. This model allowed us to select bids for manual collection, cart collection, weekly, bi-weekly scenarios, and we selected the overall lowest price. And the cheapest method was automated bi-weekly garbage collection and weekly organics collection. I know we've covered this a few times, but I think we need to restate it. Yes, we know contract values have increased significantly, but we are seeing that in all of our operational contracts. Locates, chemicals, supplies, vehicle rentals, and in particular for waste, because the previous contract was tendered almost a decade ago. Status quo was not the cheapest option. Keeping with the waste theme, to prepare for the launch in September, we just awarded our outreach and education program. This includes our marketing, brochures, what goes where, everything we can do to make the transition as smooth as possible. And in 2026, our storm team will continue to improve our maintenance programs, find assets, clean ponds, and update our stormwater bylaw. Next slide. The engineering team expanded in 25 to encompass the asset management portfolio. So in addition to asset management, they look after our design and construction within the right-of-way, as well as our development engineering team. In 2025, council approved our asset management plan. This was for all county assets, both our core and non-core. Also include our proposed levels of service and the associated financial plan to support these services and start to decrease our infrastructure deficit. So hopefully we do not try to eliminate our contributions to reserves for capital funding. Within the design and construction team, we completed some very visible projects. Harbor Street in Dover took a lot of staff effort to manage, but at the end of the day, that was a great successful project. West Street here outside of council chambers was quite visible and well done. And in Delhi, we resolved the rail bridge issue on East and Ann, and if you haven't been out there since that work's done, the removal of that bridge is it's quite nice. It makes a very different corridor there, much more passable for our residents, which is great. As we look forward to 2026, capital plan's already been approved, so the team's hard at work designing and getting tenders ready for the construction season so we can try to leverage the best price possible. Next slide. The Public Works team does have 2 new budget initiatives to highlight. The first relates to our stormwater team and the creation of a formal CCTV program. For our wastewater assets, we update our records every 5 years to inspect for deficiencies and align our capital programs. And for the stormwater system, and really for the wastewater system moving in this direction, we're recommending we inspect a percentage every year rather than completing a large project every 5 or 10 years. Staff did review the option to complete this work with internal resources and equipment, but it is fairly specialized and the equipment is quite expensive, so the cheapest option is to leverage a contracted model to complete the work. On an annual basis, this does represent $300,000, and while that may seem expensive, it is the most efficient way to identify deficiencies, locate utility conflicts like the gas bores through our storm sewer that we showed you last year. It also allows us to remain compliant with legislation, the levels of service that council has set as part of our asset management plan, and it lets us align our capital project based on subsurface asset condition and not just potholes. Next slide. And the second MBI relates to our development engineering team. Over the past 2 years, under Darnell's leadership, we have made great progress in development engineering. We've updated our standards and we've improved our turnaround times, and that's thanks to both Darnell's efforts as well as council's support of previous requests in previous years. The one area, though, that we do continue to struggle is at the finish line with construction and assumption. There are a large number of files crossing our desk, and our staff spend most of their time in the office reviewing plans, meeting with developers and consultants to support those applications. And sadly, it's not uncommon for development staff to first visit a site when they're doing the final walkthrough with the developer. And that's not great. Not having oversight in development construction leads to problems. Just think of all the I&I challenges that we're dealing with in Port Dover right now. And it's also not fair to the development community for us to be pointing out deficiencies that late in the game. When the original Build Norfolk plan was presented to council a few years ago, council requested that we staff develop an assumption process or a bylaw to complement that, and we haven't made any progress on that. And that's really due to 2 reasons. One, staffing is a challenge, but also, more importantly, not having the staff to enforce the process in the field. If we don't have the boots on the ground, there's no point in making a process or a bylaw. It won't achieve anything. Thankfully, most of the costs associated with this MBI are covered through inspection fees, so the net levy impact is only around $26,000. Next slide. And our last slide is on our major budget drivers. Overall, in Public Works, we said at 8.2% or $4.3 million, which is quite significant. But when you factor in the already approved initiatives, like our contributions to capital and financial reserves, our waste collection contract, as well as our MBIs, our base operating budget has come in quite low. And with that, we will take questions. And sorry, I forgot to mention, Marissa's also with us today, because everybody loves waste, and we anticipated there might be some waste questions, so she's also here to help out.
Okay, thank you very much. That opens us up just for the general portion of Public Works, the budget, all the way through to page 201, which is roads. Let's start there with questions. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification on one of the highlights that you mentioned, 535 debris work orders. What would be examples of those? Because I know that on social media, there's a lot of talk now with this new recycling garbage. Oh, people are just going to dump in the ditches and stuff. Is that what this is, or is this something different?
Through the chair, so I mean, Devin can elaborate, but I mean, luckily we're talking about 2025 work, so that was pre-waste transition. But it encompasses a number of things. We have fallen trees, things in ditches that we have to address. Some cases it can be roadkill. So it's just an all-encompassing catchment for when staff have to go out and remove debris off the road. It would include, and roadside, it would include some illegal dumping, but that is not a majority of the activity.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Any other question? Councillor Berry, Columbus, Breton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So through to you, to Andrew there. I mean, I made a note here where you said on the one of the MBIs that the cheapest option is to contract, and I'm wondering if there's any other services that we can review to see if there's some contract options versus staffing. Not trying to get rid of anybody, but just looking ahead to see as we have retirements and services change that we can start to look towards that. And I guess the question also is, would that help us save on capital with equipment? And if there's anywhere to start looking for that now, or is that a future thing? How can we do a little work into looking into that?
Through the chair, so that is a great question and something we talk about regularly. Stephanie and I had this conversation yesterday. Anytime we have a retirement, before we post, we always look to see if there's a different way to do our business, and we also review our models. So we are going out for a locate contract in 2026. We did a comprehensive review, presented that to SLT on in-house model versus a contracted services, and we will always move forward with the cheapest option. So we do that for all of our service areas. There are likely still a few things that I think we could do cheaper in-house, but we always know that getting FTEs is a challenge, and it comes with, you know, unknown challenges, recruitment. You know, there's bits and pieces to it that are not just the pure dollars and cents, but it is something we look at on a regular basis.
Okay, and while I have the floor, if you don't mind, on the roads, you know, and I'm not asking for an increase in this budget or anything like this, but I'd like to start looking at maybe one of those windrow machines. I sent you a video last week, and I realize that there's a cost. I'm not saying it's cheap. I understand all of the things, but our demographics are changing, population's growing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'd like to at least look at it so we have an understanding. So I'm hoping that, I don't know if I need to have a motion to do a report on that and come back, so maybe when we start to plan for our capital budget next term, we have a review on that, or is that appropriate to bring up now?
What kind of machine did you say? We didn't hear it.
With the windrow, it's the plow that goes behind the plow and clears the driveways. So the idea is, you know, what I'm hearing, I'm sure you all are hearing, but what I'm hearing a lot is that, you know, I already shoveled my driveway and then the plow went and dumped a foot of ice and slush on it, and I can't do it because I'm 70 years old, and fair enough. So if we're going to do that, and I would like to at least know what that cost of that service would be, instead of just saying to people, no, we can't add. Why? Like, we should know what it is before we say we can't add it. And so that's what I'm asking. Is it, can we look at that?
Mr. Grice?
Through the chair, we are certainly happy to take that away and bring it back. And it's not obviously going to happen as part of this year's winter program, but for future years, absolutely. If there's a direction to staff, we can take that away, look at different types of equipment. You know, different municipalities do things differently. They operate at different hours. They do different sidewalk plowing. So we can certainly bring back some options to council for consideration. We are seeing across the municipal range less investments in winter control because the last 4 or 5 years have been quite favorable. We're obviously getting a nasty taste of winter early this year, so I know it's top of mind, but it is something just to keep in the back of your mind that winters tend to be not as harsh as they were in the past, so many places are not making the same investments into new types of equipment and technology as maybe they were 15, 20 years ago. But by all means, we're happy to take a review of that and bring some options back for council and associated costs.
Okay, Councillor Berry, moving direction.
Yeah, please. Yes, and I'd also like, if I can we also look at, I understand it'd be a contract service, that's the best way to go, but if there's an opportunity to argue that development charges could go towards purchasing because it's related to growth and more subdivisions and all these other things, I don't know if we can or not, but could we just include that in the review that you look at it?
We will look at that. I think that's a bit of a stretch, but we will definitely look at it.
Let's stretch. Thank you.
Okay, so direction or motion that I'll look for a seconder and call the question on for staff report to follow up on specifically the windrow, but snow removal, funding options, winter control. Cool. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Huffman. Any debate or discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion is carried. Councillor Columbus, then Brenton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In recent past budgets, we introduced something called the hot box to handle potholes. Just wonder if we can get a handle on how much improvement there was with the hot box system versus just patching the potholes through the winter.
Sure, maybe I'll ask Devin to come down and he can elaborate on some of the details, but yes, it's been successful. You recall, as part of our capital budget, we actually expanded that program for 2026, but Devin can talk to some of the benefits we're receiving.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor. We purchased 2 hot boxes 2 years ago, I believe. This would be our second full season with the hot box. It's been very successful. The biggest savings that we've seen, we've been able to reduce the amount of cold patch that we actually purchase and stock in-house. And what we've done instead is at a cheaper cost purchase virgin asphalt, stock that in the yards, and then we heat it up for 6 hours of time, like typically overnight, and then we can go and actually fill potholes with fresh hot mix, and they do typically stay longer. I don't know that we've actually gone back and had to replace any that we've done with the hot mix because it is essentially like doing a full paving job in a very isolated area.
Thank you. That's good news.
Councillor Brunton and Vanadrishi was at a hand? Okay, and then Vanadrishi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I got a couple of questions, I guess. Andrew, first one is, are you making any headway on the combined sewer problems, in terms of what we're treating, storm and sanitary? You got some of them connections still?
Sure, certainly. We can touch briefly on it. I mean, a lot of that's contained within the rate budget and not super relevant to today, but I know the stormwater world is levy-based, but most of that is wastewater. Yes, we are making progress. So we made some pretty significant corrections in Port Dover on the I&I program. We found a few major cross connections. So those have been now corrected. We are also monitoring in the field, and Steph's meeting with the group next week to review all of that data. Once the corrections are made, you don't see the immediate benefit. You have to wait for a major melt or rain thaw event or a number of them so you can see what the actual benefit is. But based on the amount of smoke and the amount of flow that we saw before the corrections, I think it's going to be quite substantial. But Councillor Berry just reached out a couple days ago and asked that question, and we'll be bringing a report to Council in the near future with a more comprehensive update.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, I heard Mr. Flack at Roma indicated that the stormwater issue would be applicable. I'm quite sure I heard this. I was just coming in the room that the stormwater issue would be applicable to the urban people, and us poor people in the rural would not be affected. Have you heard anything on that?
Through the chair, I did hear some rumors of that as well. I haven't had a chance to sink my teeth into the details, but I have also heard rumors that they were looking to remove the rural component of a stormwater fee.
Okay,
but it would require some review on all staff's part before we would comment on that more wholly.
Okay, I know last year when we spoke of this, you indicated you're working on a report on a fee. Are you kind of holding off on that, or what are you doing?
Through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Brunton, that is part of our comprehensive rate study, which is coming forward. So a vendor's been selected, and we're working with them now to kick that off, and the stormwater rate investigation will be part of that study. So that'll be back before you later in 2026.
Okay, and I guess to our county manager, did I hear that right from Minister Flack? Or do you not recall that, Renata?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe we were in a delegation at that time, and we didn't hear all of Minister Flack's comments.
Take it as gospel, I heard it.
It'll come with the post-conference videos that they will send us to all the attendees, and then we'll share it with council.
Councillor Vanadrishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, this is a question of contracting versus in-house. A few years ago in our budgets, we took out the tar and chip program that we did in-house. Via your summaries of costing, do you find that there is a benefit to have contracted that particular service out, or are you finding it getting quite costly for the tar and chip program? A few years ago, we took out the in-house tar and chip program, of which was very successful. It's just a matter of costing of some equipment that in-house here thought that contracting would be a cheaper method of doing it. are you finding your contracts with tar and chip, how are they comparable to when it was in-house? And that's going back a bit, so it's a little bit difficult. But your contracting, how much is, because I can't see it in your...
Through the mayor, I'm going to have to defer the contract piece to Darnell because engineering actually does the contracted piece for the tar and chip.
So, I mean, through the chair, at a high level, yes, we are seeing the benefit. I mean, those pieces of equipment were quite expensive and they were due for replacement. That was, part of the rationale when we moved in a new direction. I don't know if Darnell has any stats on, kilometers we did via tar and chip versus our contracted model, versus our in-house model. But so far we've seen it quite successful. What we're finding with a lot of these programs is, trying to, with the limited resources that we have in Norfolk County, is trying to focus on priority work and freeing up our resources to do our critical activities. Some things are very difficult to contract out. Some things are easier to contract out. Tar and chip just happens to be one of those.
And I can understand that it could be easier. That's self-evident in itself. But at the end of the day, like costing, what is the cost? Have we increased in the costing of contracting out? So it's a question you can't answer. Okay. I've had a lot of questions about the tar and chip program lately. Some deficiencies in it. And some people are pretty upset. So I'm wondering, and we do look at in-house versus contracting, and we're starting to bring things back in-house. So I just wanted to know if that comparison was done yet, just to see, because we do have a lot of roads. So
Is that a motion for our staff report to return to us?
Oh, yes, that would be a motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Huffman. Is there debate and discussion? I think Councillor Banandrishi's covered it off. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Okay. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I would be remiss, because I know Andrew was waiting for this, because he said to me, I thought it was kind of nice what you said to me, but you did say that there would be some discussion over winter road maintenance at budget. I am very familiar with the timeframes and how much snow has to, I understand our protocols. My question is, for the general public to understand, if we were to increase the level that we're at now and go up the next step, what impact would that have on the levy?
So through the chair, I mean, Devin was doing some homework because I was expecting there to be winter control questions. He was going to walk through that. I don't know if we have a dollar figure on the top of our head for what increased level of service would be. But Devin, you can maybe elaborate on our current program and what potential increased level of service may look like.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Through the mayor. So it's kind of a loaded question. Our current level of service is essentially to use the MMS. So like you said, you're very well versed in the timing and the accumulation, which I think we're all kind of getting there. So really the next level to that would be to potentially add a shift. So we would have to run either 2 12-hour shifts or do some sort of like an afternoon shift. Essentially how we currently operate, we are on the road either from 4 a.m. until 5 p.m. would be the longest that we can be on the road, which leaves a significant gap from 5 p.m. till 4 a.m. Really without increasing that, and there's a ton of nuances to that, whether we split our current complement into a morning and an afternoon shift, or whether we just add a full shift. If we do certain things and we have to buy more equipment, so it can become very, very costly. And we also have to work within the confines of the collective agreement, which as it stands right now would not allow that.
Well, that wasn't quite the answer I was anticipating. Can I look at giving direction in terms of bringing this back in and getting some figures and stuff? The ward that I represent borders on a lot of other communities. So this is a hot topic in Waterford. And not only is it just in the Ward 7 area, I get a lot of people who commute through Waterford heading to Brantford into the 403 and things like that. And I myself obviously live in the area and travel the roads, and I did not have the greatest drive into work today, actually. That Bloomsburg area, old Highway 24 is just something to be be held. So I would like to make a motion that we send this back to staff to get some information and some more details and costs as to what it would be to change our level of service.
Mr. Grice, can we wrap that into your winter control report?
I was thinking it would do all things winter control as part of that report back.
Okay. All right, perfect. Anyone else? Have I missed anyone in the queue? Okay, let's move forward. We're on page 203, which starts us off with environmental services. Council approved initiatives are recorded, and we'll stop 203 to 205 and isolate it there before we go to the new budget initiative. Just take a couple seconds and review, and if not, we're on page 207. It's a stormwater CCTV inspection new budget initiative. Councillor Van Passen.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I got to go back to it, and I think I mentioned it sooner, but this is the section where we've already built in an increase of $2,759,100 in 2027 because of the new garbage contract prices. We're only doing it for the 3 months in this budget, so it's already built in, and we already paid $5,029,000 was paid by last year's surplus to cover off. Otherwise, that would also be in this budget in one way or another. But one question I did ask Marissa a while back is, we got a new company picking up the recyclables, and I wondered how much we sold them the blue boxes for, since we bought them and paid for them and they're ours. How come they get to use them? And I don't see any amount in here of the price of the used blue boxes that we sold.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. So essentially with the blue boxes, and what most municipalities have had happen is they've just assumed the recycling containers from the municipality. If you're looking at a cost per blue box, at the time they ranged between $7 and $10 per box. So under the new contract, the contractor is now providing those to residents that are requesting them. So it's just been something that was passed over. I think in Norfolk's case, we might be a little bit more fortunate because we were with a blue box system and not automated carts, such as some of the larger municipalities, and there's a higher cost for those materials.
I only brought that up because I just found it amazing that the province is not making the new collection deal with the institutional and commercial because they didn't want to, but, oh, by the way, we'll give you all our stuff for free because you like that, right? Seem to get it both ways.
$207, new budget initiative. Stormwater CCT inspection and condition assessment. Councillor Barry.
Thanks. I just have a question for Andrew real quick through the mayor there. This is one of those ones where we don't really have a choice, right?
Through the chair, we always have a choice. The option to do nothing just potentially comes with consequences. So yes, there is nothing in the ECA that says thou shall use CCTV, but we do need to inspect our infrastructure, and this is the most efficient way to do so.
Right. So could you just remind me, and then so I can share this with the public when they ask us what this is about, what are the consequences of not doing this? Just just quickly over.
Yep. So through the chair, the stormwater system is now managed in the same manner as our water and our wastewater system, so much more heavily regulated. That includes inspections by the ministry, as well as a set of parameters we must meet for maintenance of our equipment or maintenance of our infrastructure, pond cleaning, changing just from an age-based system to a condition-based system, and you can't do that without having data to make decisions.
Any other questions on that NBI? Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you. So, Mr. Grice, thank you. I feel like every year we're seeing stormwater, and I thank the province every single time. The expenditure looks like 300 grand, but it's a 10-year program, right? And then I'm guessing we have to start all over again. Is that right?
Through the chair, yes, that's the way we have tried to phase it in. We had looked at options of, do we do it all in 1 year and try to complete it, or would it make more sense to do a percentage every single year? So let's, tackle 10 to 20% of our inventory on an ongoing basis. So yes, so this is an ongoing activity. Right now it's phased in over 10 years, and once that 10 years is complete, we will be starting the clock again at the first one we did. We'd be going back and repeating that exercise.
And it's 300 grand for the entire year, so 300 grand a year times 10 years?
Through the chair, correct.
Ongoing, okay.
Councillor Breton.
I guess, Andrew, I've thought about this one, and if I may, Mayor Martin, I know what kind of records many of the places had, catch basin records, storm sewer mapping and all that, but when you put this out for tender, I assume, what kind of information will you lay out in that? If I may, some of it. I know you probably have to think a little bit about all that, but you're not going to ask for total mapping, are you? Or is that part of the plan?
So through the chair, we have a pretty good understanding of where our existing infrastructure is, albeit we continue to find new things in the ground every day on the stormwater system because it was neglected for so long. But really the CCTV program will identify the deficiencies. So current condition of our pipe, any deficiencies that we have in the pipe that allow us to go and make corrections before we see failure or road collapse. And as well, it helps us plan our capital plan. So we know when to align our projects with our water, wastewater, and stormwater assets to make sure we're making the most use out of our dollars. And in certain instances with a proper CCTV program, we can find candidates that are pipes that are candidates for structural lining. That would avoid us doing open construction that is disruptive, but you need that visibility in order to make those decisions.
So I take a lot of it will be video work, will it?
Through the chair, yes, that's really what a CCTV program is. So it's a closed circuit television program. If it's one of those acronyms I think we all just use because it's been around for so long, but yes, it is a machine that crawls through your pipe. It actually stops and it just does an inventory of the pipe condition, looks at everything, looks at your joints, and then it records kind of chainage links as to where those are so that you can go and make the corrections as required. Those videos are being reviewed by the contracted service, so it's not something we'd be doing in-house as well, and that is an area where things are getting much more efficient with AI technology. Rather than having someone sit in front of a screen and watch a video, those technologies now can pinpoint where there's deficiencies and allow you to focus on 5 minutes of a video instead of an hour.
Okay, and I guess going back to what I asked earlier, if you come up, and I assume you will, with a stormwater charge, will that eventually, like 300,000 a year scares me, but if you go 300,000, everything starts to work out, you will start a stormwater charge, we'll say, will that offset the cost of this? Is that the idea long term?
So through the chair, if a stormwater fee ends up being adopted by council, then yes, just like our water system, everything that is associated with that program will be funded through that rate structure.
Okay, and do you anticipate coming out with something this year? I'm scared to hear 300,000 for 10 years. Is it possible in a year's time we'll have a rate for stormwater?
So through the chair, Ms. Fanning already provided an early response to that. So they've just kicked off their rate study and they'll be working closely with our public works team. They'll get something back in front of council before summer recess, I think is what her goal was that she previously stated. Maybe not, sorry, didn't mean to put words in your mouth, Ms. Fanning.
Through the chair to Councillor Breton, so I had indicated that it would be back later in 2026. We're not yet sure if that would be Q2 or Q3.
Very real possibility the next term of council could sit down and not have it. So count out for sure a year.
Thank you.
Quick question for you, the 10-year trajectory, is it a contract? Like, are we signing up for 10-year? What if there are legislated changes or mandates from the province or something that changes for us, given that it's contracted out?
Through the chair, so we haven't gone through the logistics of how we procure it, but we would not be doing it as a 10-year contract. We'd probably look for a 3+1+1 or a 2+1+1 to allow us to remain flexible.
Okay, so there's possibility that it could be rate, there's possibility there could be legislative changes, there's possibility that we could change the contractor, so it's flexible in future years. All right, how about we move along to engineering and, a final call on the NBI, sorry. Did I miss any hands? No one wants to remove it, so it's in, and we'll move to page 211. We're on engineering and asset management. I'll open the floor up for questions. That does include the NBI. We have the development compliance technician on page 215. I think that's it. Yes, that was the only one. All right, good stuff. Next section is, go ahead.
If I may, some clarification, and I know Devin and Darnell kind of work tandem, I guess, but where do you draw the line for, I say, capital versus maintenance? Is that a fair term? Can somebody, like I know you were looking at paving and then you switched it, and I'm just wondering who draws the line on who does what, I guess. That's what I'm starting to wonder. Not all, to pave a road really isn't engineering to me, but...
It's a great question. Maybe before Darnell just jumps into more details, this is something that is on our work plan for 2026. So one of our successes in 25 was doing this with roads and stormwater. So we've gone through a responsibility matrix so we know who does what. The next one is what happens within the road allowance, because that's one of the challenges we had with our previous structure. At least now it's all contained within Public Works. It's easier to delineate who does what. But if Mr. Lambert has any comments on our current program, then I certainly feel free to elaborate.
Respectfully, budget related only. We are running out of time here today. There's another meeting in the room coming, so if you have a quick answer that ties that question to budget, if not, it's operations.
I really don't have a response that ties it to budget.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. Okay, we're on section 4, which is debt and reserve related impacts. Is there any comments from staff, or we'll just open it up to questions? Page 223. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had asked last week of Amy, I wanted to get, when we talk about debt, I kind of want to know the total picture. And I know we split it off, we got rate and operating and so forth, but I had asked her, there's one part in the budget or sheet information you gave us, Amy, or gave, and I sent it out to council, but the 83 point something million in the one part of the borrowing, can you clarify that a little bit more for me?
So through Mayor Martin to Councillor Brunton, so the 83.7 is debt that has been approved but not yet issued. But to be clear, that's related to the rate budget. So none of those numbers are impacting this document that's in front of you today. But that 83.7 million, I do have the information here. It's made up of a few key projects: the Simcoe wastewater treatment plant phase 1 upgrades, the Port Dover phase 1 and 2 water treatment plant upgrades, the Port Dover wastewater treatment plant, and IUWS phase 1 Nanticoke treatment plant, and Simcoe transmission water main.
Thank you for that. Rate budget, not today.
Well, no, but Madam Mayor, it's all debt. And that particular part that you just described, some of it may not happen, correct? That's all I'm saying is...
I got to stop you, Councillor Brunton. It's part of the rate budget. We've already discussed it and passed it. So if it doesn't happen, it's a lower debt ratio than...
Oh, no, it paints a poor picture, Mayor Martin. It paints a very poor picture when people look at it. It's total debt.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but that was a conversation we had at the rate budget, which is passed.
Go ahead. Thank you.
We just don't. There's no opportunity to revisit, so it's just debate and discussion on something that's been endorsed already. We're all the way open to page 242 here. Maybe while council's slipping, I could call on staff. I believe they have kind of a high-level figure that speaks to Councillor Huffman's question earlier. While it's not direct funding that would go directly to reserves. Sorry, the question was about grant funding. It's applicable because then we would maybe be making different reserve contributions. So can I call on either our treasurer or our CAO to revisit the information you were able to find on a high level for grant funding?
Thank you, Mayor Martin, and through you. So at a high level for recent applications, we've applied to 19 million. We've received 0.8. We're still waiting on responses to 5.4, which means we were denied on 12.8 million. We are planning a fulsome grant update report to council, so later in Q1, and they'll have all the details of that will bring that forward.
Wow, okay. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that you tracked that, and I'll look forward to that report. So was that 2025 alone? Or roughly?
Through you, Mayor Martin, roughly, yes, 2025. Some of those applications may have gone in earlier. I'll have to take a closer look at the details.
Okay. Just confirming, applied for 19 million, we received 0.8, denied 5.4 outstanding. So we were denied 12.8 million. Thank you. Councillor Very or Huffman, either one of you? Okay. Councillor Huffman, is that good? Okay. Thank you, staff, for bringing that back up. Go ahead.
I do have one question. So how does that compare to, just one more time, so like I heard before that we had more success before. Did we say how much we had applied for last year, got, and was rejected on? Did we go through that? I don't remember hearing those three numbers.
Through you, Mayor Martin, I don't have those numbers for prior years right at my fingertips, but we'll make sure that I go back a couple of years in the report that we bring forward so that we have that comparison.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I guess on a high level, we got 16 plus million for wastewater, and we've already been denied 12.8 million. That's an outlier year, but okay. And that brings us to section 2, or page 242, completed. Final call, did I miss any hands there? Section 5 is the supplementary information. I might just quickly pass it back over to Amy Vesperini for, oh no, that's discretionary items, right? Supplementary information includes the list of NBIs, summary of council-approved initiatives, full-time equivalent guide and report pages. That brings you all the way to page 249. Is there anything there that we haven't covered? I think we should have already. There's a lot of pages here, so if you need to backtrack, that's okay, but we'll move along then. 251 is a summary of the interdepartmental charges to 254. $255 to $262 is our cost-shared programs. Page 263 is the variance report. And then that brings us to page 265 to 268 for the proposed BIA budget. Oops. Can I seek clarity from staff on the BIA? So the request, it's October was a long time ago. Mr. Anderson came forward and we discussed garbage and the cameras again and all of that. Are those increases, pardon? It's not assumed, it's not already been and we need to remove them? He made requests to us, so he wanted more, the garbage revisited again and all of those things that we talk about every year.
Through the mayor, the budget that's in here for the Simcoe BIA is their approved budget that came, I don't believe it's changed since the time they were
Okay.
here in October.
Thanks for the clarification. And the last page I see is the Delhi BIA. So technically, that is page 245 to 270. I'll just leave it here for another couple seconds in case there's anything and you need to backtrack one more time. Bless you. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so we have the discretionary items, additional information section on the budget. I'll pass it back over to Ms. Vesperini for a couple comments.
Good afternoon. As I mentioned in the presentation this morning, there are the 7 additional discretionary items that council has to choose whether to include in the budget. Currently, they are not. Just in the essence of time, I wasn't going to go over them in detail. However, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them. The only thing I will note is that the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation ask will need to be approved by both Haldeman Council and Norfolk Council for the position to be added to the budget. So if council so chooses today to add it to the budget, it will be pending whether or not Haldeman approves it. If Haldeman does not, it will not show up in our budget.
Okay, thank you for that. So it's on the screen before you. There's a recommendation or a motion that we can identify those discretionaries on. The recommendation reads that report CS 26004 to 2026 levy operating budget discretionary items, additional information be received as information, and that council directs staff to, and if someone wants a division of the question, I think that's would be helpful. We can deal with them individually if you'd like. Individually moved by, or requested by Councillor Vanden Drieschie, that council directs staff to, and we need to provide direction to either include or exclude a contribution to Norfolk Haldeman Community Hospice in the 2026-2027 levy operating budget. So that was mentioned at the beginning of our presentation as a legacy fund interest contribution. I have Councillor Van Passen and then Councillor Huffman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We discussed this a bit when they made the presentation. I had suggested at that time, I think we've been setting aside $500,000 a year from the interest off the legacy fund for the Norfolk General Hospital contribution that the previous council had committed to. We are done setting that aside, so I see no problem in continuing setting aside $500,000 to be sent off to the hospice. And I think their request was for $700,000 or $750,000. I think that I understand that Haldeman is also donating some money plus giving them free building permits and things like that. To set aside $500,000 in 2026 and potentially another $500,000, but we can deal with that next year. And again, hold on to that money until such time as they actually start construction, but commit to it at this time. I'd be happy to put forth that motion.
Okay, so the motion is to allocate the $500,000 a year interest we were reserving for NGH from the legacy fund interest. Hold on to it, but instead of NGH, it's now Haldeman Norfolk Hospice. Okay, is there a seconder for that direction? Okay, Councillor Berry or Huffman, both at the same time. I'll leave it to the clerk to battle that one out. Okay, he went with Councillor Berry for the record. Discussion and debate. Councillor Vanden Drieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For as much as I do agree, at the end of the day, though, I'd ask myself, what if another project came up or something else and we're tying up that full amount of the $500,000? Is there any thought to a lower amount?
Councillor Van Passen.
Well, my thoughts are we've been making do without it for the last 10 years. The commitment to NGH is done. So if we just set it aside for now, again, that's not all the interest normally that the fund generates, but that's just the first little part of it. So I don't see an issue like that's coming from the legacy fund. There's no effect to the levy that way. And, we have other contingency reserves, and hopefully if our staff continue to do as well on the investments, we'll be making a lot more than that in interest. So I have no concerns about another item coming up. And, we also have the, what's the fancy name for it now, but the Council Initiative Fund or Reserve, that again, if something unusual comes up, that's what that reserve is in place for. So I don't have those concerns. But, there's a request made. There's definitely a need for this facility in the community. I look at some stats.
Kind of debating here, so you want to use it as an opportunity to debate? And I'll count it, or are you finished answering her question?
No, I'll just continue on. The need for that facility, the demographics in Norfolk County, we have a higher than average age in Norfolk County, and especially for cancer, we have a higher than provincial rate on those. The need for this facility is there. They want to build it. I think we should help. The money's going to get generated from a legacy fund from the people who are going to need this facility. So I have no issue with continuing, leaving that motion as is.
Councillor Berry?
I concur.
I missed the first part of your question there, Councillor Van Andrieschie. I was just chatting with the CAO. I asked him, so I guess I could be repeating you, but my question was going to be, is there interest in adding an amendment that suggests that we pay after Haldeman pays and contributes? So I apologize if that was the question, but then on a high level, I guess my question is to our CAO, do you know the status of Haldeman? Have they made an official commitment to a dollar value or permits or waiving things? Do you know?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that is a discussion that will be up for debate in the coming months for Haldeman County Council to determine a funding source and ultimately a council approval, but you can certainly add a condition that our funding is contingent on Haldeman also providing some funding for the project, and you can determine it that the way you'd like.
Madam Mayor, the motion, we don't pay until they actually get shovels in the ground and got to start paying the bills. The same sort of commitment we had with the hospital.
Okay.
So that might be 2-3 years down the road before they actually need us to cut them a check.
Okay, with that clarity, that is very helpful for me. Are there any other interest in joining in on the debate? My only comments are I really initially had no plans to support this, but I had forgotten earlier that I lost a debate on reallocating legacy fund interest to capital works and capital needs and water and wastewater. So I was coming in guns a-blazing today. I was going to go against this one, but it's tough. I would like to see that money go to the essential things that we're really struggling with, as Councillor Brunton's struggling here, trying to bring up our debt and discuss all of those heavy, heavy burdens that the rate and taxpayers are paying. But I already lost that one, so I will be supporting the motion. All right, so it's just that one item. It includes the amendments that we will, when they come to us with shovels in the ground, that's when we will hand over the money. We'll keep it in-house, similar terms and conditions as Norfolk General Hospital, and it's just the $500,000 for this year, and it'll be another budgets discussion on whether it's an additional $500,000 or just the $250 required to make up the $750 request. All in favor, Councillor Brunton.
I think the proper wording of that, and I agree with Councillor Van Passen, that it should be when a contract is awarded. Okay, that's my opinion.
Let's get clarity on that because we revisited it with Norfolk General Hospital. So can you provide a comment? You're okay with when contract is awarded and they can bring itemized details and contract to staff? Okay, we're on the same page then. Great. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. The next one is we need direction to include or exclude artificial intelligence tools in the levy operating budget. Councillor Berry.
Include.
Include. So moved. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Duthie. So yeah, thank you to our CAO. That's $25,000 associated with that. Councillor Michele, we're in debate. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I ask a question of staff? Can we just, for real sort of clarification for me, what are we referring to when we say tools?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Michele. So as part of our corporate license for Microsoft 365, we have included what I would describe as the base model of Microsoft Copilot. Based on the assessment that we've done across the corporation, the majority of staff needs can be met with what we have. However, we have some areas that would benefit and have needs for an AI tool that would do deeper levels of research and image generation. And so there is an upgraded model of Copilot that our IT director has assessed that if we had 50 licenses of that upgraded model of Copilot, we would be able to meet the county's needs. And we are doing a pilot project on the use of AI in the workplace this year that Mr. Grice and I are co-leading. So it would be very beneficial to have both types of what I'm calling models of Copilot so that we can test them in different types of work that staff are doing.
Madam Chair, thank you, Heidi. I guess further to that then, if this is for in the workplace, is any of this aimed or geared toward the elimination of any kind of jobs or positions?
So, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Michele, the elimination of staff positions is not part of the pilot project for the use of AI. We are looking at definitely looking for efficiencies in the use of AI so that we can create capacity within staff to be working on projects that AI can't do as fully or as readily as us human beings. So it's about being able to maximize the use of our time and being as efficient as we can. But at this time, no, it is not part of the pilot project to look at the elimination of FTEs.
Thank you, Heidi.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will there be any creation of guardrails or restrictions as there are privacy concerns? I'd hate to see us using an AI-generated system that all of a sudden what I pay in taxes is out there for the public consumption. So are there guardrails?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Van Andrieschie, yes, we, as part of the project, our clerk staff outside of the project has developed mandatory training for all staff on the county's AI policy. And it is the clear expectation that staff are only using AI for the purposes that have been approved by council through the governance policy. And all of the things like privacy considerations, how we publicly report the use of AI, that sort of thing, are part of the county policy that staff must follow if they are using the tool.
I just want to make sure that the general public is set at ease here, because there are lots of concerns about AI. And I want to make sure there's a guarantee here that the privacy will be respected for personal information, not only for the public, but as well as the employees.
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Van Andrieschie, yes, our legislative services staff, who are our privacy people who ensure that we are maintaining privacy and confidentiality of vital statistics and people's personal information, are heavily involved in the training of staff, leading the training of staff on this policy.
Okay, any other AI debate? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to be supporting this. I look at the IT department budget darn near $4 million. You want permission to buy a more sophisticated version of AI technology? I'd be happy to give you that permission, but go find the $25,000 in your $4 million budget and don't make it a separate line item like this.
Any other debate? Okay, the motion is to include AI intelligence tools as described. The price is $25,000. I'll call the question. All in favor? And any opposed? The motion's defeated. Just a quick reminder, we are 6 discretionary items plus a full wrap-up away from being done. At this rate, we will be back tomorrow because we're going to have to clear the room. So if we can expedite through these, you'll have the day off tomorrow and staff will get back to work. If not, we're coming in. The next one is direction, please, to include an option. What page can we find this information on what are the options in our binder for security guards, county administration, and Gilbertson?
Sorry, through the chair, it is in the discretionary report, so it's agenda item 5.2.
Yeah,
it is it is the attachment in agenda item 5.2. I have a summary if you'd rather me just highlight that as well.
I don't think it's in the so we don't have the summary report with us today. It's in the e-scribe?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon? Yeah, we need the options.
I had prepared them in my speaking notes. If you're fine, I'm happy to go over those options for you.
As fast as you can, please
Yes,
provide the
ma'am.
options.
Option 1 provides the same level of service at CAB and GAB. It's 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, offering extended hours. It would be, if I remember correctly, it is 8 to 6 hours. It is $151,000 for full-time at both locations. Option 2 is a reduction of the service hours to only 9 hours a day. It would provide a half an hour of service before and after regular business hours. That cost would be $135,900. And then option 3 would to have 1 security guard, and council can choose to have the guard rotate patrols through the day, either at CAB and GAB, or could focus the guard solely at solely at CAB, and that cost is $75,500.
Just correct me.
Yep.
Is GAB? I don't recall debating GAB at all. I thought it was the arena and CAB.
The arena already has security approved by council.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Heidi has the answers, but part of the review was where do we need security if we're going to contemplate security?
I remember.
Yeah.
Sorry. Councillor Barry.
I'll move to exclude. I'm hoping that the 0.9% increase on the police, they can respond to these calls when we get them. So yeah, anyways, I understand that our staff needs to be safe, but I don't know what the security guard does. So what can the security guard do other than stand there and then call the police? Like, there's no enforcement here, so I don't want to know.
And before I get a seconder for that, does that just for procedurally, does that keep our security guard at Talbot and then we have nothing at CAB? That would be the direction we're going? Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Vanden Drieschie, debate and discussion to exclude, leaving us with the already approved security at Talbot Gardens only. Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought we were going to have some kind of an option to have the Talbot Gardens guy come back and forth to the library town hall here.
I think that would be option number 3, which is 1 security guard and staff would bounce them around. It would be $75,000.
But it doesn't say he's bound.
Well, the motion is to exclude. It doesn't say what. So right now, if this motion passes, we would just keep security at Talbot. If you're interested in something else, you'd have to defeat this and you would want to put forward option 3. Any other debate or discussion, or can I call the question on excluding entirely, and that leaves us with status quo? All in favor of excluding? And opposed? The motion is carried, so status quo remains. There's 1 program at Talbot Gardens, that's the way it is. Go ahead, Councillor.
Can I make a quick motion, Madam Mayor, that the county manager look into the possibility of the Talbot Gardens security floating back and forth here in some form of...
So I think you shouldn't have voted for that motion that was just on the floor. You've just
Well-
eliminated it. That is option 3.
Okay, but it didn't clarify that. It doesn't, like, they could do 2 hours there and 3 here or something like that. I don't know what the options are.
So if I may, through you, Madam Mayor, so council made the decision to approve a security guard at Talbot Garden and extend that program. If what we're being asked for now is to enhance the scope of that security service, which is intended, I believe, to start after hours, after this building would be closed for the most part, you'd be looking at enhancing the service with an additional cost where the security that currently starts at Talbot at 5 o'clock or whatever the time is would then be coming here on an earlier time and provide some additional deterrent and patrol around this building.
So to be clear, council debated this many times, and we decided that we wanted information to come forward at budget that would increase and enhance security. It might be Councillor Brunton's option, it might have been an entirely new security officer. That was the direction we gave to staff. What you've just done is said, we don't want that direction, we don't care, we'll stay with the status quo. Just so we're clear. So we had staff provide us with a report with 3 options, and we just said, we don't want it. So was there any confusion on that vote? Did everyone understand that? Councillor Van Passen?
Well, technically, the option of Talbot and Cab was not one of those 3. It was Talbot, Cab, and Gab. So technically, if Councillor Brunton wants to ask or direct staff to bring back options on the current program, I think he should be allowed to do that. It wouldn't be a budget amendment, it would just be rearranging what's already approved in the budget there. So,
if I may, through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that was discussed as part of the original discussion about Talbot, and there was options in front of council at that time about a joint service around Cab and Talbot, and council said no to that. So if you're looking now for us to reopen that contract at Talbot, we would have to go back and look at that. I think we're comfortable with the decision that council made. Let's move on. If security becomes an issue around here, yet again, we can revisit it. Just in the interest of time, council's excluded it as part of this NBI, and we can move forward and revisit this at a later date.
So there was no confusion on the vote, which I just asked. So we're moving forward. It is eliminated. Next up is, we are on to Norfolk County Public Library, NBI. This is just one of the NBIs. So the first one is a full-time manager of programming and outreach in the 2026 Levy operating budget. I'm seeking direction from council to include or exclude, please. Councillor Huffman.
Include.
There's a motion on the floor to include full-time manager of programming and outreach. Is there a seconder? Councillor Michelli. Discussion and debate. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Earlier today, we did have one of my colleagues raise the question about how many FTEs have been hired at the library during this term of council, and I wonder if staff has that answer.
Through the mayor to council, just through this term of council, I can confirm in 2023, 1.27 FTEs were approved for the library, and in 2024, it was 0.57. So the total is 1.84.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, it was 1.27 in 2023. And another 0.57 in 2024 for a total of 1.84.
1.84 is the total.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Van Passen?
just a question. Are we just doing the one request for the full-time manager of programming?
Yes, they're broken down. They're separated.
Okay, because I think might want to do them the other way around, because what would be the point of hiring managers when you don't have any assistants to actually do the work? So,
I'm not sure that they're directly correlated.
well, what's the
But
point
fine.
of developing new programs unless you've got people to do the work? So I won't be supporting this one.
Does council wish to change the order? There's already a motion moved and seconded. Does the mover, the seconder does, the mover, nope. Movers, yes, it's changed. Okay, we are going to discuss the inclusion of 4 part-time library assistants and extended library hours in the 2026 levy operating budget. This was, can I get the dollar value again? The CAO just told me, but I.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the first item, which was the full-time manager of programming and outreach, total net levy impact of $138,400. The part-time training and development coordinator, levy impact of $53,000, and the 4 part-time library assistants in combination with extended hours for a total cost to the levy of $226,500.
I'm really lost without the report in front of me, and it might be my fault for not bringing my iPad in, but this is very difficult to do. So 4 part-time is 226.5. What's the 53?
Part-time. Through you, Madam Mayor, part-time training and development coordinator.
I skipped 2. Thank you. Okay, sorry, the mover and seconder remain the same, Councillor Huffman and Michelle on the 4 part-time. Okay, now we are in debate and discussion. Thank you. Councillor Duthie, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to use the term from earlier, waffling. I am, though. I really like and appreciate the work that the library crew does, and I think that they serve a really important purpose in our community. I just am really struggling. You know, this one is 226.5. You put the rest of them together. That's a good chunk of change at a time where people are really, really struggling to make ends meet. And I don't know that right now is the time to really expand the service there. I know they've been doing an excellent job, and I appreciate Ms. Kent's explanation earlier of the difference in terms of the level of service that they had provided in 23 versus 24 versus 25. I don't know that right now I can say this is a good use of the taxpayers' money given the tight times that we're in.
Okay, thanks for those comments. Anyone else? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you, I just want to say that I am not waffling on it. I would like to see the inclusion of this MBI of the 4 part-time library assistants and extended library hours. I continually hear around the table that people are struggling, and I would like to remind my colleagues that many of the people who struggle financially are able to get the resources that they need at the library. There are many resources that are available to families, to children, to students. We cut their budget a number of years ago, and they have not recouped from that. And I think that it's time that we put some investment into this. The ROI on the programs for the Norfolk County Public Library are bar none. So I think that it's time that we give them their due, and I would like to see this included.
Any other debate? I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Motion's defeated. The next one is, I skipped 2, so that is Norfolk County Public Library NBI for part-time training and development coordinator in the 2026 levy operating budget, and that's $53,000. And I'm looking for direction to include or exclude, please. Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What Councillor Van Passen mentioned about, the people who need to be there and they have to have somebody to train or to supervise or to manage. But in this case, I do think that just considering some of the internal realities of the staffing at the Norfolk County Public Library currently, I do think that this particular position in a part-time basis, I think will actually help eliminate some of the stresses that are currently in existence for the staff when it comes to the actual sort of burnout level that I think the CEO actually referred to earlier when she was here. So I would like to have council include this at $53,000. I think it will actually be a very good bang for that buck.
Moved by Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Very. Discussion and debate. Councillor Very.
Yeah, so I'm sure things have changed since I was chair, but I can tell you even last term when I was chair that this would have been a benefit then. It just helps with tightening up a lot of the things as Councillor Michele alluded to, and I think it's not going to show up sort of on the floor where everybody goes, look at that great thing that they did, but this is one of those things where it improves incrementally corporation-wide, and I think that there's a really good opportunity to do some good things with this, so I will support this one.
Any other debate? Councillor Van Passen?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I don't think I'm going to support this one either. And if I understand the rules of the game, like the library board, we can't really dictate what they do with their money. They can come and ask for it, and we can either say yes or no. And if potentially this motion were again defeated, if somebody would bring forth a motion to increase their budget for the salary and wages by a number of $53,000 and give them free rein to do with that, whether it's to hire some more part-time staff, whether it's this, but to specifically allocate money for a coordinator only, I don't think that we should do that, and I don't think that we could do that. So, I'm not going to be supporting this motion, but I am open to increasing, and I do remember earlier today we cut $133,900 that's already in the budget on that one position for the fleet coordinator. So maybe there is a little bit of wiggle room to allocate a bit more to the library without increasing the current proposed levy. Thank you.
Just for clarity, by that logic, could we not then change the title of it, give them $53,000, and they still do a development coordinator? Because we can't dictate. So, Councillor Michele. Councillor Michele.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I am a bit intrigued by Councillor Van Passen's suggestion. I'm wondering if he has a dollar amount in mind that's more than $53,000.
I'm going to actually streamline it and say let's stick to the motion, because we could give $53,000 or $54,000 and Ms. Kent can still do what she wants with it, so it's irrelevant. Okay, any further debate on this? I will call the question. It is to include part-time training development coordinator with a dollar value net levy impact $53,000. All in favor? And opposed? The motion is defeated. The last one is Norfolk County Public Library NBI, which is where we started. Full-time manager of programming and outreach, and after that, Councillor Van Passen was spot on. Direction, please, to include or exclude, and that is a reminder, that is the 138.4.
Sorry, Mayor, did you vote in favor or against that last one?
In favor?
That's 5 then.
1, 2, Tom and Kim is 4.
And Councillor Van Andrieschie?
I've got you no every single time, Councillor Van.
No, she voted in favor. That's why I was kind of...
And did you vote in favor on program services and development?
The first one, the 226, no.
Okay, all right, so that one is carried.
Yeah,
Thank
okay,
you.
good. Right on.
Do you want to do a revote, Mr. Clerk, for clarity? Are you comfortable with that? Councillor Huffman confirmed, Councillor Michele confirmed, Councillor Very, Councillor Van Andrieschie, and myself. Okay, my apologies. Good catch, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the good catch, Councillor Very.
Councillor Very, and I have his laptop. He doesn't even have the report in front of him. Look at him. All right, we're, direction please for an inclusion or exclusion of a full-time manager of programming and outreach, $138,400. Councillor Van Passen.
Move to exclude it.
So moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Van Andrieschie? Debate and discussion? Councillor Duthie?
It's not a debate. I support the motion. I was going to do the same. I guess I'm just really curious. Why are we doing this?
Yeah, you should ask for a phone number.
If we have no say, it's just based on the dollars, why are we looking at individual positions?
I think it's just a description for council to understand what you're contributing to.
Sorry,
quite
that just seems
certain-
frustrating to me, because really, the ask should be, we need 226 plus 53 plus 138, or whatever the number was.
Over to the CAO, then Councillor Berry, then Councillor Huffman, then Councillor Michele, unless the CAO can answer it for us. Toot sweet.
No, I would say it's always in the best interest of this council, if you're allocating dollars for whatever purpose, you'd like to know as much detail as possible. So I would encourage the current process to be followed. If there is an agency like the library board asking for funding from the levy, from yourselves, and you are accountable to our residents, you should be able to describe exactly what you approved and for what.
Okay, I agree. But there isn't no accountability, because we can't tell them how to spend it. So after it leaves our purse, where's the accountability?
The public deputations and staff reports from the CEO and discussions with finance and so on.
Library board minutes.
Yeah, I guess the follow-up question is, how are those positions we granted to you last year, and where are your efficiencies probably? But
All I was going to add was, thank you, Mayor. It's philosophical. I see where you're coming from, Councillor Duthie. I would say this: if the library came and said, "Hey, we need $250,000," the first question out of council's mouth would be, "What for?" So they're preempting that discussion and trying to pick apart and justify it. We've got it in front of us. They've told us what it's for. Your point's well taken, but I mean, no one's going to write them a blank check neither. So that's where we're at, I think. Is it blank check versus process? Maybe it's superfluous, but what do you do?
Councillor Michele.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And again, I totally understand Councillor Duthie's, question, but just, with respect, all of the previous positions that have been granted to the library, they were all complied with by the library and checked by the library board. So there is a system of checks and balances, and I think our CAO, described it pretty well. Thanks.
Our meeting end date is closing in very quickly, so I'm going to call the question. This is the exclusion of 138,400 for full-time manager program and outreach, Norfolk County Public Library. All in favor? Exclude. And any opposed? The motion is carried. That leaves us with Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. We have another two there, don't we? Why is it just one? I thought there's just one. Okay, it's the full-time project manager in the 2026 levy operating budget, as we heard earlier. Councillor Van Passen, then Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we discussed this enough this morning. I would move that we include it in the budget. And remember, it's a shared levy with Haldeman, so it's only 60% of the cost.
60% of 75,800, or
No, I think 75 was our
60% is 75,800. Councillor Huffman, you're moving to second that? Yes. Councillor Berry, debate, or you were gonna? Okay, discussion and debate. I will be not supporting this position. The residential taxpayers who should be paying for the basics that we can barely afford, as noted this morning, bridges, water, wastewater, roads, etc., shouldn't have to employ a full-time employee to fill gaps that are missing. That doesn't mean I don't want to fill the gaps. It just means that there's a lot of advocacy work to be done. So I'm not supporting this. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, and for your comments. I just want to say, after over 25 years of social services, those gaps will probably never be filled, and it's a continually it's a battle to just plug the holes where you see them. So that's why I will support this one.
Anyone else? Call the question. All in favor of supporting, including, any opposed? The motion is carried. Council, please provide direction to continue or discontinue our membership with SCORE. And if I'm wrong, I think it's 25,000? 30, we put it up 5, they put it up. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. We've had some issues come up at SCORE lately, and they're trying to schedule a meeting in the next week or so to discuss the long-term future of SCORE. So I'm sure, like, if we want to discontinue the membership, like 2026 is already locked in, we have to give a year's notice, depending on this discussions at the next SCORE meeting. I'm sure if we would like to discontinue the membership, they would waive the few extra weeks it takes. So I just, could we just defer this one till after the SCORE Board of Directors meets in the next short while?
Sure, fine with me. Is there seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschy? So the CAO is saying we'll include it, we'll leave it, and then discuss at another time, but for budget purposes, okay. Everyone's clear? It's included, but we will be revisiting it later. I will call the question. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Next up is the WOWC membership. Direction to include or remove. Continue or discontinue, I should say. Councillor Van Andrieschy. Motion moved to continue. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Columbus. Debate and discussion. Great group, a lot of great work being done, a lot of advocacy, and they've changed the way they're doing it, and I think it's a really, really beneficial thing for Norfolk County, so I will support. I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Look at us go. Staff, do you have a final number for us? We don't have time for a break.
Through the mayor, could we just have like 2 minutes?
2 minutes. Sure, no one move from your table.
We're ready, Madam Mayor, whenever you are.
Wonderful, ready.
So through you, Madam Mayor, we're just getting the numbers over to clerk so they can put it on the screen, but I'll summarize quickly. The changes we have recorded are removal of the fleet training and compliance NBI, the removal of the vehicle purchase related to the bylaw NBI, inclusion of the discretionary item for the hospice, the inclusion of the part-time training and development NBI for the library, and the inclusion of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation discretionary NBI, which brings us to a total net levy requirement of $146,503,100, which puts you at a 7.4% net levy increase and an average residential impact of 5.5%.
Pretty well right where we started.
Yes.
Okay, so just, I've declared, and Councillor Duthie has declared, so how should we, have you done that for us? And that the 2026 police service operating budget with a net levy requirement be approved. Okay, can I please have direction from someone to divide the question so we can avoid our conflicts? Councillor Van Passen? Thank you. So I will pass the chair over, Councillor Columbus.
Could I ask the CEO a question that's with respect to budgeting? Some time ago, previous term of council allocated $1 million towards Rogers' dark fiber project, dark fiber. Where are we with that, and when is that money going to be loosened up so we can use it to offset the budget?
Through you, Madam Mayor, my last communication with Rogers is the project is ongoing. As soon as we get final confirmation that the project is complete, we'll do a final reconciliation and we'll bring that summary back to council. If the money is not required, it'll be returned to source, but we will bring an update to council at the appropriate time.
Okay, a mover and a seconder, please, for the first, sorry, I'm going to pass the chair, but to Councillor Berry, and the first chunk is to receive his information and to deal with the police service operating budget without me, and the motion's on the screen.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, it's on the screen. So can I get a mover, please? Councillor Van Andrieschy, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Any debate or discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Done. Thank you. Back to the mayor.
Wonderful. Okay, and now Councillor Duthie is going to step away for a division of the question, and this is just the next line. Isolating customer service communication levy supported operating budget net levy requirement, $1,565,800 be approved. Moved and seconded by? on just communications and
Well,
support?
we're doing them separate, are we not?
The next one after this will be all at once unless someone wants those separated as well. We're just doing these separated because of conflicts of interest that were declared.
Okay, yeah, I'll wait.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. Debate, discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously minus Councillor Duthie. So the next three, Councillor Brunton, would be together, but you'd like a recorded vote on them?
Please.
Why don't you do recorded vote at our special council meeting in 30 seconds at the end on
Oh,
everything?
That's fine, whatever the clerk wants.
That's probably what you'd prefer, right? Go ahead.
Just for clarity on this next one, that the net levy requirement, the 135,28,700, is the remaining number. Can we add in for a grand total of, or put in brackets,
Sure.
of the 146?
Finance is nodding and they will do that. So while they're doing that, the final motion that I need a mover and seconder for, and that the 2026 levy operating budget with a net levy requirement of $130,528,700 be approved. I'll come back to it. And that the Delhi and Simcoe Business Improvement Area 2026 operating budgets be approved as submitted. And further, that staff prepare the bylaw to approve the special BIA levy to all applicable properties within Delhi and Simcoe. And that council is acknowledging the total of $146,503,100 total levy dollars. Suitable? Moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Councillor Brunton.
Speaking to the motion.
Go ahead.
I will not be supporting the motion. I think there's parts in it that are good. I think staff have tried to do a good job. I see things in there that I don't like. We've saddled the taxpayer with 10 point something in the municipal rate budget. We're going to put 7.5 on the tax levy budget. There's a lot of people out there that cannot afford this. There are some people I know that just refuse to pay it. Our tax arrears are 14.5 million, and I'm sorry, I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I guess I would say to my colleague then, if there's things in the budget that they don't like, why weren't more things up for debate? And you just can't pick and choose. It's not a fun thing for any of us to go through, and it's difficult, and even as a taxpayer, but it's the reality. And you know what? There's some tough parts to this job, and every time there's a vote like this, you always bail on your colleagues.
Councillor Brunton.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I did bring up an important motion at the start. I did not see the support for it. And staff were courtesy enough to break it down for me, but I still don't agree with it. I'm sorry, I could go through here and cut things out, and I think the taxpayer would appreciate it. But I cannot sit here with an honest conscience to put that kind of levy, both mill rate and tax levy, on the taxpayer. Plain and simple.
Would you like to pause here and reconvene tomorrow and go through more items? Sorry, microphone.
I've said my piece, Madam Mayor. I could cut something out of here, but I know staff don't agree with it, and I realize council won't agree with it.
Councillor Duthie?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I think I'm in the same boat. I mean, it's super uncomfortable, and I pay the water and the property tax being in the urban area. So I mean, respectfully, if you have ideas, I'd love to know what they are, truthfully, because this, for lack of a better term, sucks.
I agree. Go ahead.
I said at the start, we're putting an enormous amount of money into reserves, plain and simple. And if we cut 1.36 or whatever million, that's 1% of the tax levy. And they say, oh no, it's going to impact down the road. Well, that's their opinion. It's not my opinion. Plain and simple.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. I look at that and go, okay, that solves maybe a today problem, but it creates a big tomorrow problem. And I can't sit here, because I think my job is to sit here and look out for the citizens of today, but also those of tomorrow. And I can't saddle them with more tomorrow problems than they've already got, which is what we've been dealing with in this term of council and the previous term of council to clean up the problems created previously. I'm not going to saddle more issues on future taxpayers. I can't do it.
Councillor Duthie, if we cut out 1.3 or 1% of the budget, let's use that figure, and we turn around and get a grant for the same amount sometime through this year, it changes nothing to the long-term capital if we put that right back into the reserves. Plain and simple.
Yeah, great point. We've been denied 12 million this year alone in grants.
Well, Madam Mayor, did you not get, and I realize it's in the rate budget, but didn't you get 16.5 million for the water treatment plant or wastewater plant in Dover last year?
The single largest transfer payment in Norfolk County's history came to this term of council prior to a provincial election, where we've now been denied $12 million
But if we
in
didn't
grants.
get that money that you were gracious enough to
All of
lobby
us worked.
for,
It wasn't, wasn't me.
it went into our coffers. And all I'm saying is, did we budget before that year to get it? No, we didn't know we were going to get it.
Still 110 million outstanding on that project alone.
You know?
I hear your point. I have to agree with council. It's not comfortable, but it's the right thing to do. It addresses the issues of today. It plans for the future. And respectfully, I sat around this table with many of these members the last term and reduced snow removal to the bare provincial minimum, closed facilities, had people in here with posters and hockey signs, had people who wanted to deliver our garbage to our front lawn, had, the folks of Norfolk County in absolute upset, not because we chose to, because we had to, because there was nothing left to scrape. So with countless FTEs and legacy staff members that were let go over those years, with programs and services cut and depleted, I hear what you're saying, but the recommendation from the professionals is to not do it. It kicks the can down the road, but that doesn't mean that's the only option. So genuinely, if there are other things in the budget you want to address, your suggestion is 1% removal, bringing us down to 4.5. You could go 2 if you wanted. I don't think it would happen because council defeated the no. Well, is there anything else? Are there any other items in there? Are there any other departments? Your one suggestion is to eliminate reserves. So no need to. Yeah, microphone, please. Yeah.
Opinion on the total budget here, and if the rest vote for it, that's fine. I have a right to vote against it if I want. Plain and simple. What else do you? What other argument can I give you?
I think the council's raising that you suggested to eliminate one section of one area of one part of the budget. So they're holding you accountable. You are entitled to your vote, but they're holding you accountable for the hard work and the teamwork that goes into owning the responsibilities of the current fiscal situation we're in.
Mayor Martin, I spent a lot of time talking to our treasurer about our debt, looking at the figures and all those kind of things that mean something to me and the taxpayer. And I make my own decisions on whether it's reasonable to proceed.
Fair enough.
That kind
Vote
of
is yours.
Increase. So.
Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, with all due respect to Councillor Breton, we all care about this stuff, and we all think really hard about it. And there's things that all of us don't like in here, but we feel that the key is to, for one thing, remain united and keep the approach that we have adopted to get us to a sustainable, financial, secure future. It takes a little bit of courage to stick with your convictions.
Okay, I think we've covered it off. The motion is before you. Councillor Breton wants a recorded vote.
We can do it now.
Let's just do it now, and once we don't. Mr. Clerk, over to you, please. You've got a couple letters, just a typo after, and that the Police Service Board in that recommendation on the screen.
Right, so thank you. So the motion is to adopt the balance of the resolution that hasn't already been dealt with, and starting with Councillor Breton, who requested it. So
No.
Counselor Huffman,
Yes.
Counselor Michele,
Yes.
Counselor Van Passen,
Yes.
Mayor Martin,
Yes.
Counselor Berry,
Yes.
Counselor Columbus,
Yes.
Counselor Duthie,
Yes.
Counselor Van den Driesche.
Yes.
Thank you, council, very much. The motion is carried. So what we're going to do is pause the budget committee here. We're done with budget committee and reconvene in special council. Pardon me, adjourn?
A motion to adjourn budget.
A motion to adjourn budget, moved by Councilor Van Passen? Okay, seconded by Councilor Duthie, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Reconvene, motion please, special council 4:33 PM. Councilor Berry moved by, or seconded by Councilor Huffman, all in favor? Carried. And then the motion before council is that council approve and adopt the budget committee recommendations from the meeting today held January 21st, 2026. Councilor Huffman moves, seconded by Councilor Berry. All in favor? And any opposed? Oh, carried unanimously. Budget deliberations, that council waive the remainder of the amendment period for the mayor's 2026 levy operating budget review, and that the mayor's 2026 levy operating budget as presented and amended to date be forwarded to the mayor for consideration and approved under the strong mayor power provision of the Municipal Act 2001. Moved by Councilor Berry, seconded by Councilor Van Passen. All in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. Confirming bylaw. May I have a motion to approve the bylaw 2026-04 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council at the special council meeting held January 21st, 2026. Moved by Councilor Michele, seconded by Councilor Berry. All in favor? Finally, a motion to adjourn moved by Councilor Huffman at 4:34 PM, seconded by Councilor Michele. All in favor? Great work, great job, everyone. Thank you, staff, very, very much.
Take that handwritten one just for now. Thanks.